Are we all set now?
I think most of us are. I don't know.
So a few people decide not to come over?
Or haven't made it here yet, at least. One of the two.
Hey, so John, when we get the chance, I don't know if you were in the middle of a conversation, but when we get the chance, I want to revisit the that brief conversation we were having.
I guess you can go ahead now, since whatever else we're talking about, we can get to that. So you might as well go ahead now if you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thanks. So the problem I'm having is I agree with you when I make the point that I disagree with the Christian God, how he does things that I think are mean, like drowning even animals who didn't even sin. But I can also see the Christian's point of view where that's just my opinion, but at the end of the day, God gets to define what's right, so technically it is right.
Well, you know, like I hear him say it a lot, but like I said several times, it seems like that's a might makes right argument. So if they want to go and explain why that is, why it should be might makes right, and why it's supposed to be okay if a God does that, has a might makes right policy, but if humans do the same thing, it's a really bad thing. It's called a dictatorship. But if a God does the exact same thing, what's a terrible thing for humans becomes a great thing for him to do it, even though it results in the same kind of things like killing everybody. So, like, are they going to say those people that drowned, if that actually had happened, which it didn't, right? It's just a story. But let's say if it happened, it really happened, were they happily drowning and saying, oh, well, this is what God wants. He wants to drown us, you know. You think that's the way it worked? I mean, if that would happen in reality, everybody would be happy. Say, well, you know, God's drowning us, so it's a good kind of drowning to death because, you know, it's him doing it.
Right, but there'd be no end to that though. Like if it basically under those terms, nobody would ever be satisfied unless you were already in that eternal plane and you were never going to die and you were never going to have any pain or suffering at all in your life. And if you do, then for lack of a better choice of words, then it's fucked up at that point.
No, that's completely wrong.
The question.
No, that's completely wrong, because people would accept pain if it makes some kind of sense, like it's unavoidable or you suffer because it's justice. But the idea, well, we all have to die because, like, supposedly things are so bad that we have to start over, even though we're talking about this being that supposedly is a perfect intellect, knows how to do things, but the best he can come up with is kill everybody and start over. Yeah, that don't really make sense to anybody. Now, maybe it made sense back then when the people who wrote that story. Probably just about any story seemed respectable or plausible. But, you know, many centuries later, after much more human learning and thinking, a story like that's absurd. It's an absurdity. So that's what I'm talking about. Like in the 21st century, there's no logic to that. People have become smarter than that. That doesn't really make sense. Or people now have clearer values and understandings of things. They've seen the consequences over and over when you let people say their power gives them a right to do whatever they want.
In a world where you would think that God existed, is any lifespan at all fair?
Is any lifespan fair?
Yeah. Other than forever, would it be fair to have a lifespan?
No, but I never did say forever, did I? Did I say people should have to live forever?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, and I'm asking you to clarify what you think I'm saying. Did I say forever?
Is it fair that we ever die?
Is it fair? I don't think it's a question of fairness. That's the reality that we die one day. So obviously, and we also have this.
No, because
what?
Because God could have, right? It said, let's say for sake of argument that God exists, God could have given you a timeless body. Like God could, right? God could have, could make us all live forever.
Well, you think he does do that, right? Like you think you're going on to eternal life, right? So he does do that. for you, but not in your human body, but you think you're going to live forever, right? So he does do that. So does it make sense to you
Well,
that you're...
what about those who and I don't really, and this is the thing, I don't really put much stock in that story, the flood, the judgment. That's I think that it's mostly allegory myself. But just for sake of, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. Did he, like, again, say, do you think that having a physical lifespan is fair? Like, do you think that's a good call, that say God exists, that he's made the right decision, and that we live about 80 years?
Did he make that decision, or that's the case in like developed countries?
I'm saying, like, presupposing God exists, he obviously did make that decision because that's what's happening now.
No, well, that's a result of humans developing medical science to extend lifespans.
Which would have also, like I said, if it, just for sake of argument, which would have also been at God's request as well. Like that, like see, that's the thing. You can never get away. Like, you either have to separate both completely, or you have to go with one or the other. You can't go back and forth between, well, man can do this but that has nothing to do with God. If we would have that kind of discussion, because you can't separate the two. You say that we have technology now to live longer, right? But if God existed, would that not have been a causation?
Yeah, well, you're according to your belief, you're saying that is what happened, that he gave humans the brain to develop medical science. But it's very strange that he waited so long and let lifespans be so short, and suffering terrible disease and dying young. Like it used to be, it was typical women died in childbirth, right? Just something like that. I mean, many women just died trying to give birth, things like that.
Sure.
But you think that makes sense for your God, right? That's the way he designed it. That it makes sense that he would design the birth canal that way and everything, the whole system of giving birth to where it's going to kill. And it took centuries, and so eventually said, I'm going to slowly inspire people to invent medical science to figure it out how to change that. I mean, does that really make sense, as opposed and say, oh, he's good, even though...
So I didn't ask if it made sense. I asked if all those.
I'm asking you if it makes sense. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me.
The conditions that we have right now, that presupposing God exists, is that fair or not?
Is it? Well, see, I'm not even sure. I'd have to probably think about that, because when you say, is it a fair thing? I'm not even sure I understand the question. So I really have to think about that.
Is our human condition, if God did exist, is our human condition fair? Or did we get a raw deal?
Well, the problem with asking that question apparently is because you see the full spectrum of experiences, right? A lot of humans get to live even into their 80s, and thanks to medical science now, comfortably. They even and if they learn in their young years how to take care of themselves, they don't even get like dementia. You see things like that now, but then you see, like, the kid who dies at 1 year old. So you can take the full spectrum and call it one thing, and do we get a raw deal? Well, see, the question doesn't really make sense, because the full spectrum of what humans get is the full spectrum. You get terrible, short, cruel, things where a person, a 1 year old kid, an infant, dies, and then you see somebody who can live to be in their 90s, and they don't even have dementia, and they're healthy. So, if you can live that long and be healthy, that's a good deal. But most people don't get that, and every day children starve to death.
So you do think that like 80 years is a good deal? Then we would have gotten a good deal. As long as everybody would live for like 80 years, then it's a good deal.
I don't know
without illness or disease.
Would I say that's a good deal?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I'd have to say, yeah, that's a good deal. Yeah, why not? Why do you think that? Do you think that's a bad deal?
Do you think that? Well, the way that I look at it is that I would always take more.
You would always want more.
Oh yeah, I would always take more.
And so, how much more would you want? Like each time?
As much as you would give me.
Oh, so like, and do you see any difference between like living?
As long as the quality of life was respectable, I would always take more. I would always take another year.
Another year.
Year after year after year after.
Oh, you'd only want to add a year at a time. I thought you just said you'd
no,
add.
I'm just putting it that way.
Oh, so you're not sure? Maybe you do it a year at a time.
You could give it to me in 100-year blocks. It wouldn't matter.
Oh, you could. Okay, you would take 100-year.
No, I would take it as long as it was being given out.
Right, but with the guarantee that you're not going to get sick, right? Like you wouldn't want to.
Not even the guarantee that I wasn't going to be sick, but this is the guarantee that I wasn't going to be like live a life of misery for like forever, basically. Like as long as the quality of life was.
Well, yeah, a lot of sicknesses mean you don't have a good quality of life. Like if you get dementia, you don't know yourself or anybody else anymore.
Well, I think that that's almost the same as if you're talking about like Alzheimer's, where you forget who you are.
Yeah.
And right, if you never come back from that, I would equate that with dying.
Okay, so then you would
because you're not the same person. Whoever you were has left the building, and if there
then you would need some guarantees. You would need some.
If you're not coming back from that, then
right.
Then
so then you would need guarantees on certain things at least. You'd want a guarantee that you wouldn't get Alzheimer's, right?
Well, I think that's taking it out too far. I'm just asking what would constitute as a good deal for mankind, for each and every man.
Well, I guess
what we get out of life.
I guess the answer to that is
for a fair and just God to give out.
Well, see, I don't know. I think the only people who can answer that, you'd have to really believe there's a God, I think, before you could even like really answer that question. Because for me,
what would you do? What would you give human beings if you were in the driver's seat?
What would I give them?
What would you think was fair?
I think I know the right way to answer it. The best way is I would make sure just that they don't die in their youth. So that means you'd want to make sure they at least make it to like.
So you'd be okay with them dying.
Welcome, DPR.
So you'd be okay with that then. If you were in the driver's seat, then you would be okay with human beings dying at all. That you'd be all right with humans dying.
Well, when I've heard this debate, like people seriously debate it, like, would you want to live forever? Is it actually even desirable to live forever? Because I mean, people live the lifespans they do now. A lot of people half the time they're bored silly. So when people seriously ask the question, why would you want to live forever? Then when people struggle, it seems, with boredom a lot in their life. So then why would you want to live forever? But then there's people who see, again, it seems the question that keeps coming back to this diversity. I mean, then there's some humans where they'll say there's not enough hours in the day, that they have all these interests in life, and they never get bored. So, see, you can't just like talk about humans as this one thing, and with this one rule applies to all of us. There's this full spectrum diversity of humans.
So if you were in the driver's seat, you'd maybe what?
I guess. Oh, I think I know the clear way to answer it.
Let people live as long as they want to live.
I guess that might be the right way to say it, or yeah. I mean, the way I'd have it is if you take care of yourself, and that's the way it is now, right? If you take care of yourself, you optimize your chances to live longer.
So you would add so you would add conditions to that, like there would be requirements for it then.
Well, I don't know if that's requirements.
I'm just.
Yeah. You could call it requirements, I guess.
You know what? I have no problem with you having a problem with the flood and all that, because that's neither here or there. I don't really care about that. I don't even really buy the flood and the judgment. But what I'm trying to point out with this, and I'm not trying to make some like argumentative debate point, is that it's just a really convoluted subject, and it gets convoluted, and it gets to where it really doesn't even matter. Once you go so far down deep into it, because nobody hasn't. If you're going to make the judgment of it's not fair and it's not the way to go, it's brutal or whatever it be, then nobody seems to have it, and at least where that I've talked to about it any time in the past, nobody seems to have a decent answer for what they would do if it were up to them.
Oh, no, I think the decent answer is I wouldn't kill it. No matter what I did, I wouldn't just kill everybody. Is that not a good enough answer? But whatever I do,
but everybody
I wouldn't
does
just kill everybody.
But everybody does get killed in the end.
No.
Like there's one guarantee. You get one guarantee. That's not the same thing as saying what would you do,
and that's a wholly different statement from saying if you were God. The answer to that question, what would you do? And if I was God, I wouldn't kill everybody that way all at the same time in a flood. Whatever I did.
But you'd kill them some other way.
No, I wouldn't be killing them because I may have decided that a life should be finite. There's a good reason for that because people maybe don't want to live forever. And it appears to be that's the case. When you actually ask people, but that's the problem, people don't really think about that question. So, to avoid getting it convoluted, you should just ask people that question and ask yourself, focus on that. Would you really want to live forever? So maybe that's how you could get a breakthrough in your mind to maybe start making some progress. Just focus on that question itself for a while.
The answer to that question may vary from person to person.
Oh, absolutely. I've been saying that.
And I'm quite certain that everybody wouldn't mind living longer than what our average lifespan
right, we said forever, not extended life. We said forever. Would you want to live forever?
Right,
and I think even people would have like billionaires or whoever that have the most fun in life, even they would probably, if they were honest, say, no, I actually accept that one day it ends, and it makes sense that it works that way. Living forever would actually be kind of strange, and it may be not desirable.
Well, it really depends ultimately because, like, let's say like you could erase your memories or suppress your memories or something like that.
Well, let me add one thing to this, and then we should let other people in if they want.
That's fine.
Because Floyd just joined, and I think he wants to say some things. But I see an interesting thing about this: the people who the cryonics, they're having at least their head frozen because they think eventually science can give them an artificial body. But some want to preserve their entire body, but it costs more, I guess is the thing. Some people just have their whole head preserved, frozen, cryonic, and they're thinking, and I've actually seen people talk about this, and they think the ideal thing is eventually they can bring you back, and then science then could also learn how to put humans in hibernation so you could check in and out of life when interesting things are happening in the world. So instead of having to live a continuous life for centuries, you could have the cryonic system. Well, it wouldn't be cryonic, it'd be some kind of hibernation, but it could be hibernation for years. And you see that like in science fiction, like the Aliens movie, she was flying in space for like 40 years till they found her in a hibernation chamber. So that, when you really start exploring this, it gets interesting with things like that, cryonics, which might be something actually attainable one day by humans. First cryonics, and then if they could actually have a hibernation, and then you'd have the thing where the people running it, you'd say, wake me up when there's something interesting going on, or wake me up ever so many years so I can see, like for big anniversaries and history going on, history in the making, things like that. So now we'll leave it to Floyd and whoever else.
Yeah, I think you're bringing up the absurdity of wanting to live forever. You think, oh, you think, oh, no one wants to die. I want more life. I want to enjoy life. But then you think, well, what would it actually be like? And when you actually start thinking, what would it be like to live, hundreds of thousands or millions or billions of years, you start thinking, boy, I have a hard time even conceiving that, and it really starts to make no sense to really live that long. As far as the comment of is God responsible for human advances? Is God responsible for us finding modern medicine and so forth? You could say, oh, God reveals this to us, throws us a bone every now and then. Well, why does he do it where human beings have to work so hard to find these cures? Think of how much time and effort and money right now is being spent on trying to cure cancer. If God knows how to cure cancer and doesn't want us to have cancer, he would just give us the cure right away, or better yet, he would never create cancer to begin with.
I've heard people on both sides question that.
Yeah, but you could say, okay, God gave us minds, but he you could say he gave us free will, and we can kind of do things against his will. And there's actually a story in the Bible about that. It's the Tower of Babel. God looked down and said, they started building a tower to heaven, and God said, oh boy, if humans put their minds to it, they can do anything. Nothing's impossible to them. So I don't like that. I don't want the competition. So I'm going to confuse their language and knock them down a peg. So so it sounds like God doesn't like us.
I don't want the competition, Floyd. What the hell does that mean, man?
He doesn't want he doesn't want people like him, and that's pretty much what he says in the Adam and Eve story as well.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean that's exactly what he says.
Okay. By the way, Floyd, you got your ass handed to you by Ken Jones. By the way.
Oh, absolutely not. No, that's a joke.
Are you serious?
No way.
Are you serious? Seriously?
Yeah, I'm serious.
Ken Jones owning Floyd's ass.
No.
Ken Jones couldn't.
I made him backpedal about his idea.
No, you did. Oh, Floyd, I just watched this today, and wow,
yeah.
it was kind of sad.
I'm sorry, Rev. I can't believe that. I can't. No.
Yeah, no. Ask Rev to provide an example.
G-Man changed the topic and didn't want to continue because he didn't like the path it was going down.
Floyd, I love you, man, but you got owned. You really did.
Ask Rev to provide an example.
You really did, man.
You really are.
Okay.
Rev, I was the one actually quoting scripture and dealing with the scripture. They didn't. They were just throwing out assertions. I was the one that actually was dealing with the actual text. They never even went to text.
Floyd, that's cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, on them.
Anyway, no, on yourself.
But. No, I'm sorry. I
addressed the text correctly.
Floyd, you're awesome. I love your arguments.
Yeah.
But did you really watch that and then not see your errors?
I've heard all of those arguments that they give before. Oh, it's not a physical death. It's really a spiritual death. And it's okay that God just said, oh, you're going to die, but not tell them exactly what would actually happen if they ate that fruit. God clearly lied to Adam and Eve. Did God tell them that, if you eat that fruit, I'm going to punish you? Did God actually say that to them? No, he didn't say that to them. Did God say, if you eat that fruit, I'm going to curse the ground that you live on. I'm going to make your childbirth painful. And not only are you going to suffer from this, but every human after you is going to experience the same thing. Did God tell them? Did God tell Adam and Eve that? No, he didn't. He withheld information.
I agree with you, Floyd.
He lied to them, Rev. I owned them. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, so Rev has to do that once in a while.
Okay.
Put in a little insert about ponage.
Anybody that watched the Hangout that G-Man did, Ken Jones absolutely killed him.
Okay, at what
killed
point?
him.
Yeah, Rev, back that up. Rev, back
it up. Give some.
I just watched the Hangout.
No, you back it up right now. You fucking back up your claim right fucking now. That's the best you got, Rev. That's the best you fucking got.
No, I mean, this is...
I invite everyone to watch it.
If you want me to scream at you, I'll do that. But
no, back up your claim. Back it up.
Well, I invite everyone to watch it. It was G-Man versus the World 22.
No, you speak, Rev. You explain how he was wrong, and they were so good.
You post it. I mean, this is...
I didn't see it. You're claiming it right now, so you back up your claim. Instead of you just want to put your claim up and not back it up.
We'll let people judge on their own. It was G-Man versus the World, I believe, 22. It was last night on G-Man's channel. The topic was, did God lie to Adam and Eve? And me and Ken Jones and G-Man, I guess, discussed it for, I don't know, we went maybe half hour, an hour, I forget how long it was. But everyone's welcome to watch it and make their own opinion. But yeah, it would be helpful if you can give some examples, like Ken Jones
Lincoln,
really got you on
Lincoln
this
side
one,
chat,
and
Lincoln side chat, guys. Just watch the beginning of it.
like if say, oh well, Ken Jones really got a good point when he brought up,
He
this.
fucking owned you, Floyd.
Well, yeah, well, again, I'm asking for some examples. If you thought I did a bad job, I appreciate if you say, oh, like here, Floyd, you really screwed up here because Ken showed that you were wrong where you said here, and he backed it up by pointing out this. I mean, that would be helpful.
That I don't need to do it here, Floyd. People just need to watch that in the beginning, and they'll see
Actually,
it.
you do, Rev, because how
No,
people...
I don't.
No, I'll explain to you why you do. I'm going to explain to you why you do. Because how are people supposed to know what you mean by it was wrong? By just watching it again or just seeing it for the first time. Maybe they still won't understand what you're talking about because you're not saying what you mean at all. When you just tell people to watch it, how are they supposed to know what you're talking about?
Why the hell?
They're just going to watch it and they're going to start thinking just like you, and they're going to have the same opinion as you just from watching it.
Why should I have?
Because so we know what you're talking about. That's why.
No, another brother in Christ he did it already. So why should I do it?
When? Who are we talking about?
Ken Jones.
No. See, that's not explaining in the video what we're supposed to see.
Like what argument really got to you? Say, oh yeah, that was a great point that Ken Jones made. Can you give an example?
You said that God lied in the garden.
Right. Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's Ken Jones killed you.
and how? For example, like where did he said where did
God did not lie in the garden, my friend.
Well, I showed how he lied.
Okay. People just need to watch the Hangout. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this.
You're not going to back up your claim.
No.
Christians don't have to do that. Christians get to say whatever they want. That's how it works. You're so fucking special. You get to do whatever you want. That's how it works. You're saved. You're saved. You get to do whatever you want in this world and the next. You're so special. You don't even have to make any fucking sense. It's beautiful.
I love you, John. Why the fuck am I in here? Oh my god.
I mean, I can bring up some of his arguments now because I've heard them plenty of times before, and we can talk about them. Like, the standard claim is, oh well, they didn't physically die that day; they spiritually died that day. But does anywhere in this story does it mention that? And God actually says, from dust you were formed, and from dust you will go. You will return. So and if
and Ken Jones mentioned that in the Hebrew, death is mentioned twice, right?
Right. Yeah. So how's it?
And you just threw that away and you got really defensive, Floyd.
Well, no.
Why?
It still says in the day, death dying. Yeah. It's repeated twice. So. Does that imply spirit? Does that imply a spirit? And I pointed out. I actually said it. That implies a spiritual death? No.
Floyd, he explained it to you. 2 deaths, spiritual and physical. And Adam died.
Where does it say that?
Adam died 900 and some years later, right?
Yeah, but not on that day, as the text says.
No. That's oh my God.
And did God tell them all the other consequences
Floyd,
that would happen?
I love you so much, man. I really do.
Well,
but you are blocking this shit from your brain. You're blocking it.
No, you're not responding to my questions. Did God tell Adam and Eve all the other consequences that came about from them eating the fruit? Did God say, Adam and Eve, if you eat this fruit, I'm going to punish you, and this is how I'm going to punish you. I'm gonna make you leave the garden. I'm gonna make your childbirth painful. I'm gonna curse the ground that you live on and make thorns and thistles. I'm gonna make you work hard in your labor.
Also, that sin would be inherited.
Yeah, that all these bad consequences will be handed down to every single human being. Did God answer me now, Rev? Did God tell them
that
that?
what we see to this day, Floyd?
Well,
Is
answer the
that not
question.
the
Did
truth
did
now?
God tell them that? Yes or no?
Yes.
Where? When?
Oh my God, Floyd. Floyd, Ken told you this right in the beginning. God says,
Where? Verse, please. Verse, please.
do not eat of that tree, because when you do, you're gonna fall, you're gonna die.
Yeah, it says you're going to die, but not all those other things. And they didn't say why.
Oh, Floyd, Ken told you about this. Please, guys, please.
No, he made
Just
the same.
watch G-Man's Hangout. Ken explained it perfectly.
No, God goes to Adam and Eve, said, if you eat this fruit, on the day you eat it, you're going to die. The serpent comes along, says, no, you're not going to die. God doesn't want you to eat it because your eyes are going to be open and you're going to have knowledge of good and evil. So Eve has to make a decision. Should I listen to God or should I listen to the serpent? What does Eve do? She looks at the tree and she says, oh, well, it's good for food and it's a delight to the eyes. And the tree was to be desired to make one wise. So she eats it. And what do you know? What happens is exactly what the serpent said would happen. And does God verify that? Yes. Later on in verse 22, God says exactly what the serpent said it was going to happen to be.
Floyd.
But God said, "Oh, you ate this tree. I don't want the competition. I don't want you to eat this tree of life, because if you eat the tree of life, then you'll just be like the gods. We can't have this human race be like gods. So I'm going to kick you out of the garden."
I'm sorry, Floyd,
and
but you're
put a
deceiving people.
supernatural entity with a flaming sword to
You
keep
are
you from it.
deceiving people, Floyd. I'm sorry.
This is what the text says. I'm sorry. This is what the story says.
Okay.
What did I say? What did I say
Floyd,
there?
Floyd,
Not in the
you, man.
text.
I respect you with all my heart.
Yep. Again,
I'm not
what
going to
did I
speak.
just say is
I'm
not in the
speak,
story?
I am not going to speak to you anymore at this point.
Wow.
So
This
you
is just...
don't want to see. That's the thing. Ken Jones and G-Man didn't want to actually address what the story actually says.
Hey, Floyd, can I ask you something? Would you
Sure.
say debating the Garden of Eden and Noah's Ark, is that even really rank high up in like the most effective debates we can have against religion? So it's not even, Rev's talking about like debating the Garden of Eden is like the crucial argument out of all arguments we can have, but it's not, right? I mean, maybe it's worth having, but it's not even really one of the most important things to debate, is it?
What I'm doing here is an internal critique. You could just say, oh well, the Adam and Eve stories, it's fiction. It's just a fable. And same thing with Noah's flood. Most people don't take it seriously, and a lot of Christians say, oh yeah, it's just allegory, it's metaphor. But what I'm doing is I'm offering an internal critique to show, given what's in the Bible, it's absurd. Like saying, like they actually says in the Bible, God does not lie. God cannot lie. Yet we have this story in which God lies. So to believe in this, to believe in the Bible is absurd. This if you accept what's in it. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. Just if you just take it for granted, accept for what it says, it's still absurd. So it's an internal critique. It's just taking for granted of what's actually there, and finding absurdity of it within the book itself. It's like picking apart a bad movie. You watch a bad movie and you pick apart all the stuff that's wrong with it.
Floyd, you said last night, and I never knew this before. You said last night that you were a former Christian, right?
Yeah. Why
did you leave it?
Well, yeah, because I studied it so much, I just found all the absurdities with it. I mean, I always had problems with Christianity. Like you read the Bible and say, well, why is this? Why is this? And you go to your pastor or minister, and they offer these excuses. Oh, it's a spiritual death, or oh yeah, we talked about you were talking about might makes right earlier. In the last hangout before Nadia started a new one. That's exactly what the Book of Job is all about. God says, God makes Job suffer, and Job asks God, why, and God basically says to him, were you there when I laid down the foundations of the earth?
Exactly.
When you have as much glory as me, then I'll answer. Then I'll talk. So so what God's saying is, you're not me. You're not God. I'm not going to tell you squat. Whatever I say goes.
Okay, Floyd, the point is that believing in God, it's about faith, buddy.
Well, how do you? Well, you can have faith in the North Korean dictator as well. I don't see it as any different.
What? Okay.
To follow the orders, to follow the commands of this being without questioning this being at all. Does that not sound like a dictator to you, Rev? And those who question this being are punished.
I want Floyd to expand on why he left the faith.
No, I'd be happy to talk about it. I started investigating the claims. Like for example, they said, well, how can you doubt Christianity? Think of all the prophecies Jesus fulfilled and so forth. And I said, well, okay, well, if that's true, yeah, that would be a good argument. That's if Jesus did fulfill all these Old Testament prophecies, yeah, that'd be a good reason to be a Christian. But then when you start actually examining these claims, it just doesn't turn out to be true.
Hey, Floyd.
Yeah.
I had a question for you that I also asked John earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the same position as you, a former Christian, and but my question to you is the thing that I'm stuck at is when I take the flood story, for example, I think it was very cruel of God to drown all these beings, particularly animals who didn't even sin. But a response that is given to me is that it's not wrong that God did that because God is the one who defines what is right and wrong. So it's technically right that he did that, and if you disagree with it, it's merely your opinion, but technically you can't say it's wrong since he defined it and he has the authority to define it as right. And what John said to me was he went into the might makes right. Hey, some noise going on.
That's some guitar playing going on.
Damn it! I'm very sorry.
Okay, so let me.
I did hear that. Yeah, I was watching at the time.
All right, let me just wrap this up though. So John went into the might makes right argument, and my reply to because he was basically saying might doesn't make right, but my thing is, and I'm just playing devil's advocate here, but my thing is a Christian might say, but it's still your opinion that you're saying might doesn't make right. Technically speaking, you can have whatever opinion and feelings you want, but God is still technically right since he defines what is right.
Yeah, let me, Floyd, let me remind them what I answered quickly. I said it's tested by consequences. Dictators, it consistently results in bad things. And I said and that also includes your God, because I think he's influenced a lot of Christians to think the right way to solve problems is to kill people. So it's resulted, like in human dictators and your deity dictator, it's resulted in a lot of people being fucking dead.
John, that's a misunderstanding between
I
the
was
Old
watching.
Covenant and the New Covenant.
Yeah, I was watching that the whole time.
Rev, I'm talking about religious people killing each other, regardless of what your fucking covenant said. Real people really have died because of your religion. That's what I'm talking about. Your covenant doesn't change that.
You're right about that, John. You're right about
got nothing to do with that.
Through the
really died in real wars over religious beliefs.
You're right. Through the not so holy Roman Empire, you're very right.
Yeah. So I think someone mentioned double standard. I think you're looking, and John was looking for a better term. I think the better term you're looking for is special pleading. I think that's what's going on. It's special pleading where God, it's an exception for this God. But if you say, okay, well, it's human opinion that the flood was bad, but it's human opinion against God's opinion. God has opinion too. To say, oh well, God defines right. Well, so's who? I mean, if God's defining right, then you're pretty much admitting that morality is subjective. Then, you're saying morality is subject to a mind, namely this God's mind. So I wouldn't call that morality subjective at all. But I think John made a good point earlier in the last hangout that this God's supposed to be all knowing and all loving and all powerful, yet he has to create a system where he has to kill things as a solution. I think John made an excellent point there that the answer to solve problems is by killing things. That sounds like a pretty limited God to me. That he has that has to be a solution. And think of look what the flood accomplished. If you read the story, the flood story, it said all humans are wicked. All humans are all their thoughts. Every one of their thoughts are bad. So I'm going to start over. So I'm going to start over with Noah and his family with 8 persons. So he does that. Did that get the job done? Did that solve the problem? No, that didn't solve the problem at all. Sin remained. Sin continues on. So what happens? What happens later? Oh well, people need to be redeemed. The law is nothing but to show people how wrong they are. So now I'm going to send my son and I'm going to have him killed because I can only forgive people if blood is shed. So again, more absurdity. Now, did that solve the problem? No. Apparently, it's only going to solve the problem for a chosen few. But majority of people, it's actually worse. It's now they're going to go to this hell where there's going to be gnashing of teeth. So is this a brilliant plan? There's a talk about G-Man's hangout. We brought up humanism. And one of the questions I asked is, okay, is Satan a humanist or is God a humanist? What a humanist is someone who actually cares about the welfare of humans. Now, can we say that God is a humanist? I don't think so. He only cares about a chosen few of humans, not all of humanity. So that's how I address that. Be right back.
By the way, thanks for letting me ask that question.
Nadia, we can't hear you talking if you're talking to us.
I said, welcome to Elephant in the Room. Good to have you on. It's a shame that Sykes Pico hasn't stopped in since sometime, I think 6 months ago or so.
I think it's very interesting, though, how different people can watch the same thing and get totally different opinions about it. Rev thought I was owned by G-Man and Ken Jones, and yet I have the opposite opinion. I find it very interesting. I guess that's nothing new. It really happens all the time, I guess.
Well, Floyd, all I'm saying is, with the understanding of what happened in the Garden of Eden, you were owned. But I will say this. I do not care about the Garden of Eden story, because the majority of people that I see in Nadia's room, they're seeking for truth. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, again,
Then why were they talking about the Garden of Eden story? Doesn't really matter, so why were they even debating it?
Yeah, I think it's just rationalization to make the story more palatable. I think again, I think I brought out the absurdity of the story, and how the serpent.
All right, Floyd. Let me ask you this: can you prove that there is no God?
You're talking about Yahweh, right?
No.
So a generic God of philosophers, you want me to disprove?
Yeah, I want you to disprove any God.
Oh, any God? Well, any God that's self-contradictory wouldn't exist, right?
I am asking you, can you disprove any God?
You mean all the gods that there's no proof in the first place for them? Why would you need to disprove something that there is no proof for in the first place?
Well, I gave an example, a self, a God that has self-contradicting attributes. It's logically impossible for that God to exist.
Okay, let me ask you this: can you disprove a prime mover?
A prime mover, just something that just kicked off the universe. Well, can we call that a God? Yeah, for it to be a God, you have to offer more attributes than simply defining God as the origin of all reality. If you define God as the origin of all reality, then I guess I'm a theist then. But no, I think people think more of a God when they claim they're a theist. When people say I believe in a God, we're talking about a person here, right? We're talking about someone.
No.
We're not talking about a person.
No.
Okay, then I guess I need to understand better what you mean by a God.
Well, you admitted in the beginning of G-Man's Hangout, you admitted that you are agnostic.
Well, I'm atheistic about the Christian God, about the Bible God.
Fair enough. That's fine. But you admit that you are agnostic.
Well, I mean, there's been thousands of proposed gods. I mean, for me to offer a fair evaluation of each one, I need to evaluate each one at a time. I mean, that's going to take a lot of work for me to do.
Fair enough, Floyd. How do you feel about the deistic God?
The deistic God,
the deistic God.
D as in David, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, obviously, this God doesn't care about his creation, right? He just wound up the toy and just let it go, and doesn't care about. It's like a wind-up toy. You wind up the toy and put it on the table, and it starts bouncing across the table, and so it starts wandering off and might fall off the edge or fall over or whatever.
Right.
And a theistic God who actually cared about that wind-up toy, fixes the path and corrects it, or if it's going to fall off the table, it'll turn it around the other way and so forth.
Okay, Floyd, I'm not saying that there is a theistic God. I'm just saying, can you disprove the deistic God?
Oh no. There could be the Wizard of Oz hiding behind the curtain. I would have to look behind the curtain first, and and apparently I can't examine every inch of reality. So can I disprove that there's an elephant in the room?
Yes, that's where you have to go, right?
Yeah. Rev, do you believe in all the gods that have ever been claimed to exist? Do you believe in all of them?
Why would you ask me that? You know I'm a Christian.
So the answer is no, you don't believe in them.
Why would you ask me such a stupid fucking question?
Why is it a stupid question?
Anyway.
Why don't you just answer the question instead of commenting on the question, ad homing and saying I'm stupid or it's a stupid question? Why don't you just answer the question, dude?
John, I did not say you're stupid.
Oh, you said the question's stupid, so a smart guy asked a stupid question.
Yeah, because I'm a Christian already.
No, but that doesn't mean it was wrong to ask the question. There's a point to asking the question.
Okay.
And to get a clear answer, you don't believe in all the other gods, right?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Because of my testimony.
Oh, so what you mean by that is if you had this kind of experience of experiencing the other gods, you'd believe in them too. Like you could be a polytheist maybe, right?
Sure. Yeah.
And what about all of them? You think it's possible to believe in every god ever, claimed to exist? Is that possible?
I'll say it again. I pray that Christian universalism, or universalism in general, is true.
So that means, yes, you could believe in all of them.
I pray that believing in any God, you're fine.
Oh yeah. Oh, you're fine, right? So no matter what God, do you think it's the same God or it's a different God? Even though you think there's only one God, though, right?
I'm done.
But if you want me to be like, if you want us to be open to, like, different variety of gods and so forth, and you say, oh, well, I'm a Christian, so because I'm a Christian, I have a certain dogma, and part of that dogma is to reject that other gods exist.
No, Floyd, I didn't say that, man. I didn't.
Well, explain yourself when you say, oh, well, I'm a Christian. What do you mean by that?
What I mean by that is believe in John 3:16, and you'll be okay.
So, Rev, are you saying none of the different God beliefs conflict with each other? They're all like harmonious. They're in no way conflict.
I pray that they are harmonious.
But you mean it's not? It can't be shown right now if you actually.
What do you want from me?
Fuck you, asshole! Fuck you! Fuck you!
What do you want from me? I'm sorry. What do you want from me?
Every time you shout, Rev, I'm gonna shout just as loud. If you try that, every time you do it, you're gonna get it right back.
John, I'm sorry.
Get it right back.
John, I'm sorry.
Don't do it.
I won't do it
again. Don't waste anybody's time with that move because it ain't gonna work anymore.
I won't yell.
So don't even bother trying to shout and bully people anymore because it ain't gonna work. You're not gonna get away with it anymore.
I'm sorry.
I'd like to speak out to Pico momentarily. Sykes Pico recently told me that atheism is the gayest religion ever invented by man. Somewhat ironic, huh? And if the God of the Bible doesn't exist, you can't even know you're having a conversation right now.
Why doesn't this?
That's Sykes Pico. I would
get in here.
Tell them that I certainly hope it would be the most transsexual and not just the gayest religion, but it's certainly quite an endorsement to say so, even if calling it a religion is relatively dubious. Go ahead.
Daddy, I love you.
Yeah. One thing I see from a lot of Christians is, okay, they'll say, okay, well, I'm a Christian, therefore I'm going to accept Christianity as a package deal. So, it's like, or I had some sort of religious experience and I identify that with the God of Christianity, therefore I'm going to accept, Orthodox Christian views, Christian theology, wholesale as a package deal. I'm going to accept Trinitarianism. I'm going to accept the virgin birth. I'm going to accept original sin. I might go as far as believe in young Earth creationism. I'm going to accept the Christian faith as a package deal. I'm going to accept all these things, even though I just had one experience, which I identified as God. So therefore, I'm just going to just take the faith on wholesale. I don't think that's a reasonable thing to do. But people think, oh well, it's required of me. It's like, okay, I'm going to repent. I'm going to follow God. Therefore, I think I have a requirement to be a Trinitarian and to accept the virgin birth and and all the all the other doctrines that go along with Orthodox Christianity.
Oh, hey, Floyd.
Yeah.
Hey, so I'm thinking back to what I mentioned earlier. At the end of the day, even though you responded with the points about special pleading, at the end of the day, a Christian person might still just say, ultimately, it's still your opinion or your views against God, and it just seems to me like we might be make more progress if we were somehow able to disprove that this God completely existed, because as long as we can't disprove his existence, I feel that atheists are stuck, because I think it is a valid argument to say that when it comes to our word against God's, that we can't win, because if he is real and he does have that authority, then there is no possible way for us to win. So I think the best way to win would be to try to disprove his actual existence.
Well, as far as disproving the Bible God, I would say, okay, this God is described as a God that created the heavens and the earth in the beginning, around the same time, that basically created a flat Earth with a dome firmament above us that flooded the world in 4,300 years ago and so forth. Now, if those things aren't true, and that's what this God did, well, then that God really doesn't exist. If you said, this, if that's how you define the God, there might be some other creator God that created the universe through the Big Bang, and then billions of years later created the Earth. This way modern cosmology claims that the Earth came about, but we're talking about a different God at that point. So I say we can, from the long list of potential gods that could exist, I say we can cross off the Christian God and move on to others.
Yeah, I think we can relatively easily handle,
Yeah, you have people like William
God,
McCrae and Matt Bell, having to retreat to the God of the philosophers.
Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, probably a number of things like, Jainism, Cao Dai, Sikhism, Tenrikyo, Zoroastrianism, and so on. I think those are two bigger problems. We can approach philosophical affairs. A lot of the things that aren't the God of the philosophers are actually even less defensible, the God of the philosophers. And, of course, we can go and examine their ideas of spiritual natures, substance dualism, and such as readily refutable. And last but not least, the historical claims of their text also be critically examined. I think there are angles against Islam that I've heard, clearly with Christianity we have Carrier and Price doing good work in developing the historical critique of the primary prophet of Christianity.
Yeah, I mean, you can, I think the God of Christianity can be falsified because the Bible makes historical claims and scientific claims. So, so that's subject to investigation and verification. So I think those things can be falsified, and if things like if you say, well, if Jesus is God and Jesus claimed that he would return in that generation, and he didn't. Well, okay, we're talking about a false prophet, right? And certainly a false God, because apparently this God cannot lie. So again, if the Christian God is defined as Jesus being within that Godhead, and so I think that's where Christianity fails as well. So again, that doesn't prove that any God doesn't exist, but I think that offers good reasons to believe that the Christian God does not exist. So again, I think we can cross this one God off the long list of gods.
Yeah,
I can offer more reasons as well against Christianity if you're interested.
The usual kinds of arguments against the immortality of the soul, are actually rather particularly disproving of Hinduism and Buddhism, for example, too. I mean, without the immortal soul, their whole reincarnation affair goes away. That's that, right?
But yeah, again, I encourage everyone to look at that G-Man hangout last night, and I'm interested in your opinion of who got owned.
Yeah, I was watching that, and at least that part of it, and I made a comment even in the chat talking about the fact that it's almost like a bait and switch game with a lot of the stuff that's in the Bible, and they go, oh, well, you're gonna die, and then if something happens, they go, well, I didn't really mean die, I just meant this other thing, or oh, and he's gonna be alive, and then it's like, well, he's in heaven, so I don't know what you really mean by alive, because it's this other thing. And so it seems like there's a lot of that in the Bible, and it's like if you can be honest with your language, then it makes a difference.
Yeah, well, it doesn't quite mean that, and if you interpret it this way, then it makes sense, and you have to be in the spirit, and there's always stipulations.
If you're in the spirit, how about this? If you're in the spirit, anybody out there, donate to patreon.com/Nadia Yvette. Okay? Wow. She does a lot of good in this room. You better believe it.
Yeah, but they went to the old well, you're a natural man argument. Non-Christians can't understand the Bible. They can't understand spiritual things. So
Yeah, I come from the same pretty much area as you do. I used to be a Christian, and well, of course, according to Christians, I never was truly a Christian, but I believed the Bible. I believed in God. I
Who the
believed in
fuck
Jesus.
says that? Who says that?
I hear that all the
A
time.
lot of people.
Calvinists will certainly say that.
Ah, fuck them.
Freaking Ken Hovind says that. There's a lot of people that say that.
Yeah, preservation of saints. Once saved, always saved. If you become a reprobate, well, you were never saved to begin with.
No, whoa. Okay. We got the Elephant Man, right? We got Floyd,
Not
who's a
quite.
Christian. DPR, did you ever hold faith in Jesus Christ?
Yes.
And you're saved too, buddy.
I have, well, been atheist since.
Then you can pull out the verse.
Before I remember.
You can pull out the verse. Many people will say, "Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy your name?" And Jesus will say, "Be gone. I never knew you." Well, that could be me, right? Once I said, "Lord, Lord."
No, I got a verse for you. 1 second.
Well, I never believed ever in my life.
And
I even knew the word atheist.
Nadia, that's why I'm here for you.
I actually admit that I've always had doubts. There was a period where I said, "Okay, I believe in God and I believe in Jesus," but some of these miracle stories. Oh, gee, was Jesus really born of a virgin? I kind of doubt that, actually.
Could I expand upon the question that I was just asked? Whether I once at any time had faith in Jesus. Yes, I did. It didn't last very long, and I think I may have mentioned this to some of you before, but not necessarily the Rev. But as a result of my father's death at the beginning of this year, some of the things that came into my possession, which I'd not seen for 45 years, were my school reports, and they included reports on scripture lessons, because in those days when I was growing up we had scripture lessons. We didn't have religious education lessons or anything like that. There was scripture, and it was all biblical teachings, both the Old Testament and the New Testament. And I previously made a video on YouTube some years ago in which I said, to the best of my recollection, my faith and my belief were taken over by my doubts and uncertainty at about the age of 9 or 10. And what I find interesting is reading these school reports. It clearly shows that at around the age of 9, I pretty much stopped contributing to the class, even though I scored well in the exams or whatever. So this seems to correspond with the recollection that I have, and I can't hand on heart say that I remember exactly which doubts and which uncertainties I had, which started the questioning cycle. But I can say with fairly firm conviction that by the age of 10, I no longer believed. So I don't know what sort of like machinations are going on in your head to think that because I once believed and have spent the last 40 plus years non-believing that I'm saved. It's meaningless waffle to me. But thank you for letting me explain that.
DPR, let me recite a verse for you, okay? Gospel.
Can I pause you there? Okay. Now I've got no problem in you doing.
Okay.
I've got no problem in you doing that.
Okay, never mind.
No, no, please. I want to explain why, and this is a criticism that Tommy and others frequently give me, that I interrupt too much. The reason that I interrupted you and paused you there is because it is of absolutely no consequence to me whatsoever what
Fair enough.
passage or verse that you quote from the Bible, because I do not accept that the Bible has got any connection with God at all. I think it is a man-made book written by people with limited understanding. It is provably wrong in so many places that it really does not matter one jot to me what quotation you give from the Bible. I'm not stopping you doing it. I'm interrupting you because I don't want to you go through the whole passage and then me say, well, it's irrelevant. I'm telling you from the get-go, it's irrelevant to me what you quote from the Bible.
Okay, I'm just saying that you're already saved, and anybody that already believed in Christ at some point is saved.
Hey, I'm just curious. I think the Magic Sandwich is your name. I'm sorry if I'm incorrect.
You can call me DPR. Most people do.
Okay, DPR. I'm just to piggyback off of what you were saying. Would you want to elaborate into maybe reasons why you don't consider the Bible to be credible or whatever?
Well, I mean, again, I did a video about this. Again, it's some years ago because I haven't really made any YouTube videos in a while. But I looked at and made a video about the history of the King James Version of the Bible, and looked at all the sources that were used to compile it, and tried to trace back as best I could to original sources. And also explained the political circumstances under which that Bible was written, which were effectively King James wanting to try and create a book that kept all of the different and increasingly diverse denominations of Christianity happy. And so it would the whole reading, the whole writing of that Bible, which was conducted at 3 separate places by I think 47 different authors using a multitude of different sources. For anyone to suggest that in any way ended up with a true reflection of a God's word, if indeed there ever was a God, it is risible. Now, I fully understand the argument that, oh yes, but all these 47 different authors in 3 different places using a multitude of different previously written Bibles, their hand was inspired by God. I've heard that argument, and if you are gullible enough to believe that, that's a matter for you. I can't stop you believing that, but I find it particularly unpersuasive.
Okay.
And you know, I can't remember the number of Bibles that were used, but there were many. There was a Tyndale, there was a Geneva, there was the several. And then if you look at the sources of those Bibles, and then you look at what material they were using, and who wrote them and everything, you end up in a position where I don't see how you can possibly say that anything that is contained in the book can be relied on whatsoever. The earliest manuscripts that were relied upon are limited. The earliest writings of, for example, the New Testament, and I know there is some academic disagreement between this, but I think it's generally accepted that they were written at the earliest perhaps 80 AD, and as late as 120 AD. And I also fully accept that some people will say to me, "Ah, yes, but that's contemporaneous." Well, I can assure you, having spent 20 plus years in the legal system and appearing in courts and dealing with evidence, if any person, whether it was a witness or a barrister or advocate, stood up and said that a document that was written 40 years after the event was contemporaneous, they would literally be laughed out of court. So that I know I'm quite often somewhat long-winded, but those are the first few of the sorts of arguments that I would use to say that there is nothing that can be relied on in the Bible. Now, what's interesting, and this may lead on to a more constructive discussion. I accept that there was probably somebody living at around the time of Jesus. I suspect more than one person about whom these stories were written. There must have been something going on for the Christian faith to develop in the way that it did. What I'm not certain about, and I don't think that anyone really can be certain, excuse me, is that the account given in the Gospels, for example, can be relied on in any way. They weren't written by eyewitness testimony, by eyewitnesses. They were written long after the event. They were probably written in the same ways. For example, the King James Version of the Bible was written for political and religious reasons. So I don't see that you can put a great deal of reliance on it. The earliest writings obviously came from Paul, who, unless you accept the experience he had on the road to Damascus, he never actually met Jesus. And contemporaneous writers of the time, of which there were many, the most famous one, of course, being someone will help me out here.
Josephus.
Josephus, thank you. Wrote, I think it's something like 24 words about somebody called Jesus. And also, there are certain things that, if they had happened, as described in the Bible, the fact that no one recorded these things would be absolutely extraordinary. And I'm talking, for example, about the tombs opening and zombies wandering around in their hundreds. And this is not recorded by anyone at all until it sort of like comes up in the Bible, maybe a century or so later. So there are all sorts of reasons why I think that we can doubt the contents of the Bible. Save as I say, for the one example I used, which is, and I've heard this used by several Christians that I've talked to about this, including Nephilim, that the scribes that put together the King James Version, their hands were being guided by God. Now, if you're prepared to believe that, then there is absolutely no argument that I can advance that is going to satisfy you otherwise. I just think that it's an incredibly extraordinary claim for which there is no evidence.
Okay.
Is that good enough for you?
Yeah, but I also just had another question. So it seems to me like you were mainly talking about the construction of the Bible, and also this question sort of goes for Floyd as well. I'm interested to see what he would say. What would you two say about what is currently in the Bible right now? For someone like me who didn't do the research of how it was constructed, if I were to just look at the Bible now, what could I look at it and say, oh, because of this, I can tell that the Bible is not true?
Oh, well, I think there are many things that are quite clearly totally wrong. I think there are many things that are written that were clearly written by people that had absolutely no understanding whatsoever of science or whatever. The way in which the Earth is, well, the very creation account is one, but let's say that was allegorical or whatever. There are passages in which the cure for leprosy is described, and it involves the blood of one dead bird and one half dead bird or whatever, and smearing it around and all this sort of stuff. Now, that I think is a nonsense. Rabbits chewing the cud is a nonsense. Putting an animal in front of a striped stick whilst it's mating will mean that it produces striped offspring is risible, false. Pretty much, I know my friend Aaron Ra says that in absolutely every respect, any claim that the Bible makes about science or similar fields is totally wrong. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable enough to know the Bible well enough to know that every single claim, but pretty much everyone that I'm aware of is absolutely wrong. Then we can look at historical sources such as the writings of those at the time. And again, the Roman record keepers were pretty good, and they wrote extensively. And there are only 2 accounts of the nativity scene, one in Matthew, one in Luke. And they contradict with each other. One seems to have his birth at around 6 BC and the other one 4 AD. The census...
Actually, they're reversed, actually.
Was it the other way? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. There was the census that was supposed to have been taken that got Mary and Joseph to Bethlehem. Is something that is simply not recorded anywhere in history. It is a pure invention. You've got things such as the lineages from I can't remember who to Jesus, but they appear again in only 2 of the Gospels, or 2 of the books of the Bible. I think they're the Gospels, and they're incompatible, and you can go on and on and on. I think that the site Dwindling in Disbelief, or I think that's the title of the site, and if it isn't, it'll come to me, recognizes over 700 inconsistencies in the Bible, and that's just inconsistencies. That's not factual errors. So when I say the Bible it's pretty much wrong on damn near everything, I'm not overstating my case. But Floyd probably has got a better understanding because his knowledge of the Bible is greater than mine.
Yeah, I mean, you brought up a lot of examples. I put a quote from Bible scholar Hector Avalos that kind of sums up the whole thing. And I'll read it. It says, textual criticism, in fact, has helped destroy any notion that there was ever a stable entity called the Bible. When we learn about how the Bible was written, how it was constructed, all the politics that were involved in it, and so forth, we understand that it is a very human invention, and it can be explained, through human history. That no God is required to account for how the Bible came about. You learn about the different sources. We learn about how in Genesis 1, it's basically just a rewrite of an existing Babylonian story, and it actually contradicts the very next story in chapter 2. And we learn the sources of where they came from. We learn that some sources come from the northern kingdom of Israel, and some of the stories come from the southern kingdom of Judah. And they're just basically fused together. In fact, you can even if you read the Noah's flood story, you can actually separate it, separate the passages where they call God God, and separate with the passage that says the Lord God or Yahweh, and you'll actually find 2 separate flood stories that were actually interwoven together. One says, bring on one of every kind of animal, and the other story says, bring 7 pairs of clean and unclean animals. So, when you learn about, how the Bible came about, you realize it's not that supernatural of a book. It's a very human-made book.
Can I also add this, Floyd, if I may? That and again, this isn't an area where I've got great expertise, and I don't know to what level you may have, but the God-creating capacity of mankind seems to run through all recorded history. That is to say, every single civilization that we are aware of has created a god or gods, and the the creation account in the Bible is in no way original, and some would suggest it has been borrowed from a number of different sources. There was another thing which I believe is you cannot make consistent, however broad your brush is, however blunt your pencil is, you cannot make a connection again between the account given about the women going to the tomb, which again I think is only mentioned in a number of accounts, maybe 2 of the Gospels, and the stories are again inconsistent. And then finally we have what again I believe scholars pretty much universally accept are that the last the last 8 or 12 chapters of Luke have been tagged on well after it was first written to give the idea of ascendancy into heaven, or no, in fact it was to include the visiting the tomb. I think I'd have to check that.
I think you're talking about the long ending of Mark.
Mark, sorry, okay.
Yeah. In the earliest and best manuscripts we have of Mark, Mark ends at in chapter 16, verse 8, and then a long ending 9 through 20, I believe, was added on later. In fact, that is just one ending. There's actually a separate ending in other manuscripts that really doesn't show up in our modern translations. But it's clearly, and in some modern translations we have, like if you take a look at the RSV, for example, it'll actually end at verse 8. But if you look at the King James, for example, it has the longer ending. But again, there are actually two separate endings for the Mark Gospel. So we know it was a later interpolation. In fact,
again, if just I just bit my tongue. That's the worst thing you can ever do. It really irritates me to do that. But there was just something, and I'll be as quick as I can, Floyd, about this. But it goes back to one of the reasons why I sort of like gave up faith and belief in God, because the teachings I had was God was all wonderful and all powerful and all loving, and I couldn't understand why there was so much suffering in the world. And the account that was given to me then, and the account that I have heard so many times subsequently and still hear to this very day, was that was the Old Testament and everything has changed. No, come on. Your God is all loving, he's all powerful, and he really loves us. Now, I made these notes in literally the first 10 minutes that I was here, if that, and there were about 10 different points, so I'll run through them as quickly as possible. There was comment about could God cure cancer if he wanted to. It's the same question, why doesn't God cure amputees? Either he is not all powerful, not all loving, or for some reason has decided just to allow suffering to continue. Then there was a point, oh yes, well, and this goes back to the lying in the Garden of Eden, at the point where I first joined the conversation. Why is it that this all loving person has caused this sin that was committed to effectively be inherited into every single generation, and we all must suffer for what was his design fault, by which I mean, who put the tree of life in there? Who put the tree of knowledge in there? Who put the serpent in there? Who made the serpent talk? Why did he imbue Adam and Eve with a sense of curiosity? This is a design which he says there was everything was good about it. Of course it wasn't good.
DPR,
it was
please, can I speak for 1 second? Anybody that isn't speaking in the chat or live on air, please leave if you can. Ocean wants in.
Sorry.
It seems to me that there's enough room, though. Am I wrong?
No, you're very wrong.
Yeah, it looks like there's 10 people here. which is the maximum, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
You'll forgive me if I don't leave just yet, because there's a couple of more things I'd like to say.
No, DPR, don't leave, please. No,
Thank
not you. You're talking like crazy. Somebody
It's okay.
that.
I do that now and again.
It's okay.
No.
I'll leave and maybe
No,
I'll.
no, not you either.
Okay.
Christopher. Okay, John left. All right, Ocean, come in.
So yeah, can I carry on? And again, I know that I've monopolised things for the last few moments, so I'll sort of like try and wrap things up as quickly as I can. But again, I'm just going back to just a few notes that were made in the conversations that you were having. Yeah, why did God put the serpent there and whatever? I mean, it was a design flaw that was so fundamental. I'm sorry, I've got a cat on my desk, so excuse me, and I've got to be cautious where it goes. It's okay. I think we're safe now. Mention was made of God's solutions to problems. Now, you know, obviously things had gone wrong. So he decided that the only solution was to kill absolutely everything on Earth. Now, I remember being told this story, as I say, in my tender years. And I also remember the fact that it was told as if God was being wonderful when he did this, and wasn't he great to remove sin from the face of the earth? And when you first hear that, when it's being taught to you by a person of authority, you can very easily buy into it. But as I say, by the age of 9, I was beginning to think, hang on a second, this isn't such a wonderful thing for a God to do. Why was it necessary? If he wanted to forgive sins, then why didn't he just forgive them? Why didn't he just change things? If there was a problem, if he was so powerful that he could speak everything into existence, he could speak or any problem or issue out of existence as well. So these are the sort of reasons that that I maybe begin to doubt, so far as I recall, to the best of my recollection. Then, you know, and it's difficult to know whether these arguments came subsequently or they just supported the arguments that I had already formulated before I'd got to the age of 10. The concept, well, you know, God made you so he can break you. That doesn't seem to be a particularly pleasant sort of attitude for an all-loving God to have. The concept of hell seems to be totally contrary to, and I fully accept, before anyone interrupts, I fully accept that not all Christian denominations believe in the concept of hell. The majority, I think, do. The idea of an eternal punishment for a finite crime.
DPR, what are you reading? What are you reading, DPR?
These are just my thoughts, and these are the points I'm reading are those that were made in the first 10 minutes when I joined this conversation. Okay? Does that help? I'm not reading from anything. Okay? So, my next point was, oh yes, my next point was this. None of the above, nothing that I have said, disproves the existence of God. And this was a question, again, which was asked of someone. And again, please, I promise you, I'll be no more than 2 minutes, absolutely maximum, probably less than that. None of what I have said in any way means that I can disprove the existence of a God, which I think was one of the questions that you asked, Rev, maybe to Floyd or maybe to someone else, I can't remember. I wouldn't hesitate whatsoever in saying that I cannot disprove the existence of a God. But as Floyd said, if you're talking about a God which is logically inconsistent, then that obviously poses problems. I don't think that the Christian God necessarily is logically inconsistent. What I would say is that he may be a utterly horrible creature, as Dawkins describes in The God Delusion, and that wouldn't disprove his existence. What it would disprove, in my view, is that this entity is certainly totally unworthy of any praise or any worship. And if he demands it by threat of eternal damnation, then again it makes him an utter fucking arse. And
I agree.
even though the concept of hell, let me tell you, I remember when I was led, interestingly, 2 by 2 from the school I was at to the church every Monday morning. I remember looking at the lectern and looking at this really angry-looking eagle that held the Bible open, and listening to the vicar talking to us, amazing, about hell and how we would all suffer in hell. That was an incredibly powerful message, and it's one that still, to this day, it resonates, because occasionally I do just find myself thinking, wow, what if hell really does exist? So, you know, and this is another criticism I have of all religions, that they always try and get the youngsters, because they're the easiest to indoctrinate. It's the old saying, isn't it? Give me the boy until he's 7, and I'll give you the man. I've talked too much. There are many other things I could talk about, but I don't want to monopolize the conversation.
Okay, Ocean, that's where you need to step in.
Well, I guess well, Ocean, I guess, waits to talk. M brought up the idea of, well, if if God defines goodness, then no matter what you think, it still doesn't matter because God is defining the goodness, if this God exists. Okay, well, if you believe that, okay, I recommend you watch my debate with Epi. It's on my channel. It's on Shanaraki's channel as well, where I actually take the Bible's definition of love that's found in 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 6. So if God created, if you're going to say God created love, God created goodness, okay, it's actually, love is actually defined in the Bible in 1 Corinthians 13, and then I break that down and I show example after example after example, God contradicting what that says.
Okay, Floyd, I think we're beyond the God of the Bible at this point. Okay.
Well, again, if we have to talk about specific gods here.
Yeah, I think that the conversation has been mostly, if not entirely, about the God of Christianity. Is that right? Am I wrong? This seems to be the one that EPR is focusing on. I take minor issue with him saying that all religions get them while they're young, but as I've changed religions fairly late in life by comparison. But
I can explain if you want very briefly. My criticism is aimed at the moment in relation specifically to Christianity, because that was a topic that was being discussed when I joined the conversation. But
yeah,
I make the same criticisms about other religions insofar as that they are man-made. Floyd, can I just ask you, First Corinthians? You said that you were talking about love. I've got it open now. Was it First Corinthians?
Are you sure that all religions are man-made?
I would say that all religions are man-made in the same way that science is man-made.
Yeah, sorry, I've got music going on here, so I can't really talk.
Ocean, well done.
Sorry, Floyd, can I just ask you, you said love was described in, I think you said First Corinthians.
All right, the Christian God is bullshit, so let's move on.
Yeah, 1 Corinthians 13, 4 through 6. I had a debate with Epicurus. He goes by Max Hangout or Maximus Confesses.
Is it all right if I read it from the King James Version of the Bible?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you. I'm not going to read it out loud. I'm just curious because I'd not heard it being described in that way. So, Ocean, you wanted? Did you actually want a response?
No, I mean I agreed with most of what you said.
Well, I'll tell you. Let me see if we can agree on this. Science has a predictive quality, and it works so far as it can to finding out as much as we can understand about the universe, and it is something which is testable, observable, so far as it can be. And I would differentiate science from religion in that religion makes claims which it cannot possibly substantiate, doesn't even attempt to substantiate, that are unprovable and untestifiable. So there is, I would say, there is a difference between science and religion.
What do you mean by
yet I would say
let
that
me ask you,
both
DPR,
were made.
DPR.
Rev, I got this.
Okay, go ahead.
He's addressing me, so I might as well. What do you mean by untestifiable?
What I mean is this: if for example, someone says to me, "Well, if I raise a question with someone about the contents of the Bible, and they say to me, well, that could have happened that way at that time, because God is all-powerful and he could have just made it happen." I don't know, we could take rabbits. The one that sticks in the mind was rabbits chewing the cud, because that's the one that I used most recently, within the last week or so. And I was told, well, you know, maybe God did make rabbits chew the cud at that time. That is an untestable claim.
Oh, untestable. Oh, okay. Yeah, fair enough. I'd say a lot of the claims are, especially when it gets down to claims about God, or the kind of claim that you're talking about. That's mostly claims about biblical literalism and young Earth creationism. I think that a lot of those. I mean, I would agree with you that those kind of claims are silly.
Let me take another one. I think the resurrection is the resurrection is untestifiable.
This word untestifiable, I don't think it's a word, but untestable. Sure, the resurrection has a lot of issues with being able to validate it. I've had that conversation with Stamos over and over. That he's saying that the resurrection can be a conclusion with historical facts that we have available to us, which I'm like, okay, I can kind of give you that if you assume supernatural events.
Possibly.
Yeah, as a possibility, but it doesn't. It's not. You're on really rocky ground, or
yeah.
You're building your house upon.
Well, I don't know whether I am. Seeing as the resurrection, when I ask Christians, what are the central tenets of Christianity? Normally, the number one is a resurrection. Okay, now in relation to the sorry,
which they take that on faith, and they'll admit it usually.
Thank you.
Well, in that case, I've got no problem, because if you're saying you're taking it on faith, you're accepting that there is no evidence for it.
Yeah. Well,
in that case,
what would you want for empirical truth, DPR, for the resurrection of Jesus Christ? I mean, it's like
if the question is, can you prove it? The answer is going to be no. If the question is, what evidence do you have? Well, then you're going to be just sitting there with the Bible and a couple of other historical sources about the crucifixion. But like the crucifixion, I think you can at least validate historically, and with a historical metric, there's evidence for the resurrection. But
well, hang on. Let's just deal with those in turn if we can. And you know, I apologize.
Fair enough.
I'm always seem to be interrupting people, and I'll use Matt Dillahunty's reason for interrupting. There is no point in me allowing you to go on for 10 minutes and then just to come back to the very.
I wasn't going to go on for 10 minutes. I was actually pretty close to done.
I know, but you understand my point. So, your first point in relation to the crucifixion, I would accept that crucifixions took place, but if you are going to tell me that
the crucifixion.
the crucifixion of Jesus Christ took place, then the first thing that you would have to prove to me is that Jesus Christ existed. Now, in relation to that, I've already accepted, and this was before you came in, so it may be helpful if I just summarize it very briefly. I accept that there was probably someone, or more likely several people, that could fit under the general description of Jesus Christ. So far as, if anything, we can understand about his life. One or more of which may have been crucified. We don't know. Okay, so the crucifixion is probably
one or more.
Although I wouldn't necessarily accept it, it's probably one of the easier
DPR, one or more of which. What is that?
He's right that there were other people, messiahs at the time.
All right, fair enough.
Which, okay, there was a handful of them. One or more of them may have been crucifixion. I think that one of them was Jesus of Nazareth. And there's at least 5 accounts if you discount Josephus, and even if you discount the Gnostic Gospels. If I would take Tacitus into account, I like him, and then the 4 Gospels, which I like. If you count the Gospels as one source, then you have the Gospels and you have Tacitus.
Tacitus is just reporting what he heard from Christians. Josephus are later Christian interpolations. I say there's not good evidence at all for the crucifixion or the existence of the historical Jesus, basically.
Tacitus, if there was question that Jesus existed, and I think Tacitus would have commented on it.
Just dealing with Josephus.
Well, I just said I discounted Josephus.
Okay, well, fair enough. Let's not even talk about Jesus. Let's throw him out.
All right. Here's the thing. Ultimately, DPNR. Ultimately, DPR and I disagree on has to do with whether or not the Bible can be accepted as evidence and whether or not science is essentially fortune telling. We got into that argument a while ago, but I think that's really the cruxes of our disagreements, and most everything else we agree on.
Yeah, I enjoyed the discourse that we have because it's done on an honest and respectable level. But occasionally I have to pop to the bathroom, and this is one such occasion. I'm sure Floyd would love to continue the conversation whilst I'll be away for 2 or 3 minutes about whether the Gospels can actually be taken as one source or 4 different sources or whatever.
I'd be willing.
I think that's interesting because I do have comments to make about that, but I'm sorry, you're going to have to excuse me for a moment.
We'll yell at each other when you get back.
Piss break!
God damn it, Jeff.
Yeah, I don't consider the Gospels to be historically reliable at all. I mean, DPR gave a lot of good reasons earlier about things like the nativity stories not being historically.
Well, birth narrative is almost assuredly made up. That's
yes, yeah. So I guess we have to determine, okay, what if we start getting rid of the miracle stories and the embellishments and so forth, what are we actually left with? If critical Bible scholars point out that a lot of the stories that about Jesus and so forth can be taken right from the Old Testament, and a lot of the stories parallel Greek stories and so forth. So if you take away a lot of that, what are you actually left with? It's like a artichoke. You peel away all the layers.
Why would they be retelling Greek stories? It's a different group of people.
Well, no, it's a lot of Christians at the time were Greek audience.
A lot of them were, yes, but that's. Yeah.
I mean, they don't write stories that would appeal to them, right?
What Greek stories are they mirroring? I guess you could make a comparison to Dionysus, the whole water wine thing.
Yeah. I mean, the mystery cults, the dying and rising God motifs, the virgin birth.
Like who? Dying and rising God motif.
Yeah.
Who else does that?
Very, very common at that time. mystery cults,
Well, no, I asked pretty specifically which gods die and rise again.
The Jewish interpretation of Hellenistic philosophies found in Philo, for example, like the idea of the Logos found in the John Gospel that comes right from Philo, who was heavily influenced by.
I wanted to dig into something specific, and you seem to have kind of railroaded past it.
Well, specific. Well, the virgin birth, for example, would be something specific, right?
Yeah, let's go for that. Who else has got a virgin birth?
Well, I'm sorry?
Who else has got a virgin birth?
Oh, well, Hercules, for example.
Hercules?
We're just not talking about virgin birth. We're talking about a divine birth, right? A divine being impregnating a human female. We find that.
But you can consider all those virgin births. That's not,
well, they are. Yeah, I mean,
that's not the implication that's made with Jesus. Her conception's immaculate. There was no sexual contact with Zeus's little harem of women, mortals that he came down and had children with. He actually did have intercourse.
Well, I mean, they sanitized it. That's for sure.
But like he would show up as a swan, but or something, and
Krishna.
The window is a ray of light and impregnated Alexander's mother.
Well, it's still divine sperm, so to speak, though. Impregnated.
It's divine sperm, but there's no divine sperm in Jesus' conception.
Can you just remind me in what chapter and verse the Holy Ghost comes down to visit Mary?
It's in the birth narrative, which is one of the reasons. The whole virgin birth thing is.
Yeah, can you remind me which chapter and verse it is?
I don't know. It's Matthew 1 something, I bet. Rev might know. I'm not a Christian. I'm more interested in talking about what I'm taking issue with is not necessarily that there are other stories that are kind of similar. It's stuff like virgin birth or dying and resurrection being themes, and I'm like, well, who else has got these things? And if you're talking about sons of Zeus, well, none of them are virgin births, not a single one.
Oh yeah, they are all.
No, because they all have sex with Zeus.
Well, Mary had sex with the Holy Spirit.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
Where?
The Holy Spirit impregnated her.
Every single person in the room is going to be like,
just because a spiritual penis wasn't written down.
Find me a Christian that believes that Mary had sex with anything. The Catholics will roundly refute that Mary ever had sex.
It's not a matter of having sex. It's a matter of a.
That's the virgin part. If we're talking about the children of Zeus and they have sex with Zeus in order to have the child, that's not a virgin birth. that's normal things happening, and then out comes a baby. There's still divine sperm involved, but there's still a sexual relationship.
It's a spiritual insemination.
I think that the comparison, that my issue with the comparison is being missed. It's because with Mary there is no sex, and that she is a virgin.
There doesn't need to be sex.
There is with all the others that you're comparing it to. And if you're saying that virgin birth is a trend, well, if you're saying virgin birth is a trend, then I would figure
it's a special divine birth, a conception.
Divine birth, fine. That this child is a god, that's common. That's Alexander the Great. That's Hercules.
Yeah.
But that's the virgin birth thing is what I'm taking issue with. I'll agree with you that Jesus is considered a god from birth, but that's not the. Is that the commonality that you're pointing to, or I thought we were talking about virgin birth because I heard virgin birth like 8 times.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, that is one of the commonalities. It's a divine father, so to speak.
Well, divine father is one thing. Krishna was like the 7th kid. That was definitely not a virgin birth.
No, not. There was a couple of times Krishna was born. One of the times was of Devaki, was virgin.
Devaki is okay. This is not a story I'm familiar with. I'm familiar with the initial birth of Krishna, which is not a virgin.
Yeah, no, I was reading up on the first one. Go ahead, DPR. I was done.
No, my recollection is so shady on this that I can't be can't be certain that it's relevant. But I recall from Greek mythology, Zeus decided to have a child of either another god or a mortal, and the expression that is used is that he came to her in a golden shower. But it certainly doesn't describe any sexual activity. So I don't know how you would read into the expression the golden shower.
Usually it's like they took her or something like that.
Well, no, it doesn't. It specifically doesn't say that. Well, that's an interpretation, isn't it? But this is the interpretation which apparently you were putting on.
I can bring in a Hellenist
the Gospel according to
talk about whether or not he thinks that there was a sexual action going on.
I've been rereading these paragraphs a couple of times, and I can't make sense of them. So if you want to look at Matthew chapter 1,
yeah, sure.
I think it sort of like says verses.
I'm gonna go all the way down the hallway though. Hold on a minute.
That's fine. It's just.
Why would you bring up Matthew to Ocean, DPR?
Well, we're talking about the Bible.
Because I was told that I asked specifically where the virgin birth was described in the Bible, and I was told it was Matthew 1. So that's what I've got in front of me right now.
I just said that I'm not a Christian. I don't know this shit.
There we go. So you put Matthew, King James Version of the Bible, Matthew chapter 1.
You're treating Ocean like he's a Christian, DPR.
No, I'm not.
It's something that happens. I mean, you are too.
I'm not. I just think it's an interesting question. This is
I
where
think
I
more
was
treating me
referring
as
to the
somebody
virgin
disagrees with
birth,
him, which is fun.
and I'm not entirely sure that it is a virgin birth, but I'm trying to reread it and listen to the conversation at the same time.
The birth of Jesus. Now, the birth of Jesus took place this way.
Sorry, the conception of Jesus.
Doesn't have. This is talking. Before that, it's talking about the generations going forth to. Let's see, Joseph. The case of Joseph, but she was found with child from the Holy Spirit. Her husband Joseph, being righteous man, unwilling to expose her to public disgrace, planned to dismiss her quietly. Right. So. It just says that found her to be with child from the Holy Spirit.
It's the next section, which I think it's verse 20, and I'm reading from the King James Version, and it says,
I'm reading from the NIV.
While he thought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David,
go back for a second.
Fear not to take thee Mary, thy wife, for that which is conceived.
I'm going to do a Matt Dillahunty real quick because you're reading from the wrong passage. Go to Matthew 1:18.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
What does Matthew 1:18 say in yours?
In mine it says, now the birth of Jesus Christ was on the wise, when as his mother Mary was espoused to Joseph, before they came together, she was found with child of the Holy Ghost.
Right. So there's no description of a sexual union. It just says that she is pregnant from the Holy Ghost.
So can we assume that there was no physical act, or do you just
traditional interpretation since the dawn of Christianity?
Can you understand my point? I'm sorry, I've been trying to make this for a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Can you understand my point that in a Bible that is obviously in some ways it does describe terrible things, but in other ways it tries to describe things in a very nice way. It's unlikely to talk about sexual activity, and so it uses you
read Ezekiel 23:20?
I may have done. I can't remember.
That's just one of the areas in the Bible in which it explicitly describes sex.
Right, but
it talks about dicks the size of
horses
and donkeys, like just everywhere, like just come all over the place.
We're talking here about the union.
The great passage of the Bible is one of my favorites.
Okay, well, I'm going to jot that down and have a look at it in a second. So it's Ezekiel which?
Ezekiel 23:20.
23:20. I'll have a look at that.
Her adventures.
I might read that out for the entertainment of everyone. My point is, when we're talking about the conception of Jesus,
Yeah.
Okay. Do you not accept that the authors of the Bible are going to be seeing as sex to a large degree was a bit of a taboo? They're gonna brush over the details of how exactly it happened. So it doesn't surprise me that they sort of like leave out things and just say, oh, it just sort of like all happened magically, rather than the Holy Spirit shoved his cock up a cunt.
Well, I don't think it would necessarily describe it in those terms. Let's see. Let's go to 648 in my Bible real quick. This is Ezekiel. I just want to read you how the Bible does describe sex sometimes. Let's see.
Actually describes that the conception of Christ in Mary's womb was by the Holy Spirit. It has nothing to do with a cock. DPR. Nothing to do with a cock.
I don't think the Holy Ghost has a cock.
A cock.
Let's see. 20.
I'm desperately trying to find it before you do. It's
Ezekiel 23:20. It's on page, ironically, 666 in my Bible.
23:20. Oh shit! You beat me to it.
Anyway, I'm going to start at 18.
Which version are you reading, by the way?
I'm reading NRSV, which is it's
23:20. Okay,
I'm starting at 23:18. It says, when she carried on her whoring so openly and flaunted her nakedness, I turned in disgust from her, as I had turned from her sister. Yet she increased her whorings, remembering the days of her youth and which she played the whore in the land of Egypt. And she lusted over her paramours there, whose members were like those of donkeys, and whose emission were like that of stallions.
I've got horses, not donkeys. Oh no! Sorry, I'm sorry.
There's donkeys and horses.
Whose flesh is like the flesh of asses, and whose issue is like the issue of horses.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, that's nice words, but I think it's pretty upfront.
If there's any scripture that will get Nadia born again.
Between that and Opus Dei, you got close to making a sale.
And thus you longed for the lewdness of your youth, when Egyptians fondled your bosom and caressed your young breasts. So,
man,
yeah, there's some intense description for you in a book that's read by children.
Well, it's not read by children. I'm sure. I'm absolutely sure that you will not find any Sunday school.
Well, you won't find a Sunday school lecture on it, but the book is there.
The book's there, but of course they're not encouraged to read it. They do what's being taught from the pulpit. I would love. I mean, it's a point that's been made many times over and again. You know, wouldn't it be wonderful if we could actually read children the true content of the Bible?
I mean, I could see it being a conversation. Anyway, the point is that authors of the Bible weren't afraid to talk rather intimately about sex.
Yes, and my point is I fully accept that, but there is a difference, I think, between...
Let me describe two issues that I have with this. First, the passage that we're talking about, Matthew 1, is from the birth narrative, which I believe is almost assuredly made up in the first place. Second, this is something that even if you assume that this is a true account, and which the Catholic Church does and many other Christians do, traditional interpretation of what is described has been for centuries, and never otherwise, as far as I know, unless you're Mormon, that there was ever any sexual contact with Mary. This has been the belief since Matthew's been around. So, if you're going to say that, the Holy Spirit put its cock in her, you would have to first demonstrate that the Holy Spirit has a cock, or that there's any belief that the Holy Spirit has a cock, and second, find where in the world there are Christians that actually believe that, because that's just not part of the religion, as far as I'm aware.
I think it's a central tenet of the Catholic religion, isn't it?
No, Catholics do not believe that Mary had sex ever. Period. Even after.
Yeah, but
there's descriptions of a brother of Christ, and they think that was a cousin, because Mary would never have had sex.
No, this is I'm sorry, you're probably talking at cross purposes. What I'm saying is it's a central tenet of the Catholic Church that Mary was a virgin.
Yes, Mary was a virgin her entire life.
Okay, so
Protestants are she was a virgin married to Joseph.
There introduces another extraordinary claim that.
Yeah, I disagree with them on it. I think that she might have.
How does someone become pregnant without some sort of sperm?
Well, let's just say that abstinence is only 99.999% effective.
Sorry?
Abstinence is only 99.999% effective. Sometimes you're somebody like Mary.
Yeah, you don't believe that, though, obviously.
I'm sorry, I have to. Of course I don't believe it. This is. I'm talking about a belief that I don't have. What we're talking about between the two of us is the legend that is there, and I'm happy to talk about it as a legend.
Ocean, why do you argue for Christians? It's like,
well, I don't believe it, but I do get frustrated when people try and mischaracterize it. The mischaracterization that I'm seeing isn't necessarily what DPR is saying, but it's when Floyd was saying something about how virgin births pop up in other narratives, and then defining virgin birth as sex with gods. And I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. So
let me ask you this, Ocean.
Can I just ask you, Ocean, about the passage in Matthew that we just looked at? And okay, it's
why would you ask Ocean about that?
Oh,
because
we're having a conversation. It's
okay.
Him and I.
All right. I'm sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. He knows I'm not a Christian. He's well aware, but we're talking about it from more of a historical thing than anything else.
And again, given the way in which Mary and Joseph and whatever, well, particularly Jesus is perceived, that it is unlikely that the authors are going to go into great detail, which is why that passage in Matthew 1 is so sort of like ambiguous, and it doesn't really say anything, and it doesn't explain how it happened.
There's another birth narrative in Luke. I wonder what it says there. Let's see. I don't know the answer to this, but let's see.
Oh, by the way, I posted a link in the side chat, and it talks about the miraculous births of all of, well, I don't know about all of the religions, but a lot of them. I think it's pretty interesting. I just want to put that out there.
I mean, I do recall Hitchens giving a speech in which he was talking about the fact that a lot of deities seem to have come out of the side of the mother rather than out of her womb and whatever. But I have to accept that looking back on it, and to the best of my recollection, he's not saying that they were virgin births. So I think Ocean may have a point, but I don't necessarily think it's a particularly strong point, because the only thing that's different. Okay, go
on. Luke, 126. Go ahead.
How's everybody?
Doing good.
Topic tonight?
We're talking about Mary the Virgin. Luke, yes, Luke.
And of course, the denial of the messianic status of Jesus Christ.
So I'm looking at Luke chapter
1, verse 26.
I can't talk on the. If you talk New Testament, that's not my area, guys.
Yeah, we're talking about Jesus, Philip. It's okay.
How about we talk about God?
Yeah, let's.
All right.
God doesn't exist, and we're fucking dead.
Don't focus on the man. Focus on God Himself.
The argument against the messianic status of Jesus Christ.
I'm trying to we're talking about virgin birth here for a second. Let me at least get through the other book that mentions this shit.
I've got it in front of me. You're definitely reading from a different version of the Bible. I've got King James version.
Can any of us prove that there is no God? Seriously.
Rev.
I'm sorry, Ocean. I'm sorry.
Calm your tits, son.
Oh my God.
So shall I read my my verse 27
26 through 27. Go for it.
To a virgin espoused to a man whose name was Joseph, of the house of David, and the virgin's name was Mary. That's my verse 27.
Right. So that's the establishment for the virginity. And then if you go down further, it's foretold that she will have a son. His name is Jesus. And let's see. She says, "How can this be?" In verse in 134, Mary says to the angel, "How can this be, since I am a virgin?" And the angel says, "The Holy Spirit will come upon you with the power of the Most High, overshadow you. Therefore, a child will be born and will be holy and will be called the Son of God." Now, there's another situation where you could probably get into arguments over the wording.
Like the wording "come."
So what?
The Holy Ghost. This is my verse 35.
The Holy Spirit will come upon you. Well, that's an interesting way of interpreting it.
The Holy Ghost. Now, that seems to me to be resonant with Zeus coming down as a golden shower.
I think that "come" should probably be spelled differently.
I think it probably should. I'm taking a piss. But yeah, I mean, and again, it's somewhat vague in details, and because it's vague in details, we can't take too much from it. That's all my point. Anyway, people wanted to talk about something else. I promise to shut up for at least 30 seconds.
Yeah, shut the hell up. I don't want at least 30 seconds. Thank you.
If you want to go, Philip, would you have counter arguments against the messianic status of Yeshua ben Joseph?
Of course he does. Go for it, Phil.
Okay, Moshe, when he was on Sinai, when he saw the presence of God, how they put it is, how it was written, is because you can't really write. If you saw God, you would die. So how do you word it? So they worded it that Moshe, that he saw the backside of God. Okay, and Christians take that literally to be Jesus Christ, what they saw. Moshe saw, and it was not Jesus, but it was the manifestation of God that a human being could see, which was the light part of it, not all of it either. But the manifestation of Hashem is a little different. I know it's good to say Nadia, there ain't no gods or any of that stuff. Yeah. But my life is a living testament to his ability. I mean, I've been dead already. So it's like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm a living, walking, breathing miracle. And so is Rabbi Yehuda Glick, who was shot 8 times in the torso on the Temple Mount by Palestinian Arabs, and yet he went to Turkey the other day to have dinner with 1,000 imams to talk about how Jews should be able to pray along with Christians on the Temple Mount. So in every religion, he has so many different interpretations of what Hashem actually means and what he wants people. So people take it for what they will, Nadia. But in reality, you could say the text is all bullshit. That's okay by me. But I think deep down inside, you're an angry person, bitter person for being born the way you are. And you hate him for creating you like that. But everybody has a test.
No, Phil, don't say that to her. Please, don't say that to her.
Everyone has a test, and the fact is, I'm being tested, Jason's being tested, you're being tested, everybody in this room has their little test to go through, and mine is to live through all the illnesses and to struggle. Why, I don't got a clue.
Yeah, I'll think. And Phil, let me ask her this. Nadia, can you prove that there is no God?
In the affirmative.
Yeah, there are tons of proofs. Yeah.
I think you're proving existence.
That's a fucking joke, Nadia. You know that's a joke.
You
know
can't.
that's a fucking joke.
I would say before you actually just laugh and do that, let's hear what the proofs are. Because I've heard of a few arguments before, but
Ocean, come on, bro. You're.
I didn't even give people
Come
the benefit
on,
of the doubt
come
when they
on.
make a claim
She
like that.
she makes a positive claim that there is no God. Come on.
Hear it out.
Nadia, prove that shit. Prove it.
Rev, can I just say something? And I'm sorry to cut through people, but I insist that I'm going to do this.
I'm sorry.
I insist that I'm going to do this whether you like it or not. Rev, ever since I joined this group conversation, I think your behaviour and your attitude towards other people has been reprehensible. If someone makes a point and you don't agree with it, then ask them, rather than do what I would describe as a G-man reaction and just ridicule and laugh. Why don't you just listen? Why don't you just listen?
I need to cut my throat.
Why don't you just listen to the answer that she has to give?
DPR, I should cut my throat.
No,
well,
don't
you should certainly mute your microphone and let other people respond to a question if you have one.
Fair
just
enough.
laughing hilariously like a buffoon is not an argument.
I'm sorry, DPR. How much money do you give Nadia on her Patreon, by the way?
Rev, I know a good exorcist.
How about a buck?
Probably not
How
really
about a
fair
buck?
That's probably not really fair to bring into
Nadia.
this
Nadia. God damn it. God. I am trying to help you, Nadia. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
In vain. It's one of the big sins.
I will answer the question that you posed to me if Nadia is happy for me to respond, which I'm sure she will be. I give her absolutely no money whatsoever on Patreon. So let's get back to the point.
Nadia had some proofs for atheism that she was going to talk about.
She had proofs that she had evidence that she could prove that no God existed. That was the question that was being asked of her before she was so rudely interrupted. Nadia.
I apologize. Nadia, go ahead.
Oh, well, in case of something like a prime mover, you have trouble that causality is a matter within the universe, which you can't have acting from something outside the universe to.
Now I have a universal question for you, Nadia.
And beyond
Wait,
that,
let her finish, dude.
What's another good aspect of a deity? Well, it's said to have something of a mind. That,
Can I understand the argument that you just made? You're saying that causality is an argument that shouldn't be made about the universe because causality is something that is pretty much within the universe only?
Well, are there universal laws of the universe? We have.
I think it's a good point that we don't know anything about what goes on outside the universe. Therefore, a causality argument to the universe doesn't really make much sense.
Right, but my question to you is this: people, there is a Jewish Orthodox nuclear physicist from MIT. He teaches in Israel at the Technion. He's also a biblical scholar now, and he just got his rabbi.
Holy fuck, Nadia!
You know, and I mean, didn't CERN just prove over certain power levels that there's order out of chaos in the universe?
Oh God! Okay,
Rev,
honestly,
I don't know what's up with you tonight, Rev.
Okay.
But I honestly,
Chambers.
I honestly think that you'd be better off leaving the room because you're not doing yourself or your cause any favors.
Nadia, can you answer the question about what they found at CERN recently in terms of the paper about there is order out of chaos?
There is order out of chaos.
Yes, and that supposedly the chaos of the creation, there was order to it.
That doesn't seem very remarkable.
Well, there are laws. They smashed atoms at a very different power levels, and they found in that big smash that they did that they couldn't get above a certain number to answer other theories, but they found the God particle basically.
Can I ask you a question? Are you suggesting that this discovery, to put it in loose terms, has been reported in peer-reviewed papers, and if so, which papers? If not, where has it been reported?
There are papers to show it, and there's a
Okay,
documentary to show it.
which are they? Give me the authors.
I don't have the authors' names, but Dr.
Have you read the papers?
I read part of the papers, but I saw the documentary with Dr. Gerald Schroeder.
Right. So you're not relying on peer-reviewed papers. You're relying on reports about peer-reviewed papers.
No, but there is a peer-reviewed paper on
which one is it?
I forgot the name of it. Jason, can you look it up, please?
Yeah, please, because
Jason, can you look that up?
Yeah, and when you do look it up, and when you find it, please send me a link.
I'm in my car right now.
The general details are probably all I need.
DPR, link inside chat, Dr. Gerald Schroeder's.
But there's also a
documentary.
You're sending me, when I ask for a peer-reviewed paper,
a peer-reviewed
paper! You're sending me a YouTube video?
It would be under CERN. It was the research project. It's under CERN, what they actually did find. It showed, the different power levels, and there's a documentary about it.
So okay, let me just have this. This is the discovery that you say has been made.
No,
recently.
they say they made it when they announced the discovery of the bugs.
DPR, just bookmark it. Okay, watch it later.
There's also a documentary done by National Geographic on the Boggs-Edson particle that's available on Netflix. You can watch.
Oh wow! You really go to the hardcore sources of these.
Well, this was they were actually showing CERN the work they were doing and the mathematics behind it. I'm not a physicist, so I don't understand half the material they're putting out, but it's pretty.
But despite that, you think you can make claims about what they're saying?
Well, right. It's documented. It's in scientific peer-reviewed journals, physics, different universities.
But you're not able to present me with any.
The American. I don't have. I'm not on my computer. I'm on my cell phone, sitting in my car at Thornton's gasoline station in the back. So I don't have access to my keyboard where I can look things up.
Okay. Until you do, let's move on.
Hey, DPR. There was some mention in the side comments about other religions and particularly Buddhism. What's your thoughts?
About Buddhism?
Even in Buddhism, there's some type of creation. That's the whole point. Every culture,
I totally agree with you, Philip. This is something I said before you came into the conversation. So let me say it again as briefly as I can. Throughout recorded history, it appears that every single civilization has had the capacity and has created a god or god. And so God creation seems to be something that is innate in human beings. Probably,
well, you gotta ask yourself why.
Probably, I suspect, to seek to explain certain things, and hopefully by making sacrifices to this entity, they will have a better harvest, they'll have better hunting or whatever.
Wow!
We now live in a production consumption society that's scientific.
They have no idea what the Jews were going through back in those days, man. I mean, seriously. Shit! DPR, you have no fucking clue, bro.
You mean, so DPR, you're saying the Exodus is a fallacy?
Oh, Egypt? Of course it is. That absolutely fictional story.
Yeah,
right.
What is it with you, DPR? Do you want to think that you're on top of the universe? Is that there's nothing above you? That you are it? Is that it?
I'm not sure I follow the question. Are you saying that I don't
Are you the
want
commander
to,
of your
are
own
you saying that I do not? I'm trying to help you here. Are you saying that I do not want to believe that there is a God,
Right,
or are you saying?
you refuse to accept the fact that there might be a God even because
No, no, you weren't here before. Well, I clearly stated I cannot, and I have never ever claimed to be able to disprove a God. That would be a knowledge claim. There may be.
Jay, let him speak.
Sorry.
Let him speak, please.
Yeah,
there may be a deistic God, and this is a something that I just.
Maybe a God.
Well,
Okay.
oh Jesus! Let me explain, and I get halfway through the first sentence.
DPR, why did you say
Why don't
Jesus?
you? Why don't you?
Why'd you say Jesus?
If you don't want my opinion, then don't ask me a question. But this is where Nadia and I would disagree. She says that she claims that she can have knowledge and maybe even evidence that no gods exist. I do not make that claim. My claim is that I do not know how the universe began. It may be that there is a deistic God, by which I mean a God that set everything into creation and then stood back and played no part in its progress. But that would not be the Christian God, because the Christians believe that God plays an interactive or has an interaction.
But the Jews also believe
that we live in. Now,
right, but DPR.
The Christian God has no evidence. There's no reason or evidence to believe that Christian God exists. But I cannot disprove. I cannot disprove that a deistic God may exist.
Okay,
does that help you?
That is a great start, sir. That you admit there might be something that sets stuff in motion. That's a good start, actually. You know, now Nadia, how could you not believe that something had to set the universe in motion?
No, the idea of setting something in motion is a concept of things that go on within the universe. So.
Well, how do you get something from nothing, though? That's the question.
No, you don't necessarily have to know.
You know, how do you create something out of thin air, not even air, a vacuum? That's why I have to believe there's something there. And for me to believe that, that means I have to accept my Torah. That's fact.
But if it's something that's there, then it had to come from somewhere.
Exactly. Which means God, it had to come from a God.
But if it came from something, then that something had to come from something.
Or if it always was.
Well, something has to come from something. But what was there before God? You got to ask yourself that.
Oh, there was no before.
The human
actually,
mind.
in either case, whether there was a beginning of time or not, there was no before.
We didn't use much of our brains. You know, imagine if we used 20 or 30% of them. What we would, you know, eventually, you know, I mean, there were a lot of theories on that.
We use all of our brains.
Not really. We don't. We only use a small percentage of them.
Well, at a time.
No, that's a myth. We use all of our brains.
At a time is true, but we use all of it.
You don't use 100%. Any neurosurgeon will tell you. Any PET scan will.
We don't use 100% at once, but all of our brain is.
You know, but in terms of cognition, there are levels of cognition that we haven't even touched upon yet as human beings.
That might be true, but it has nothing to do with the percentage of the brain that's being used.
We don't use all the brain. We don't use 100% of the brain cells.
Well, you realize that. You know, follicle-stimulating hormone, luteinizing hormone, anti-diuretic hormone, thyroid-stimulating hormone, and others are.
There's a raccoon right by the garbage.
They are things that come out. Excuse me. Those hormones are things that come out of the brain. So not all of your brain is thinking. Some of it is like literally secreting hormones. You know, just for the operation of the rest of your body.
Yeah, I posted a really simplistic link in the side chat. It's neuroscience for kids, but it explains about the 10% myth and where it came from and stuff. Yeah, we use all of our brains. They can map when and how we use the different parts of our brain.
I'm about to scare a raccoon. See him? Caught him in the garbage. There he is. You see him?
Oh, yeah,
There's a raccoon right there. You see him?
Rev.
Now, what would happen if I approached that raccoon? What do you think?
I don't know.
Probably get bitten, right?
Probably run away.
I might get
Oh,
bitten.
yeah, it might bite you too.
It might bite me, though, right?
Yeah. Fight or flight. Yeah, could do either.
He sees the car going back and forth with the lights and it's freaking him out. See it? That's the beauty of living in the burbs. I love those things. Kittens, I want one. I want to trap one, but they're rabid.
You know what the beauty of living in New York is?
You don't have
at least if you're not in, well, the booties.
You don't have raccoons in New York. We do out here.
Yeah, at least if you're not in the booties of East Flatbush. I mean,
we have squirrels, raccoons, we have skunks.
So many pests.
Yeah, you got rats and mice and roaches and
the big sewer rats.
And sewer rats and subway rats. Bigger than squirrels. I mean, oh yeah.
No, don't forget about the sewer crocodiles.
Well, that's
Oh! You're gonna make fun of Phil. Phil, listen, just leave, bro.
Well,
these people are pieces of fucking shit. Leave.
It's a matter of town and country. Well, it's merely a statement of our preferences regarding town and country, and
I like country, my friend.
Okay, there we go. And of course,
I'm from the city. Oh, come on, don't run away. I was watching you. You punk.
Yeah.
I should send you.
I mean, I would rather be on the 30th floor.
That's what I should.
I'd rather be on the 30th floor of the Silver Towers than Hell's Kitchen. So.
I got one for you. Why don't you live in Manhattan at Trump Tower? I have a friend who had an apartment there.
It'd be nice. I don't think I can afford the rent.
What rent? You don't rent it. You buy it.
Oh, true. Yes.
And they sell for like $1.5 million each.
Yeah.
Yep.
Not likely to see that. Yeah.
Then you pay a monthly maintenance fee.
Hmm?
I
know.
I might actually campaign with Donald Trump.
It's beyond my means.
Let me actually campaign with him. I was talking to his campaign people.
Nadia, let me ask you this. Can you prove there is no God? Prove there is no God!
Yeah.
I will pay $1 billion if you can prove there is no God!
Timelessness contradicts both activity and thought and...
Wrong!
Sorry? Okay.
You guys are funny.
Oh, man. Hey, you want to play? I guess some kind of screaming game, but.
No, seriously, Nadia.
Nadia,
do you think chumping on fucking whatever you're chumping on is like actually proving that there is no God? I mean, come on, Nadia, come on.
Rev, I could sort of like switch that back on you. And do you think that yelling, shouting, laughing like a hyena is particularly persuasive of your point? And do you think that perhaps when you watch this video tomorrow, you will actually be somewhat embarrassed about the way in which you've behaved tonight?
Not at all, because I pray and I hope that people see that on my, what people are seeing on my screen, that they actually donate to Nadia Yvette Chambers, Patreon, patreon.com, Nadia Yvette Chambers. Please donate $1, just $1. I mean, give me a buck. Just give Nadia a fucking dollar. Just one. Come on.
Or help her find a job. Either or. If I had a business, I would hire you. Seriously.
Yeah, there are certain ways.
I would definitely hire you if I had a business.
It takes some time to make the connections. So.
I have an announcement to make. Chase, the bastards at Chase, laid my wife off. Yeah. Poor Jennifer lost her job. Yep. Her last day is November 14th, and she has 3 interviews already lined up. Yeah. Interesting.
Sorry to hear that.
Blessing in disguise.
She's a highly paid project manager, and she does very well when except she can't. She's overextending on credit like everybody else. You know. And plus, she has a 19-year-old with tuition. And an old car, and an upside-down house, and an upside-down car, and and upside-down bills, and but we're struggling here, like everybody else. But yet there is no God,
Nadia, I ask you.
What does that have anything to do with a God?
Can you prove that there is no God, Nadia?
How many different proofs do you want?
Can you prove that there is no God, Nadia?
I'll tell you what might be interesting here, because I've not sort of like not recently considered it from this point of view. So Rev, if you can explain to me what you mean when you say, can you say that there is no God? What define God for us, so that both Nadia and I can understand exactly what you're saying.
Well, Nadia claims, DPR, that she
can
prove.
I want you to define God.
Jesus Christ is God.
Okay. So
we don't define, and as Jews, we don't define Jesus as God. We just define God as God.
Exactly.
Anything else.
Okay, so now we've got a disagreement about the definition of God, which is why I wanted to get a definition of God.
No.
Yes.
No. You think we have a disagreement about who God is?
Philip,
no,
is Jesus God?
I didn't ask for a definition of your God. I asked for a definition of God.
I mean, there's multiple ideas. So.
There are many ideas of what God is and isn't.
Yeah, I accept that, Ocean. I want to hear what the Rev's definition of God is, because until we know what his definition of God is, there is no way in which we can.
When you say
who the fuck is a Rev?
Dude, everybody calls you Rev, and you know it. The problem with kind of asking him for his definition of a God in general and not his God is going to create issues.
Right. Yes, and I that's exactly why I asked it, because I knew it would create issues, and I knew to a degree that he would say, well, my God is, but that's not what a definition of a God is. That's the definition of what his God is. Now, if he wants to explain more generally what the definition of a God is, then I think it would be much easier.
All right, I can give it to you.
Whether you like it or not.
Rev, hold on.
If you want it, okay. Hashem is Jesus Christ.
That's where I don't
Hashem is Jesus Christ.
God is not a man, Jason.
Won't accept you. Fuck.
All right.
Rev.
My
I'm
problem
drinking
with what DPR is
God
asking.
can't be a man.
He admits.
He can create like God.
Damn it. All right. He admits that the question he's asking is faulty. He admits to why it's faulty, but he still wants to ask it because it's going to cause issues. Now, that sounds like you're just admitting to being a troll in that instance.
No, it's not.
Not being genuine at all.
I kind of knew what his answer would be. God to him is his particular flavor of God, the one that he has a personal relationship, and I have no doubt whatsoever that the relationship that he has with his God, he believes to be utterly genuine. But there are many other different definitions of a God or gods, and I just want him to be absolutely clear. Is he asking whether Nadia can disprove his particular God, or whether she can disprove gods in general? And by gods in general, I want him to explain what a god is, because Ocean, you and I both know that there are many different gods, many different belief systems. So when he's asking for disproof of God, is he talking about his God or other gods? And in which case, I need a definition of God or gods from him in order
Usually
for
when
me
somebody is a Christ follower, they ask that question.
In order for me to address the question, and in order for Nadia to be able to address the question as well. So I think it is a perfectly fair question on my part.
When Christians have that conversation, they're usually talking about their God.
Yes,
as far as clarification, great.
Right.
But when you ask for a definition of God and he provides the definition of his God, and you say no.
What if he said, well, I'm talking about purely the Christian God, and Nadia said, well, I can disprove that God, but I can't disprove another God.
Fuck the Christian God. How about Phil? Phil, let's talk about the Judeo God.
Well, the God of Israel, you mean, is the same God you guys worship, but you just believe he manifested himself as a man, and the Jews say, no, he did not. Same thing. You know, and that's our dispute, and the Muslims have another dispute, because basically it's over who got a blessing, the Abrahamic blessing, but they call him Allah. You know?
Phil, why do you believe in Hashem?
Why do I? Because it's a personal thing, and the only proof I have is in my life that I'm still talking to this day and breathing.
I have a fun little question.
Actually, this again it wasn't a trick. It really isn't a trick question. It wasn't meant to be a trick question.
I understand that now.
But the thing is, one of the things, Ocean, is one thing that I've discovered over talking about this issue for 40 years is at the end of the day, when people talk about evidence of their God or the belief in a God, they are always talking about their own personal God, and they don't seem to have the ability to expand their minds to accept that, you know, other people have different beliefs, different religions, different gods that they or God or gods that they believe in. So
and you're preaching to the choir on that one.
Until they're prepared to accept that theirs is merely a personal experience for which there is no evidential background whatsoever, I need to know what they mean when they say God in order to answer the question. Well, not for me, because I've answered it, and I think I've answered it sufficiently well. But for Nadia, perhaps it's important for them to explain what they mean by God. And it's not a trick question.
He's talking about the Judaic God, and we really just already had this question. But for Philip, there's the blessing. There's the blessing.
Oh, the blessing of that he.
Yes. Let me get the question out before you answer it.
Sure.
When God promises the promised land to those with the Abrahamic blessing, I would submit that he did deliver the promise to the Muslims, as evidenced by where Islam currently is, and the Umayyad Empire and the Ottoman Empire had that land. But the Jews, he has not delivered that promise to the Jews, and never has seemingly been able to.
It was in possession of David. It was in possession of David, Solomon.
They didn't own all that land all the way to Iran.
Then we had
Persia was there.
Then we had the Romans, which conquered the known world at the time. The finest armies ever fought.
The Romans didn't get to Persia either.
Oh. Well, I'd.
And they didn't conquer the known world at the time. They conquered Europe.
They did conquer the known world.
I think the god of
all of the Middle East, they conquered Iraq.
They did not conquer the Middle East. They had possession of what is known as Mesopotamia for about just like a blip. They had Egypt, yes.
They had Israel. They had.
They did not have Persia.
They had Israel.
Yeah, but Israel's where their borders stopped. They didn't have anything east of that.
Didn't they have Syria too? Damascus?
Yes. That's north.
Had they... Right, that's northern... But what I'm saying
talking about east.
Rome possessed so much. Had they survived, they would have conquered a whole lot more.
Right, and Rome wasn't Jewish.
They even branched out into Britain, for God's sakes. And those, if you think about
it, the fact remains they did not get to Persia. They did not own. Nobody has ever owned the Promised Land besides Muslims.
How is Persia the Promised Land?
Doesn't the Promised Land extend all the way to the mountains of Iran?
No.
Israel is a different interpretation of any Promised Land that I've heard of. What is the Promised Land?
Well, you had the northern kingdoms. You had Jerusalem. You had all of Israel. Which was promised by God to the Jewish people. And even in your Quran, it says Israel belongs.
My Quran.
Even in the Quran, it says Israel belongs to the Jewish nation. Even your Quran, and you, if you're Muslim.
Phil, don't bother.
I'm not Muslim, so.
No, but if you read the Quran, it said Israel of the Jews.
Phil, listen to me, buddy. They don't want to hear this.
Saudi Arabia's Mecca belongs to...
Just leave, buddy. Leave. They don't want to hear this.
Rabbi Glick just went to Turkey, which is the home of the Ottomans. And 1,000 Muslim imams all wanted to meet this man because he stands for the Temple Mount. And he said what that Muslim did when he shot you was he didn't shoot one rabbi. He destroyed all of Islam. And that was in Israel National News. He went to... he didn't want to go because he was afraid there would be an assassination attempt. They provided him with 2 bodyguards and an armored car to go. And he met with 1,000 Turkish imams. And they all said, Israel should be for everybody to pray. Muslims, Jews, and Christians. Okay? Why can't you, as a non-believer, accept what 1,000 imams have to say? That Israel belongs to the Jewish nation. How can you... if you can't accept that, and that's out of the Quran.
Phil, thank you for being in here. Just leave, bro.
No, I don't. No, this is a challenge, an intellectual challenge to prove.
No, Phil, I'm telling you, they think you're an idiot at this point. So just.
That's all right. Let them think I'm an idiot. But Rabbi Yehuda Glick, look it up. Israel National News.
I was going to suggest there are. Isn't there a new Judeo-paganism where they're trying to revive the Canaanite precursor to
no,
Canaanite polytheism is coming back, and Zoroastrianism is as well.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Recognize Karaite Jews. We do not.
I understand you don't recognize them, but they are coming back. There is
They're
a
not
movement
recognized by the state of Israel, by the rabbis.
That's not what she's asking about, Philip. Okay. She's asking about them being around, not whether or not you like them.
Right, they're around. They're a growing movement, and if you listen to what Karaite Jews will tell you, it's okay if you would have if Nadia was to go into a cardiac arrest. If I didn't intubate, I'm not to intubate or save her life on the Shabbat. That's their interpretation of Judaism.
Okay. Again, that doesn't really have anything to do with whether or not they're around. There's also, in addition, there's been a revival of a couple of
If Israel goes with Karaite Judaism,
at some point I'll be able to say something.
Yeah,
Ocean, let me ask you this. Why are you in Nadia's Hangouts?
Because I like them. So, anyway.
Entertainment, right.
Yeah, to a point. Anyway, if I can say this, this has been popping up in a number of areas where Abrahamic religions are sort of falling. You get some people have been returning to their heritage and having polytheistic traditions. I'm one of these people, but I'm more of a European stroke of this. In other areas, they've been appealing to religions of their heritage. Canaanite polytheism is one of them, as well as Zoroastrianism, particularly among Kurds.
Yeah, but it's not polytheism, Karaite Judaism. It's mono.
Then we're not talking about the same thing.
No, Karaite Judaism is not. It's not a poly-secta Judaism. It's a mono.
I understand that. Then we're not talking about the same group of people. We're talking about a different group of people. Because we're not having the same conversation. We would be talking past each other because we're talking about different religions. I'm talking about people that are Canaanite polytheist revivalists, which it's a tiny, tiny movement, but it's there. And same with the Zoroastrianism movement among Kurds is much larger, but it's also there, and there for largely the same reasons, that they're growing dissatisfied with the religion at large, which would be Islam among Zoroastrians and Judaism or Christianity among Canaanite polytheists. Also known as Semitic polytheism.
Doesn't the same God, like Yahweh, appear in the Canaanite pantheon?
Geez. Yes, I think. I couldn't confirm that for you. He's either a war god or a vengeance god. I'm not quite sure which one.
Let me see.
I wouldn't be able to confirm that for you. I'm not as well versed in that. We would have to find some Canaanite polytheists, which is
the hell cycle.
None of the Yahudim say that the name of the Most High is Hashem. Yet they say Hashem, right? They don't say.
They say that the Most High is El.
No. They have no name for him. Philip can tell you that. Philip can tell you that.
Among Canaanite polytheists, the Most High is El.
No.
Well, but amongst regular Jews, current modern-day Jews, including modern Orthodox, conservative Reform, Reconstructionist, they call him Hashem. That's the only thing we call him. You could technically use the other stuff, but it would be improper because it would be mispronounced, so we just call him Hashem Adonai.
That's fine. I don't have a disagreement with that. Because I'm talking about a polytheistic spin-off. I'm not talking about anything that you would call Jewish.
Well,
the Hebrew God was never called Yahweh. Never.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether or not the Canaanite polytheists call it Yahweh. They might call it Hashem. They might call it something else. But there's a king god called El that's the creator, and then there's I think that god has a wife. I don't know what it is.
If you want to learn what it is, that's called Mormonism. If you want to learn what we call God, why don't you listen to Rabbi Tovia Singer? He broadcasts all the time. Or listen to...
Yam is who?
The god of the stormy sea, Yam, with an M at the end. It was granted the title Yah, with a W at the end.
The Hebrew God has never been named. Never! Never been named!
Do you mind? That's
the
Baal
Hebrew
cycle.
God has never been named, Nadia!
That's in
the Hebrew God has never been named.
In the Old Testament.
Telling people about the contents of the Baal cycle here. So, in that
bullshit.
Moses.
Hebrew God never has been named.
Remember Moses said to God, who should I tell them? Who should I tell them?
Pesach, can you please back me up here?
Yes.
Remember
he never
Moses
really
said,
named him. I am that I am.
Right.
Call them I am. Some call him Hashem. Some call him Yodhe.
Yeah.
Different names. Different
names.
The
Yodhe, Vavhe.
No.
Baal cycle.
I am that I am.
That's it.
I am that I am. That's the only name that Moshe was given on Mount Sinai, Nadia. You're a fucking liar! You're a liar!
When Yam is sent to challenge the ruling king of heaven, Hadad.
You're a liar, Nadia. You're a liar. You're a fucking liar.
Are you telling Nadia? Are you telling it?
You want to read the Baal cycle?
Studies Torah. That are you calling me a liar?
I'm just curious as to.
This is not about the content of the Bible. That's about the content of the Baal cycle.
Yeah, I'm just curious as to why
the only name that was given to Moshe on Mount Sinai was I am that I am. Ihayeh. That's the only name. That's it.
Why are you getting so angst and aggressive, Rev?
Because
are you incapable of...
Because Nadia is very not honest.
Well, if you can say, as you've just done, you can say it in a peaceful, calm manner, and you can have a dialogue about it. The way in which you're behaving, and I've seen you a couple of times, and you've not behaved this way before. There's no need for it. Just be civil.
Well, part of what I'm saying is erroneous here.
You can check the link I just put in the side. I think that's relevant to this conversation. I mean, not the link, the text.
Phil left. Phil left.
Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Well, the Canaanite precursors of the Hebrew religion after the fall of Canaan, of course, where the Bronze Age collapsed, is relatively enlightening to examine.
Yeah, sorry if I interrupted, but I just heard, I think it was Rev saying that.
You just heard what?
I thought I heard Rev saying something about God's name, and I knew there was like that verse on the top of my mind, so I posted it here. I don't know if it was relevant to what you were saying, Rev.
I don't care.
No problem.
I don't care. Beat the fuck out of me.
The Lord, well, we need a parallel text or interlinear of Exodus chapter 3, verse 15.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to prove any point. I just thought I would post that there because it had to do with it. But I thought that Rev said that the only name of, or actually I was trying to prove a point because Rev said God never gave his name or something like that, but I thought that I remember in scripture that he did give a name for himself. That's why I posted that.
Exodus 3 inch linear. Headed right to it, and Moses burning bush. Eastern Midian, and where is 15 here? 13. It's really long, or that number is off the set. The Lord is Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh, Yahweh. Okay.
But anyway, Rev. Yeah, no problem. Rev, I think I heard a couple people say that tonight you're acting in a way that you haven't acted it in a way before this. Like, anything particular different tonight? I'm just wondering.
I would ask every single person that subscribes, just give $1 to Nadia on her Patreon. How about that? How about that?
I could probably manage that.
Thank you.
No problem.
Seriously though, are you okay, Rev? I'm asking out of earnest. Are you alright?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm doing my best to help Nadia any way I can. That's it.
Okay. You just seem a bit out of sorts, and I just want to make sure you're doing alright.
Okay. Hopefully that helps.
Yeah, that hopefully helps. So what's everyone doing for Halloween?
I got a friend that's having a party. I'm probably be going over there. Kids doing the normal trick-or-treating thing.
Yeah, I've got this idea about trick and treating because I get really pissed off with these young kids sort of like coming to my door. So I thought what I'd do is sort of like get a load of loose change and put it under the grill and heat it up to a really high temperature. So when they come around and said trick or treat, I say, oh, I'll give you some money, and get this out of the grill with an oven glove. And just say, here you are, and pour it into the hands, and giggle as they scream and sort of like have huge burns in their hands as they run down the street. Does that make me a bad person?
I would think so, yeah.
The other thing I thought of was sort of like just getting some sort of like sweets and stuff, and just injecting them with something nasty that'll just, I don't know, sort of like when they get to the middle of it, they're sort of like tongues will sort of like bubble up, and you know they'll have to spend a couple of days in hospital and stuff. I don't want to kill them. I just sort of like want them to think that just sort of like begging isn't a good idea. Does that make me a bad person?
Well, I think the question is, are you God? Because that would justify it.
The other thing I thought was getting sort of like little pop bottles and drinking all the pop out of it, and then urinating into them, and setting them up again and giving them to them, and sort of like, oh, I haven't got any sweets, but here's a bottle of pop, and they'll say, oh, thank you very much, and they'll probably, because I'm diabetic and I've got high sugar levels in my urine, they'll probably think it's very sweet and nice to drink, and then a couple of days later they'll probably again end up in hospital. Does that make me a bad person?
Well, they'll know where you live, though.
I think
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
that trick part of the trick or treat.
Maybe the urine and the sweets, they weren't the red hot coins. Yeah, I think they'll probably know exactly where it came from. But I think I could certainly get away with the pop drink.
But what about karma? What goes around comes around.
Oh, I wish karma were true.
Can you describe? No, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go to Betsy. I was going to say, can you describe karma? In the same way I was asking people to describe God, but hey, that didn't come out too fruitfully, did it? No, of course, I'm not going to do any of those terrible things. But I don't know. I was talking to a friend today, and I said to them, I can't remember where Halloween comes from and what it's supposed to celebrate or not celebrate, and how trick and treat sort of like came out of it. And neither of us could really sort of like understand. So someone told me.
I think Ocean might be the expert here because she's got the background in Celtic paganism. I think there's some relationship to Samhain and what is it? She was Rhiannon in Britain, Matcha in Ireland, and Epona in Gaul, and would
there's
run around, and there's the Kernan and such, Hounds of Hell, whatever, run around too. Right? Oh, Cernunnos, right?
Yeah, I actually watched a great video.
It's so basic, Cernunnos would be around that time. Pagans generally celebrate Samhain. It's something that mostly Druids and Wiccans hold in common. They will celebrate Samhain. One of the pagan gatherings that I've been to was a Samhain celebration that was mainly Wiccan centric. But was there a question, or was there, and how it?
Yeah, I was just wondering where Halloween came from. What was its background, and how trick and treat is obviously something that's sort of like built up on the back of a previous tradition, and I didn't understand the first tradition, and I don't understand how trick and treat sort of like.
I'm most familiar with Samhain, which is spelled funny. It's Samhain and then pronounced Samhain. If you want to Google that, there's actually plenty of articles on it, and there's also a lot of conflicting information, though. What I've read about it, and I'll go ahead and give you like the direct book source for this. There's a book called A Very Short Introduction to Druids by, I want to say it's Barry Cunliffe. But anyway, it's published by the Oxford Press. And it's from a series of books called Very Short Introductions that I really love. They do all kinds of things. But in that book, it's explained that Samhain is based on a tradition from two gods, a god and a goddess, called the Dagda and the Morrigan. And the Morrigan is a goddess of life and death and of nature. And the Dagda is a god of basically tribal living. And he's the protector of tribes, whereas the Morrigan is the protector of nature. And what's the Samhain is initially, it's the time when the Dagda would abandon his job of tribal protection and go out to subdue the Morrigan. And the Morrigan was known for being very dangerous, and so because people did not have the protection of the Dagda, they would stay in that day, and they might celebrate that the Dagda is protecting them, but he is gone at this particular point in time. So the Dagda goes out and subjugates Morrigan for that period of time, but at that point in time, nature is at its most dangerous. And so that's kind of where the celebration comes from.
Do you have any proof at all that you can present us that these gods didn't exist? That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke, by the way. I'm totally sorry.
Fucking hurt you.
But, no, but it's just slightly odd because it seems to be. It sounds as if it's sort of like almost equivalent to the autumn equinox, and they're just sort of like a month or so out of date. I don't know.
It's according to the because the autumn equinox is another celebration.
Yeah.
This is the Celtic New Year, and it's
isn't it like 7 or 15 degrees, like the Scorpio or something?
I don't. The zodiac is a Greek thing, so I don't know what the relationship would be.
Well, obviously, they called it a different constellation.
Yeah, the Celts have a different zodiac. There's a wheel of the year that is mainly Gaulish, but it doesn't apply to Samhain. Some people make it, like Wiccans will apply the Gaulish wheel of the year to Samhain, but that's really a mixing of two completely distinct and different cultures. So, which I'm partially guilty of that as well, but whatever. The point is that traditionally the two of them really don't have anything to do with each other.
So is it a morally good thing for me to give begging children things?
That has nothing to do with it. God damn it. I think that we've had the conversation before that most pagan religions don't really have much to do with morality. It's just not a question that's addressed. That's something that's fairly big in Christianity, Islam, Zoroastrianism, Judaism, and a few other, is a basket of religions, but not.
What am I? And I'm asking here the American audience because I don't know this, but the trick and treating here, people will knock on whatever door. But she was telling me that, and I don't know whether there's any truth in this, that in America you should only knock on the door where it's got a pumpkin lit up. I have no idea whether that is true.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there we go. I learned something.
Well, now it's basically children walk up and they say, "Give us candy, or we'll write disparaging comments about you on Twitter." Trick or tweet.
Well, we do it if they have to. Their house has to be lighted in some form or fashion, and generally it's not by the jack-o'-lantern. But if they've got their porch light on, then you can go to them for candy.
The porch light is a thing as well.
If they don't give you candy, what tricks are you allowed to play?
Burning their house down is very common.
For some reason, Ocean, I don't think you're taking this conversation seriously. I don't know. There's just something about me that tells me that I'm not trying to discover the truth. No, I don't. I can't remember ever having done it in my youth at all. I really can't. I can't remember any tricks being played on me if I didn't answer the door. So
the most common that I've seen or heard of is the toilet papering of the house or trees and the egging of the house.
I've totally TP'd.
I don't think it's really done in UK. At least not the same way at all.
I don't know what tricks are done.
You've never seen a toilet papered house?
I don't think the UK celebrates.
No. Do you want to post an image in the
shoot. There was one across the street from a street I was on at one point. I wonder if I have that picture.
I think historically the UK hasn't celebrated it at all, and it's only kind of a recent bleed over from the US that it's percolated back somehow.
Yeah,
well, the thing about that, Nadia, is that I do remember
What
from a tender age, people going around doing trick or treats, and I don't want to go into my background, but basically, I wouldn't have been allowed to go out and do it. So I have no idea. And anyone coming knocking on our family household door would either have not have been answered or given short shrift by my father. So I really don't know much about the background to it in this country.
Hey, so DPR, what do you do when people that are religious come to your door?
They don't. I kind of wish they did, sort of like more often. But the only religious people that are likely to do so are going to be the Jehovah's Witnesses. And there was one occasion where I saw a group of them walking up the street, and they were getting closer and closer to my house. And I thought, and this was like maybe 3 years ago, and I thought, well, this could make for an interesting YouTube video. So I actually got my video camera ready, and they went to pretty much every single door in the street apart from mine. And for some reason, they just didn't come to my house. I don't know whether I'm on some sort of blacklist or something. I don't know. But they didn't come. I can honestly say that I can't remember ever in any of the houses that I've lived in, which over the years has been a great deal, ever being ever having any religious person of whatever denomination knocking on my door. Again, it's one of those things that I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but it's certainly never happened to me, so far as I can recollect.
All right, I found a picture of a TP'd house that I was in front of a little while ago. Let me see if I can screen share this guy. Here we go. Boom. So this was a house that a friend of mine was shooting at, and this is the house across the street from it, and apparently somebody had TP'd it overnight. And I was talking with the guy in charge of locations, and he said that that those people weren't there, and they wouldn't be back for like a week, so it was probably going to be up there, and it was also going to be raining, so it was just like, well, sucks for them, but they weren't under our jurisdiction, so we couldn't clean it up or anything.
I mean, it's better than breaking in and stealing their property, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, it is very difficult to clean, though.
Yeah,
I've had to do it's so hard to clean.
It's a bitch.
I would have thought that because it's toilet paper, it would sort of like naturally sort of like dissolve with rain.
Oh, no. No, it doesn't.
Away. No?
Nope. It just gets wet and nasty and gnarly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, it comes apart really easily, but that just makes it harder to clean up, because now you have like little bits of toilet paper all over your yard, because like it comes apart, but it doesn't like evaporate away. It just dries and sits there in a pile. So it's like the grossest thing in the world to clean up.
Okay.
There's a reason why, as a prank, it's such a bitch. You gotta get it out of there while it's dry.
Just like eggs. When you egg somebody's house and the egg dries, it's
oh yeah, it starts to smell so bad.
Well, that and it's just so hard to clean off. You've got to scrub and get all kinds of crap on it. And
you sound as if you're talking from personal experience.
Well, not me
yes.
personally.
Well, I am.
Me too.
My house got egged, but I was too young to have to worry about cleaning it up. My dad at the time had to clean it up, but yeah.
So, do you think that stand your ground should apply to trick and treat night, and you should be able to shoot these children?
Only if they're trying to get into your house.
No, they come armed to your house with toilet rolls and demands. This is a criminal offence, and you should be able to stand your ground and shoot them.
Yeah, I guess you could make that argument legally, but I think stand your ground law, or at least castle doctrine, only applies when you're inside your own house. So if they're standing on your porch, it doesn't apply. But as soon as they come in the front door, it does. And also, if you open the door, it doesn't apply because you invited them in at that point.
Oh, so
Or,
you could
well,
you
I
could leave the
guess not
porch you could
necessarily.
leave the porch door open, and then shoot them from inside the house.
That's called entrapment. I think you know that, Mr. Lawyer.
Well, yeah, but I know
Well, yeah, but
I know.
whatever.
No, I'll tell you what. I know.
I just want to shoot somebody.
I've got a very vague understanding of some of the laws in this country, but I've got absolutely none. Well, no, that's not true. I've got very little understanding of the laws in America, and partly because
Neither do our
the
lawyers.
laws are state by state. So you know.
Yeah, we do that.
It's very difficult to know. Because am I not right that some states have stand your ground and some don't? It's not a federal law, is it?
Some states don't have castle doctrine, which I think is crazy.
Some states don't have
castle doctrine. Castle doctrine is that if somebody invades your home, you can kill them.
They don't have that.
Some don't have that.
Right. Well,
I refuse to live in a state.
I've got no problem with that either.
Well, there are some states where doggy style is illegal.
Oh, what?
I think my state is probably one.
I think my state.
You can't do doggy.
Unfortunately, not.
You are taking the piss. Come on, sure.
The laws might be on the books, but they don't. They're not enforceable.
Not enforced. Yeah.
I'd love to see. I'd love to see how that law is described in a statute
sodomy laws.
Or whatever.
Just Google sodomy laws.
Yep.
There's difference between sodomy and...
Not how they define it. Sodomy is defined as... Sodomy is defined as sex in any position other than missionary.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Well, in that case, yeah.
So I am a repeat offender.
The U.S. military, UCMJ, also same thing. Sodomy laws on the books there too.
But it's been taken to the Supreme Court before and been struck down as not enforceable.
Oh, well, in that case, is it...
I'm more on myself.
If it's been struck down, it's not...
They're on the books, though.
The fact it's still on the law book means it's just antiquated, interesting historical stuff, but no one's ever going to be prosecuted. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, much like the Old Testament.
There was an attempt. Wow. Zing.
But
there was a case, I think somebody else was saying this in Hangouts like a little while ago. There was a case in Louisiana where they were convicting people of homosexuality because homosexuality was illegal on the books. And this was right before the ban strike down. And those went in and they were struck down. But the fact remains that some people were arrested over homosexuality being on the books as illegal.
Well, Castor is also telling me in the side chat that apparently this is something I'm not familiar with. In the United Kingdom, it's still written in law that from somewhere around the 1600s that it is lawful to shoot a Welshman in Nottingham with a bow and arrow after midnight. Laugh out loud until sun rises.
There's a whole bunch of
it was on. Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of things on QI, and I remember watching one of the programs when they did an issue about which laws are still in practice and which aren't, and a lot of them seem to be urban myths. So I don't know whether that one was a true one or an urban myth.
There is a book, or there is.
I can't imagine in the 1600s that there were that many Welsh people in Nottingham. I don't know.
There is a website called dumblaws.com.
Yeah.
Specializes in United States laws, but it has a lot of laws, and it also has links to the state code under each one. For example, in Georgia, all sex toys are banned, and it is illegal to use profanity in front of a dead body which lies in a funeral home or a coroner's office. Donkeys may not be kept in bathtubs.
As a lawyer, right? as soon as I hear there's a law against the use of sex toys, okay,
Yes.
then in order to determine whether someone has committed an offence, it requires a definition of what a sex toy is. Now that, I'd love to know how the case law defines what a sex object
In
is.
1968, a Fulton County resident was convicted under this law. It is despite the fact that the Fulton County jury publicly stated that the law was archaic and noted that such gadgets can have therapeutic value.
Such gadgets, but they're not. I mean, everyone, I imagine, immediately assumes that a sex toy is effectively going to be the same as a dildo, but it doesn't have to be a dildo. It doesn't have to be.
Oh, there's all kinds of ways you can do a sex toy, but
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly,
what.
which is why I'm interested in the definition of sex toy.
And there are personal massagers that aren't sex toys until you use them as one. So
So possession of a sex toy is not an offence. It's just the use. Now that raises other interesting questions.
Well, I would assume that if sex toys are
whether
illegal,
it's been used or not.
well, because here's the question: if sex toys are illegal, is a hairbrush illegal while it's sitting in the bathroom, or is it illegal when it's in use as a sex toy, being inserted, or is it only?
Does it have to be? Does it
become illegal after use, or is it only illegal while it's being used, or is it?
Exactly. And does it have to be inserted? I'm sure. Oh no, because if I say this, you're going to think I'm all incredibly perverted, and I've done this myself. But I'm sure I've read of cases of people using electric toothbrushes to stimulate the clitoris. Now that doesn't involve insertion, and I mean, how are you ever going to prove
I've
this
actually
to be
done that
true?
too.
Okay, well,
It's hilarious.
I wasn't inviting you to breach your Fifth Amendment rights.
I know you read the surgery,
I
so actually even have a clitoris.
Rights on that one. That was a very, very interesting ordeal, and quite successful, I might add. I highly suggest doing that.
I need reconstructive surgery, so I actually even have a clitoris. There we go.
One, I was talking about UCMJ earlier. One of the weird laws that's actually there and enforced is adultery is illegal, according to UCMJ.
Where is this enforced?
Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Oh, huh.
So yeah, and it's.
I could see reasons why that would be enforced in the military.
And it's enforced also. So like, if you are a soldier and single, but have sex with somebody's spouse, you can still be guilty of adultery.
That's kind of more like fornication, but yeah, that's if they would have to define it in such a way that matters, which I'm sure they have.
Suborning adultery would probably be, subordination, probably a more appropriate way to.
Because if it's not defined, then the soldier would be guilty of aiding and abetting.
Well, suborning, I thought.
It's Article 134 of the UCMJ, and it's that the accused wrongfully had sexual intercourse with a certain person, and at that time the accused or the other person was married to someone else, and that under the circumstances the conduct of the accused was to the prejudice of good order and discipline in the armed forces or was of a nature to bring discredit upon the armed forces.
So,
in the city of Ackworth, in Georgia, all citizens must own a rake.
What?
The immoral pleasure seeker?
No, a leaf scooper.
Yeah. Yeah.
I would.
Also, a law in Athens is that goldfish may not be given away to entice someone to enter a game of bingo.
And people say when if I tell them, oh, I'm a lawyer, they say, oh God, how boring and whatever. And yet here we are discovering some wonderful laws that are absolutely fantastic.
I think I've mentioned it before, but spitting on the sidewalk is still illegal in the city that I live.
It is illegal in the state of Georgia to keep a donkey inside of a bathtub.
Sounds difficult.
In Ohio, it's illegal to fish for whales.
Hang on a second. Just rewind a second. Okay, so
Yes.
it's illegal to keep a donkey inside a bathtub.
Let me see if I can find the text for that.
I'm just wondering where this law came from, because was there a propensity of people who kept donkeys in a bathtub? Why was this law introduced in the first place?
Well, right, like, where did the need arise?
Yeah.
I can tell you where the need arose for the spitting on the sidewalk, and that was back when the law was passed. A chewing tobacco was much more common, and businesses and places would they would put spittoons outside of their businesses. They're like a giant vase-looking thing that that was the purpose, was to spit into it. Rather than to have the sidewalks all covered with brown tobacco-stained spit, and that's why they did. That's why they had that law.
There's also a law, so far as I understand, in Singapore that chewing gum is illegal because they don't want the streets covered with chewing gum. And if you go around many city centres, as I'm sure you do, you can probably see why, because people spit out their chewing gum, and it's all over the fucking streets. And if I could increase the penalty of any one particular crime, it would be dropping litter. I just think it is the most unnecessary and most socially offensive thing ever. And yeah, of course, I'm not equating it to rape and murder or whatever, but it's just horrible when you see people come out and they just throw paper wrappers on the street or cans on the street, and I just don't understand the mentality of that.
Yeah,
I'd love to see increased penalties for litter, and probably also chewing gum.
It is also illegal to tie a giraffe to a telephone pole.
What? Come on.
It is also illegal to have a picnic in a graveyard.
Hang on. Which countries are we talking about? Yeah, in fact, let's make this into sort of like quiz. Are we talking about U.S. state laws?
Yes, these are U.S. state laws.
Right. I can't imagine a U.S. state where there is going to be a propensity of giraffes and telegraph poles for it to be made illegal. So if you're saying it's a state, I've got to think of a state where there are going to be giraffes. I'm sorry. Did you?
It is a city of Atlanta law. You cannot tie.
Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that. Okay.
Let's see.
I wonder how many people have been convicted of that offence.
Probably one.
It is illegal to display colored chickens for sale.
Is that a U.S. state law?
It's a city law. It's Akron, Ohio. No person shall die or otherwise color any rabbit or baby poultry.
You gave the answer.
In Columbus,
you gave the answer way too quickly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
In Columbus, Georgia, it is illegal to wear a hat in a movie theater.
Hold on now. So what's wrong with colored chickens?
Not like dyed.
No, it wasn't colored. It wasn't colored chickens. It was multicolored chickens.
Oh, okay. Clears it up.
Yeah, no person shall dye or otherwise color any rabbit or baby poultry, including, but not limited to, chicks and ducklings.
We don't get to have any fun here. God damn it!
It's illegal to sell cornflakes on Sunday.
No way. You've made that up.
No, that is a city ordinance in Columbus.
I can't believe that.
In Conyers, One may not place a dead bird on a neighbor's lawn.
Oh, I'm all right with that.
Can you send me a link to this website that you're getting this from?
Let's see. I'm on Georgia right now, so here it is.
Just bring it in the
link
side
in the,
chat.
link in the side chat.
Yeah. Okay. Open link in. Oh shit! I've opened it in a new window. That's all right. I'll save that for tomorrow.
Chickens must be eaten with hands. It is in Gainesville, Georgia. It is illegal to eat chicken with a fork, and people have been convicted under that law.
Actually convicted?
Yes.
What'd they get from it?
Let's see. Darn it! It was in the 60s. I think that they got like a couple days in jail for it.
There had to have been some kind of like joke or something, you know, like our Kentucky Fried Chicken. Like the only way to eat this is without. Can't use the fork. You have to use your hands. That must have been.
Let's see. Here we go. Gainesville Times. A Louisiana resident was celebrating her 91st birthday and enjoying a lunch of Longstreet Chicken Cafe's finest fried chicken when Gainesville Police Chief Frank Hooper told Dietrich to put down her fork and listen up. She was under arrest.
Just fucking no.
An ordinance from 1961.
Imagine that. Imagine that cop telling that old lady, "Yeah, you're under arrest for eating chicken without a fork."
It was put on the books as a joke, but it has been forced.
So here's a crazy one, and it might not seem as crazy to anybody else, but I have tattoos. I don't know how anybody else does, but until 2006. November of 2006 to be precise, it was illegal in Oklahoma to get tattoos.
It's illegal.
Yeah, they're all Mormon, right?
Oh boy.
That's not surprising.
But yeah, the whole state. And 2006 is pretty dang recent. It's insane to me.
I think the Mormons have something against tattoos. That's probably it.
They have something about everything, I think.
Yeah.
Apparently in Mississippi it is illegal to teach others what polygamy is.
Yeah, I just started looking at that. Mississippi is definitely a gold mine for these dumb laws.
In Quitman, it is illegal for a chicken to cross the road.
That's pretty funny. That's a funny joke.
In Roswell, Georgia, erotic dancing is prohibited on Sundays.
Hey, I got a light bulb.
Oh, somebody was talking about spitting in the dark. In St. Mary's, Georgia, there is no spitting on the sidewalk after dark. So during the day, it's fine, but after dark, you cannot do it.
Apparently in Vermont.
I got a freaking light bulb. Now you can see me. Oh, shoot. You can't hear me, can you? Hang on. I said, somebody sent me a few bucks and I got a friggin' light bulb. Now you can see me.
Yay! Does anybody live in Vermont?
In Pennsylvania, it is illegal to have over 16 women to live in a house together because that constitutes a brothel.
Oh, only 16? In Ohio, it's illegal to have over 5 women in a house. And in Vermont, it is illegal to deny the existence of God.
It is illegal to sleep on
Vermont?
Yep.
It's funny.
What's that made?
I don't have the...
It is illegal to sleep on top of a refrigerator outdoors in Pennsylvania.
Okay. How did we get on this anyway?
A special cleaning ordinance bans housewives from hiding dirt and dust under a rug in a dwelling. And dynamite may not be used to catch fish.
There you go.
Dynamite one makes sense.
Dynamite and fish. That's something I can understand. I think that's,
that one makes sense.
Probably that's the most sensible one I've heard so far. Oh yeah, but that's
you might use
that's
dynamite
often the way
to catch a deer.
No, that's
what
how
held
they
the
did
trap.
it to catch fish. They
People
run
used
a
people
stick
used
of
to do it.
dynamite and it basically kills all the fish, and they
Right.
float to the surface and they
And also, I bet the
run.
chemicals from the dynamite probably pollute the stream.
And people used to do it, and they're like BPR said, it would wipe out a lake because people would do it. So they outlawed it for like reasons like that.
Yeah, that's a good law.
Checked 1 hour before all fires.
What was that?
Fire hydrants must be checked 1 hour before all fires. There's also a law in Allensville that men may not be aroused in public.
I'm all right with that one.
Well, hey.
In private all day long, but
what
you
does
know.
public mean?
Horses are not to be tied to parking meters.
If I'm walking
That
down
was
the
probably
street,
a good idea too. Yeah.
if I'm
Yeah,
walking
I don't
down
want
the
a big
street,
load of horse crap on the sidewalk, you know?
There are 2 laws on the books in Pennsylvania about refrigerators and sleeping on them. In Pennsylvania generally, it is illegal to sleep on a refrigerator outdoors. In Pittsburgh, you're not allowed to sleep on a refrigerator.
From these laws, Pennsylvania sounds like a trailer park.
but is it all right? Is it all
No,
right
that's what the law was.
all right to sleep on a refrigerator indoors?
In Pittsburgh, no, but everywhere else, yes.
Oh,
Okay.
Nadia asked how we got into this conversation. I don't care how we got into this conversation. I think it's been the best part of the evening so far. It's been fantastic. I suppose.
People heard you're a lawyer, they drag you.
Were we comparing it to God-made laws and man-made laws? I can't remember, but I don't think that's where it came from.
No, I don't even think it came from that. I'm not sure.
No, I don't know. We'll have to go back and watch it. You found another one, haven't you?
In New York, a fine of $25 can be levied for flirting.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
For that area it does, but not for...
Here's one in Louisiana I think I've heard of before, actually. It's illegal to rob a bank and then shoot the bank teller with a water pistol.
I don't really flirt. I just kind of like go out to the club, get in the little cubicle or whatever, head down, face down, ass up, and let's go to town.
Be called flirting?
I don't know if they really call it flirting. I mean, I don't even talk to them.
In Green, New York, it is illegal to, during a concert, eat peanuts and walk backwards on a sidewalk.
By the way, I think we got on this conversation starting with Halloween.
Yeah,
that's
I think that's
what it was. That's what it was. Thank you very much. Yes.
It's been a long, screwy.
Yes, that's
ride.
what it was. It was about toilet paper and trick and treating and what was illegal and what wasn't. Yes, you're quite right. Yeah.
In Staten Island, it is illegal for a father to call his son a faggot or a queer in order to curb his girly behavior.
That has happened to me before. God damn it.
I think one of the legislators was was holding a really long grudge against his dad or something.
But I've been considered a son for that kind of prohibition to apply. I wonder.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's not entirely trans-inclusive, is it?
Let's see.
What I'd be really interested to know, for example, using the sleeping on a refrigerator outside, I'd love to know, and I don't know whether the webpage explains this. I'd love to know how many people were actually prosecuted and what penalty or sentence they were subjected to for violating this grossly, incredibly offensive law. And does it matter? Does it matter whether the refrigerator is turned on or not?
No.
Okay.
I think that in order for a refrigerator, well, I mean, I guess you could plug in a refrigerator outdoors, but if I were keeping my fridge on my lawn, I guess I can do that, but I can't sleep on it. And also, it's a good thing that Mitt Romney did not road trip through Anchorage, Alaska, because there is a law in the books that says no one may tie their pet dog to the roof of a car.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh, topical Romney joke.
What if someone
All right,
got busted? What if someone got busted for sleeping on top of the refrigerator and they said that they were just pretending to sleep?
Yeah, they're not actually asleep. It may not be illegal to just lay down on top of your refrigerator outside.
Hey, you've got a good good potential to be a great lawyer. I wasn't asleep. I was just pretending. The fact that I had my eyes closed and snoring, I was doing it deliberately just to see what the police would do.
I was napping, not sleeping.
In Alaska, it is illegal to observe a moose from an airplane.
Okay, that's bizarre. But...
Anyway, can I ask a general question, because it's sort of like it has seemed to have fallen out of the news that I'm getting here. But I think there was another Republican nomination, sort of like election type thing.
There was a debate, yes.
What's the general feeling with the people in America? Who's looking like they're likely to win?
Well, they're all idiots.
Is it still Trump?
I can go over what happened with the debate a minute ago. The debate, I watched it, and I thought that CNBC did an embarrassing job moderating. It was absolutely terrible. What they were doing was basically just asking a bunch of gotcha questions and then trying to set up a fight between the candidates and then not letting them actually do it. Ted Cruz actually summed up the issue with the debate very seamlessly when he was first asked a question. Because he was just like, look, this is why Americans don't trust the media. You're asking Kasich to insult two people. You're asking Trump whether or not he's a comic book villain. You're asking Ben Carson whether or not he can do math. And this is silly. This is absolutely silly. Now let's continue. And I thought it was really well done. I actually wound up agreeing with Ted Cruz, and I hate Ted Cruz. But that's how that went. As far as actual performances in the debate, Marco Rubio did really well, and so did Trump, surprisingly. And Kasich had a couple of moments, but Jeb Bush is fucked. Marco Rubio soundly defeated Jeb Bush in a altercation, and it was just nasty.
Is any of the Republican field deemed like remotely electable?
Marco Rubio is.
Rubio?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, he's as far as candidates that would do well in a general, Rubio. Trump apparently does well in an election if he's paired up with Clinton or Bernie Sanders. Well, I guess that would be good in a general, because he beats Bernie Sanders in a general.
Yeah, that's kind of strange.
Yeah, it is.
I guess
I was surprised when I saw that.
Flyover
country. I was talking to Concordance a month ago when I was in Texas, and his view was that there have been things going on behind the scenes because Carson isn't really having a go at Trump anymore, and Trump really isn't having a go at Carson. So he thinks that there's some sort of like deal being sort of like hatched between them.
That isn't
Trump,
far-fetched.
Yeah, Trump, because he's in the lead, he wants to have someone that sort of like will sort of like balance his outspokenness, and there may be some deal done there. He also thinks that Hillary will undoubtedly beat Bernie in the Democrats, and if it goes to an election with Trump and Carson as a ticket and Hillary and whoever else, Trump will win.
Yep.
Which I find really deeply disturbing.
Trump, if Trump goes against Hillary, it's over. Hillary's done.
What? Trump will win, you think?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I had a hard time.
What about Trump against Bernie?
Trump still wins.
Yeah. So the only hope for the Democrats is that Trump doesn't get the nomination and goes independent and splits a Republican vote.
He won't do that, though.
Well, I think it's still a little early to really say. Go ahead, Nadia. Sorry.
I have a tough time buying that
the numbers get a little bit more.
I tell you, I have to say, as an outside observer, and I make that point from the get-go. I'm an outside observer. I have perhaps a naive belief in the American electorate that they won't elect a complete fool. But I have to accept that said, they've elected 2 Bushes, so they may well elect a Trump. But
I would say that
my point is, I just do not. I do not. No, my point is this. Sorry, it's okay. My point is simply this. I do not think that when people, American voters, go into their booths to cast their vote, I just cannot see them voting Trump, because I just think that he is such a non-presidential candidate that I can't believe the American people will vote for him.
No, I mean, respectfully, not to offend anybody, but I don't see how you don't see it, because he'll make our 3rd person that we've gone through in the last 3 people that we've had that I would have felt that way about anyway.
Yeah, I never thought Obama would get elected.
Sorry, I missed that. You never thought that who?
Obama.
No, I'm saying that I've felt that way about the last 3 that we've had, the last 3 that we've had.
Well, I think Bill Clinton. I may be upsetting people when I say this. I thought Bill Clinton was electoral material. I thought I couldn't see any reason why he wouldn't be elected. I thought George W. Bush was an absolute joke, and I could not see how he was elected. I thought Obama was electable first term and somehow scraped through on the second term. But I just do not see Trump as being somebody that the American people would want as their president.
I can go into the numbers a little bit more complicatedly and explain a couple of things if you want me to. I'm a bit of a political junkie, so
yeah, sure.
I'll give you kind of the lowdown from the American perspective. First, if you've seen, like, there's a lot of people who have met Bush, and and note that he's actually a really intelligent guy. One of the issues with him is that he seems to have a kind of verbal dyslexia. He just doesn't actually express himself very well, despite being a very intelligent person. It's weird, but it seems to be the case. And that's the account that I've read from a lot of people that have sat down in the Oval Office with him, specifically from there was a reporter from the Middle East that was there for a long time. He described having an Oval Office meeting with Bush that was just kind of an intelligence thing, because Bush wanted to know about his experiences, and sat down. He said that he was a very that he listens well, and you can tell that he's absorbing a lot of information at once. So, and that the caricature of him around is just incorrect. Now, this is from somebody who doesn't really like Bush. And was very critical of the Iraq War. Anyway, as far as Trump is concerned, I don't think that he has a snowball's chance in hell of actually getting the nomination. Reason being, Carson is ahead in Iowa. Trump is ahead in New Hampshire. But the issue with Trump is that his disapproval rating is way higher than his approval rating. He has a similar problem that Hillary does in this regard. Hillary's disapproval rating is higher than her approval rating, but the difference isn't as extreme as Trump's. And this is one of the weird reasons why Trump sort of manages to win has to do with Hillary's disapproval rating and the fact that there is less liberals than there are conservatives. So that being said, Trump Trump is kind of tops out in polls at around 30%. He doesn't really get higher than that. And the people that have kind of the other big guy that's being supported is Ben Carson. And while Trump is the number one choice for all of the people that support him, he's nobody's number two choice, which means that if he's going to convince people to go to him, he's going to have to be really convincing. He's going to have to switch up his game or something. Because right now he's topping out at around 30, and then there's everybody else. And as soon as other people start dropping out, somebody is going to rise above the ashes among the politicians or the other outsiders, namely Ben Carson, Marco Rubio, or Fiorina, or a very unlikely Bush.
What about Bernie?
Well, Bernie is a Democrat. I'm talking about on the Republican side.
Yeah, can I just raise something with you, Ocean? Because
Sure.
as I say, I literally only watched about 2 minutes of the report today, and it's not something that I followed with great interest recently. But one of the things that was said about Trump during the latest debate was that he sort of like had toned down a little bit. Do you think? Well, firstly, do you think that he did sort of like turn himself down a bit, and secondly, do you think that that's because he realizes he may have to rely on the second sort of like votes?
Yeah, he needs to get other people to come to him if he's going to win, and I think that he realizes this. And I thought that in this debate he seemed much more presidential, because he's toned down and he is focusing on his debate skills and his deal making skills for his candidacy, which I think is a good place for him to focus, because he is good at that. If there's anything that Trump is good at, it's that. And he actually negotiated the time of the debate down from 3.5 hours to 2 hours through basically allying with Ben Carson and saying that neither one of them were going to show up if the debate was going to be 3.5 hours. And then CNBC cut it down, and when that issue was brought up during the debate, the moderators denied it. After I looked it up, CNBC flat out lied on that one. There was a whole lot of drama before this debate went down, and then the moderators came in acting like fucking fools. It was the worst moderated debate I'd ever seen, and I think Trump comes out ahead on this one.
Again, another question, if I may. What do you personally make of him? Do you see him as a potential winner, as a potential president?
Trump?
Well, no. That's two separate questions. What do you think of him is slightly different to whether you think that he might win.
Right. So which one do you want?
First, well, both, but we'll take the first one first.
As far as what I think of him, Trump is dangerous overall. He's probably a good guy to have as a president maybe from an economic standpoint. I don't know. I've heard arguments both for and against that, and I'm not really a economics guy, so that might show tell of my opinion, because I know that his policies are basically flat rate tax, 15%. He wants to get rid of a progressive tax, which is very, big spender of him. I know that he does want to apply that to capital gains as well. I think that I don't know exactly how a lot of that figures out. As another thing that was frustrating about the CNBC debate is that it was supposed to focus on economics and it didn't actually do it. But as far as deal making and being intimidating, specifically with China and Russia, it depends on what you want. He could be a very intimidating person to deal with from the perspective of Putin or China. But he also gets really whiny when he doesn't get his way. like how he treated Megyn Kelly after the first debate. He started talking about how she was probably on her period, and that the questions she asked were very disrespectful. And it kind of shows that he will throw temper tantrums when he doesn't get his way. And I don't know
again,
that that's really good either.
I'm sorry to pause you there, but
Yeah.
again, this is, and I've not followed it in the with the same detail that you have, but this is why I suggest to you that he doesn't come across as presidential material, and I think that ultimately
these are all problems.
The electorate will see that. And do you have any concern over this sort of like belligerent and his character of being insulting and rude and not getting his own way sends him into a temper tantrum? Do you not see that as something that is? Sorry?
It's a double-edged sword. Whereas there are obvious negatives that, because like every time I try and bring up a good point about Trump, there's like an obvious counterpoint to the exact same thing. Like he's really good at deal making, but at the same time he throws tantrums. He would be an intimidating person, but he doesn't really, and that while he might have, on paper, he might have some good economic policies, there's obviously several arguments against his economic policy. Like there's a split in economists over whether or not conservative ideas work versus liberal ideas on tax law and economics in general.
But as we all know, the electorate is insufficiently educated about economics.
Right, absolutely.
To make a decision on economics, it's effectively about personality. And what I see with him is someone that is rude, offensive. Will
I was getting to that.
Not.
Yeah.
Well, please do.
His rudeness and his like very short-temperedness is on the one hand a negative for a lot of people. It is for me. But he is undeniably tapping into a group of people in our country that are just very, very pissed off, whether legitimately or not, about, say, politically correct culture, and stuff like that.
Can I just raise an issue in relation to that?
Yeah, sure.
One of the things that effectively won Obama the last two elections is that he engaged with minority groups.
Yes.
And what we have with Trump is, whether it's realistic or not, building a wall to keep out immigrants is going to turn off a lot of people. And if the Democrats can tap into that,
let me quote Trump on this wall thing. He says
sure.
that the wall will only have to be 1,000 miles. He's going to get Mexico to pay for it, and there'll be a door in the middle. It'll be a big, beautiful door, and immigrants will be allowed to come in, but they have to do it legally. And that's a sentiment that echoes a lot of what conservatives generally think, is that they're excited about immigration. They want immigration, but they don't want people doing it undocumented. So, which really, it is frustrating that there are a lot of undocumented immigrants coming over, and a lot of the frustration for the conservatives originates from the vision that undocumented immigrants come in and they steal jobs from people that are here legally. And then there's the whole notion of anchor babies, which a lot of people consider racist and so on. So it's a huge, complicated conversation about that. Because in our country, if you're born here, you're a citizen, and then your parents should be able to stay here to take care of that citizen and so on. So you wind up not really being able to eject somebody out of the country when they have a child.
But how do you counter that with the case that I suggested, which was that Obama's success was that he connected with minority groups, and the one thing that Trump is going to do by suggesting whether he actually
He's not going to be able to pull that
has
off.
any intention of following this through or not. But he's going to disassociate himself from the minority groups that could be, and seem to be in the last couple of elections, the sort of like, I wouldn't say the most important voters, but they were very helpful in getting Obama elected.
Yes, and that is something that Trump would not be able to pull off. But a Republican doesn't necessarily need to do that. Given that our country is, I think the numbers are that it's really 20% liberal, 40% conservative, and the rest are independents in between that don't really identify.
Could I put it a different way? That elections are won or lost by probably about 6 or 7 swing states.
Right.
And it's who's going to.
Well, it depends on the state. But battleground states, that's true. Yeah. Like some states are landslide victories every time, but other states have become. We call them purple states. North Carolina is one of them, and Ohio is another, where the difference tends to be like it's less than 10%. Minorities can change the flow, but also a Republican doesn't necessarily need to win over minorities in order to win. They just have to get a high voter turnout among conservatives. If you have a high voter turnout among conservatives, they win every single time.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I'm not going to disagree with you, but the one thing that I would say, for the sake of repetition, Trump is not going to win over the minority groups at all.
No, he won't.
He will have to get a high turnout, as you say.
I don't think that he'll excite the conservative base because mainstream conservatives don't trust him. That's the reason why I think somebody like Marco Rubio will eventually come out on top, because I think once mainstream conservatives start paying more attention, then people like Rubio will have their numbers rise. Because really the more mainstream conservatives in this race are Jeb Bush and Marco Rubio, and their numbers are like.
My understanding was that Jeb Bush was pretty much out of the race now.
That is what I have heard as well, but he also has a super PAC of $100 million, and he hasn't spent a dime.
Okay. Yeah.
So.
Wow.
Ocean.
Can I just say, I know there were so many other people wanted to say this, but I just want to finish off with one point before others jump in. I was in the States in September, and I actually managed to watch a couple of Stephen Colbert's sort of like programs live, which I've never done before. I've seen a few of his sort of like things on YouTube, but he was I think it may have been after the second
you might have been watching Jon Stewart.
No, it was definitely Stephen Colbert, but what he showed was the support that people had, and yeah, at that time Trump was at the top, and he went down the list, and at 4%, it said none of the above, and 2% below that it had Rick Perry. I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
Rik Perry dropped.
So I just had to share that with you. Sorry, I'll shut up now.
Had a couple of issues. I think he was coming under. I think he might have been coming under some kind of legal problem when he dropped out as well. But
no, that's not the funny point, isn't it? Isn't it funny that someone gets a percentage of support lower than none of the above? I don't know. That to me is very funny. Anyway, as I said, as I said, I'll shut up now. Other people,
wow.
I know other people.
I didn't realize you were saying none of the above was an option. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, no, none of the
above was an option, and then Rick Perry.
4% said none of the above, and at 2% it was Rick Perry.
I used to be a conservative, but I also feel like the party has left me, so I'd be one of those 4%ers just being like, nope, none of these people. And I've had this conversation as well with a lot of other people that were conservatives like 5 years ago, is that they feel like the party has just changed completely, mainly due to the Tea Party.
Changed in what sense?
It's gone more neocon.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's gone away from its more conservative roots, which is like small government, low taxes, to actually large government, but low taxes only for certain people.
Yeah,
I'm sure Strat wanted to say something. Oh,
yeah, he wanted to ask something.
There we go.
I was going to ask Ocean what those percentages were that he said about a percentage of Republicans and Democrats.
Oh, it's not Republicans and Democrats. It's liberal and conservative.
Oh, okay.
It's a little bit different. Is that when you have like self-identified liberals are like 20%, self-identified conservatives are 40%, and then there are everybody else identifies as independent.
Yeah, that's because I pulled up this Gallup poll, and it has see, it says 25% Republican and 31% Democrat and 42% Independent.
Yes.
Yeah.
But among those independents, a lot more of them identify themselves as conservative.
I see.
Do are Americans, like, I understand that we're essentially a conservative nation, but is it by age?
Older you are, the more conservative you are, typically.
And that's always been the case through history too, and it always will be the case through history.
I don't know that it always will be. We're showing the age of liberal is climbing.
Can I just ask the person that just spoke that it will always, when they said it will always be the case? I'm not saying you're wrong, but what
political views of today that are considered liberal will be considered conservative 100 years from now. Like if you look at, like, you don't even have to go that back, like in American politics, for example, like John Kennedy, right, which would have been a liberal of his times, would be like a staunch conservative by comparison today with other politicians.
He'd probably be like a blue dog.
But the stereotype of a well, I guess it's mostly anarchist was in around 1900 or maybe 1890s. Ocean might know. And welcome, Randy.
I'm pretty disturbed by the rise of someone like Trump, and the reason why is because he seems like he's America's version of like a radical nationalist, ultra-nativist, I think is the term we use, anti-other people, and it could have devastating effects for like Mexicans particularly, but really anyone who speaks Spanish or Hispanics in general.
Oh. Yeah. Like me?
Perhaps, yeah. I would actually, yeah, I would say so. But you're like English speaking though. People who are, you can kind of blend in to some degree. It's more, I mean, I'm sure it of course affects you too, but it's more for people like, recent immigrants or people a little bit darker in their complexion.
Yeah, I guess in principle, like, if I don't cultivate my pallor, I can actually tan.
Yeah, I mean, it's disturbing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I would, wonder about the geographic distribution of, like Trump versus Clinton support.
I mean, Trump versus Bernie Sanders support.
Well, Sanders is still not very likely to take the Democratic nomination.
Unlikely.
DPR. If you want to look at a lot of the polls that I've been looking at and just get some interesting information, there's a site called realclearpolitics.com. And what they do is they keep track of, I think the vast majority of polls conducted by pollsters, and they report an average over the course of the last 5 or 6 days and show what they are. And they also have, there's a graph where on there where you can see the history of the aggregate polls. And it's really cool. It's where I go to make sure that the numbers straight.
Are you going to post that in the side chat for me?
Let me post. I'll post a link to the GOP graph actually, which is really interesting to look at. And here you go. Link in the side.
Okay. I've got that one saved.
Yeah. If you click on the link and scroll down, you'll see the blue line is Trump, and it is hilarious how he keeps going up and down around the debates. It looks like he fell today.
I'm sorry, I thought you were sending me 2 links.
No, just the one.
Okay.
That's to the. That's on the poll for the.
Can I apologise if I don't look at it now? I'd much rather concentrate on the conversation, but I will have these links open and I will certainly look at them tomorrow.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But there's a little drop-down menu on the upper left side that has all the different polls that you can look at, and there's a 2016 Democratic presidential nomination set list, and as well as the GOP, and then there's also pair-ups.
I have actually opened up the link, and there's an enormous amount of information there that I think you'll accept that, given the fact that I'm going to bed very soon, don't look through it now. I can't assess it right now.
But you can.
I'll certainly look at it. I think it looks very interesting.
Great thing about it as well is you can look up, what's going on in each individual state as well.
Yeah.
So it's a really good source.
Yeah, trick is
developing. Based on your observation, because you've obviously looked at this and you do look at it. What's your prediction then?
For who's going to win?
Well, yeah. Let's start with who's going to win the Republican nomination.
As far as Trump is ahead right now, and my prediction would involve a mass number change. But looking at the personalities of the candidates, what I'm familiar with in the past, and what trends I'm seeing right now as far as the news is concerned, I think that Rubio will eventually get the nomination.
And the liberal, the Democratic nomination, you think is undoubtedly going to Hillary?
I think it's either going to be Hillary or Bernie. I put 50-50.
Oh, really? You give Bernie that much of a chance?
Oh yeah. No, the thing about Bernie is his numbers are around where Obama's was at this point when Hillary was running, and Hillary was seen as a surefire at this point as well. And I don't think she is. I think that Bernie's message is resonating a lot with especially young voters.
Yeah.
And he can pull turnout really, really well. The internet.
That's the understanding that I have as well. And Hillary, I think, and I don't know to what degree the email sort of like controversy really has had an effect, but it just sort of like, I think the best I can say is it sort of like tarnishes her with a brush of establishmentism and lack of trust, whereas Bernie sort of like seems to, as you say, be appealing to youthful people, and there are an awful lot of youthful people around in America who could, and if encouraged, as they seem to be, by Bernie to vote, could have an effect. I mean, the other thing I think is absolutely wonderful about him is that he went to Liberty University, to speak to what was effectively a right-wing,
yes, I'm familiar with that
people.
speech.
And he actually came across incredibly well.
Yep.
So, you know, and don't forget, I don't know how much you know about politics in this country, but after the defeat by the Conservatives, the Labour leader resigned the day after the elections, and there was a
I watched all that. I watched British politics.
Yeah, and there was an election, and there was a complete outsider, complete left-winger, who was, I think, of the 5 potential candidates, the odds started with him being like 300 to 1 outsider, and he won eventually with a fairly substantial lecture on the first poll. So, you know, the fact that Bernie is a little bit more left-wing than most Americans perhaps you'd think would like, it's utterly possible that he could win. But if he does, I mean, the way I look at it is this: if Trump wins the Republican nomination and goes head-to-head with Hillary, then it's a 50-50. If Sanders Bernie wins and goes head-to-head with Trump, then I think that Trump will win.
I think that what would be the deciding, because as far as the polls right now are concerned, the lineups with Trump and Bernie, Trump wins. But I think that if the election were to actually play out, Bernie has such a good debate presence that I think that he would make Trump look really stupid very, very easily. And that would put Bernie in the head.
I would.
I'm going to make a prediction, and it may sound utterly crazy, and you can come back to me and tell me that I was utterly wrong. If Trump wins the Republican nomination, then I do not believe that he will be elected, because I think ultimately when people go into the voting booths, they will not see him as a presidential candidate, and I don't think it actually matters who he's fighting against, whether it's Hillary, whether it's Bernie, or whether it's anyone else. So there's my prediction.
I might agree with you.
It's partly based on my heart, but it's also to a degree based on the fact that I just don't think
the European vision,
however crazy America is, they would ever elect Trump as a president. There we go. Who wants to take?
I'll disagree with you.
Okay. Do you want to take a sportsman's bet? We'll put $1 on it. Okay. No.
You have to win the nomination first.
No, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. We'll have a $1. We can exchange it by PayPal. If you really want to up the stakes, I'll go so far as $10. How's that?
Can I?
I'm going to say I'm going to put my $10 on the fact that Trump will not be the next president of the United States.
Have you guys heard of InTrade?
Hold on. Here's what I will do. If you're going to say it's impossible for him to win, then I think that if it's close...
I didn't say it was impossible.
Hold on, wait.
If I said it was impossible, I would put more than $10 up.
You're saying that he won't. Now,
yes.
Here's my counter offer to your bet. I think that, and this bet only works if it's Trump versus Hillary, for me, because my dollar would be on the Trump versus Hillary election, and I think that if it's Trump versus Hillary, Trump will either win or lose by 3%.
I want to add.
I'm not arguing about percentages. I'm just arguing about who will win. Okay.
Well, I'm saying that.
But interestingly enough, if it was Bernie against Trump, who do you think will win?
Well, I just said that I think that the numbers show that Trump would win, but I think that Bernie's debate presence would score him
Right.
a few percent.
Well, I'm not talking about us having multiple bets and who's against who. I'm just saying I'm prepared to put $10 on the fact
Tell you what.
that Trump will not be the next president of the United States.
Oh, I wouldn't be taking that bet.
I wish I had. I wish I had. Why not? Why
I don't
not?
think he will be. It's because that would be going against what my opinion is. But
Okay.
Here's what my opinion is.
Is there anyone else here that wants to take that bet?
I would be willing to take that bet if Trump got the nomination and he was running against Hillary.
Right, but your first problem is that you don't think he's going to get the nomination.
Right. I don't think he's going to get out of that.
And I'm not entirely sure that that's true. I think he probably will.
Well, assuming Trump versus Bernie, one thing I want to say about the polls now is that most of them are done by telephone, like home lines, and a lot of most young people don't even have home phones.
Yep.
And young
That's
people
true.
are more likely to vote for Bernie, so they don't even vote in the polls.
The key with Bernie is going to be voter turnout. Because he's exciting as a candidate, Hillary's not. Hillary comes if it's Trump versus Hillary, she's not going to excite a liberal base. Bernie will.
So according to this, have you guys heard of Predict It?
Predict It?
Predict It is kind of like
we just saw it on the screen there. Yeah, what is this? I'm not familiar with it.
Sure. So it's basically a way of political betting using financial futures, and so it's people who are quite literally putting their money where their mouth is, and these, well, not literally, but you know what I mean. And these
I'm not
entry
willing to
systems.
do with CPR.
Pardon?
Like I'm not willing to do with CPR.
Sure. And these systems actually, like, I've looked at the predictions. They're almost always accurate. And the reason why is because it's like if someone's making some outlandish, obviously wrong bet, like for example, someone believes that George Bush is going to win or Jeb Bush is going to win the Republican nomination, they might bet a whole bunch of money, and then that'll affect the market and make the price of it, increase or decrease. And then other people will be like, "This is stupid, so I'm gonna bet money because I'm gonna make money off of this guy's idiocy," and change the market. And so basically, it kind of reaches a very safe, predictable, accurate prediction of what the decisions will be. So according to this, Clinton is pretty much guaranteed. Sanders, not a lot of people think Sanders will win. Same with Rubio over Trump, as you mentioned earlier. And then Clinton.
Yeah, that's against the graphs right now. But I think that a lot of the people that are making their actual bets see what I see.
Which is what?
Well, that Trump tops out at 30, and that Rubio is the most reasonable of the rest.
I think so too. I would agree with you absolutely, and he seems like he actually knows what he's talking about.
So are you going to take my $10 bet that Trump will not be the next president of the United States?
I think that let me explain to you.
No, not you. Sorry, the person. I'm terribly sorry. I'm really bad at names because I can't follow them.
Me?
The person who was talking and showed that really interesting sort of page. Yeah. What would you take my $10 bet?
With respect, I don't bet, but.
But if you did.
Rather
than betting, you don't need to bet. Who do you think is going to be the next president?
Clinton.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not happy about that, but the reason why is because I think Clinton is eventually going to beat Sanders, and I think I don't think Trump, if he wins the nomination, he's already done enough damage to the Republican Party, and if he wins the nomination, he's going to get destroyed. And I think if it was Clinton versus Rubio, that could be a good fight, but I think it'll be Clinton.
Clinton might win that. Now that I'm thinking about it.
But I do think it'll be Clinton at the end.
I mean, tell me I'm wrong. I have to say, and again, I can't really justify this. I would actually say that I think that Bernie's got probably a better chance if it was a head-to-head against Trump. But even if it wasn't Bernie, I think that Hillary will probably win. And it just goes back to my gut feeling that the American electorate will struggle to vote Trump if Trump wins the Republican nomination. I just don't think they'll vote for him. But I'm not that confident that I'm prepared to put more than a $10 bet on it. If I had any great conviction, I would up the ante. But $10 is as far as I'm going.
Yeah, I wouldn't. The reason why I wouldn't bet on Trump is because it's a bad bet from the perspective of what a fair bet is, because it's taking a guy that tops out at 30% and then pitting him against literally everybody else. So if the Republicans win and it's Rubio, I still lose the bet.
Do you think, realistically speaking, Trump has a chance of getting the nomination?
No, because he tops out at 30.
Well, why do you think
availability? I think Trump could well get the Republican nomination, and the reason that I think so is because he's done a deal with Carson.
He's got a deal with who?
I would suspect that, well, various polling places and such do have access to statistical information that's far more strongly predictive we have access to. They're called things like second, third, etc. order statistics. Right, that's when you break things down into not just, liberal or conservative or, white or black or Hispanic or male or female or in state by state, but you can break it down by all those categories at once. Right.
If you break it down by second choices, that's when the numbers change into the favor of somebody like Rubio or Ben Carson, or even Ted.
And of course, the combinations of choices, right? So you got, choice one was A, choice two was B, choice three was C, etc. You can actually have basically each ordered list, etc., as a category in and of itself, and break it down by that too, right?
Right.
I mean, if you have the full statistical information, you can do a lot more with this. And
somebody asked
why
I said that Trump tops out at 30, and that has to do. Some of the polls on Real Clear Politics, if you click on them, it'll take you to the actual polls, and a lot of them talk about favorability. And the numbers work out to Trump has, on a regular basis, about a 35% favorability rating. It's people that like him. And the favorability rating is basically people that are willing to go to you. The unfavorability rating, because there's a middle of don't care, but the unfavorability rating of Trump is sometimes in the 70s, and is usually in the 60s. With Trump, you have an opinion on him. That's really the crazy thing, is that he's coming into the race with everybody already caring about who he is, and everybody already having an opinion. So, and it's easy to convince somebody to like you when they have no idea who you are, like Marco Rubio. A lot of people have no clue who the guy is. Or they know of him, but they don't know much about him. With Trump, he's been such a celebrity for so long, everybody already cares about him, and everybody already has an opinion. So he's got to change an opinion from an unfavorable to a favorable in order to get a supporter. Whereas most of these other candidates don't necessarily have to do that, barring Ted Cruz. And Clinton has a similar problem. Clinton has a favorability rating that's in the 40s, sometimes the 50s, and then her unfavorability rating is in the 30s and 40s. And that's bad for a presidential candidate. But in the way that it works out in a face-off between the two of them is, it seems like a lot of people hate Trump less than they hate Hillary. And that's interesting. This Hillary
What is Bernie's unfavorability rating?
Like 20s. It's obscenely low. It's very weird, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that people aren't really familiar with him, and he's sort of just coming out of the gate. So in order to have a really high unfavorability rating, people have to know who you are already, and that's the case with Ted Cruz, with Donald Trump, and with Hillary Clinton. Now, having a recognizable name gives you a lot of support in these kind of things, because people look at John Kasich and they go, who? But they'll look at Donald Trump and they go, I know who that is. I've seen his face. I like him. I will vote for him. Or I don't like him. Which is the reason why when you look at the polls after the debates, Trump always comes out to being the biggest winner. He also usually comes out to being the biggest loser, because people just see his name and they click. Is that I like him or I don't like him.
Why do you think Cruz hasn't taken the cake? I mean, he seems like he's obviously very conservative. He has all the he even seems very intelligent when I hear him speak. He knows what he's talking about. He's obviously typically conservative. Why does he lose while Trump wins? He is the second choice of a lot of people, and it's possible that he will come in. The reason why he's seen as being unlikely is because of his involvement in the government shutdown, and him making a big stink about being basically a very controversial and fighting character. With Marco Rubio, he hasn't done anything like that, really. The stuff that he's fought on have been stuff that people can get behind. But the government shutdown is very divisive, and Ted Cruz has pretty much got his face on it. So you think he's pretty much done in that regard? No. I think that he could pull 40s if he really wanted to. But people like Trump have to be out of the race, which is the reason why a lot of these guys want to stick into the race until Trump drops. But if they're all staying in the race this entire time, Trump will get the nomination. Trump getting the nomination depends on the party being fractured into factions, which is kind of how the Republican Party works. There's several different factions. It's really a coalition, especially now with the Tea Party being a big player. And so you have Tea Party conservatives, you have social conservatives, you have mainstream Republican types. There's people that are in the Republican Party for their fiscal conservative. There's people that are in the Republican Party because they're socially conservative. And sometimes they're socially conservative but fiscally liberal. Sometimes they're fiscally conservative but they're socially liberal. And you have to convince all of these people, and a lot of these people have different candidates that they support. A Rand Paul supporter will never be a Donald Trump supporter, for example. Right. And so the Republican Party is viciously fractured internally. Right. And Donald Trump's success depends on it remaining fractured. If mainstream Republicans don't line up behind somebody, because mainstream Republicans outnumber the Tea Party, and if they get behind a candidate, it's done. Trump is out at that point. But other people have to drop out in order for that to happen. And why won't they do that? Because they all want to become president. There's a name for this actually in game theory. I forgot what it's called, but like where like two people who, in theory, like if there's A, B, and C is like
prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah, it's not. Well, this isn't specifically the prisoner's dilemma, but it's within the same realm of thought. Like if C is less popular than A and B, but A and B combined, if they're both together, will lose to C. I forgot what it's called, but this is a problem. It's also called Arrow's impossibility theorem, where you can't satisfy these conditions all at once or something like that.
I'm going to interrupt real quick. I'm going to take off. I'll see you guys later.
Is my mic really loud, by the way?
No, you're fine.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you guys.
All right, have a good one.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you for the conversation.
Sure
thing.
thing.
Very fun.
Arrow's impossibility theorem. It's very specifically relates to elections, but yeah, it's more like three particular kinds of criteria for electoral system not being simultaneously implementable.
Yeah, I thought it was like 5, but yeah, I remember one of our classes. I still remember this. I even remember what building it was. Our professor basically gave us like all 5 and like showed us how all of them at some point will interact with each other or conflict with each other. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items. Yeah.
I don't think I had it in class.
For those who don't know, Aristotle possibility theorem is saying like there are 5 or 6. I thought I learned 5, but I guess this wiki article says 6 ideas that if you try to merge them together, like each of them individually sounds great. Like the idea of not having a dictatorship, the idea that you shouldn't be restricted in who you vote for, the idea that like irrelevant alternatives, like for example, if there's a Ralph Nader versus who will not win. Unfortunately, who will not win against Clinton, or not Clinton, Gore. But Gore alone against a Bush, for example, would have won. Then Ralph Nader should not affect the should be, since he's irrelevant, he's not going to win no matter what. He shouldn't affect the outcome at all. But so getting rid of that problem, and there's a whole bunch of other things. Each of them sounds really great, but when you actually try to implement all of them together, they have different aspects conflict with each other. And so it's basically saying there's some kind of mathematical problems, if you will, with democracy.
Mm-hmm.
So we have to pick less than perfect models of democracy, or I guess republics, yeah.
Electoral representatives or whatever. Yeah. Might be worse. Might apply to some direct democracy settings too.
So I'm going to read a small excerpt from this book I'm reading. This person, a student who was against Milosevic, he said, "I'm from Kosovo studying engineering here. Milosevic talks about Kosovo, but never does anything there. He talks about democracy, but spits on the people. Everyone in the world believes Serbs are causing all the problems in Yugoslavia, and now we have to show the world that true Serbs love freedom, democracy, and peace." This was a man who was protesting against Milosevic's rise to power during when he tried to basically consolidate his power over Serbia. It's amazing. It's amazing.
That sounds relatively unlikely to be legitimate.
What does?
The clown car posse.
Who is that?
Someone who joined in left real quick. Yeah.
Oh. Basically, it's drawing attention to the fact that when these types of crazy movements and governments and things like that rise, there's still some good people out there who will oppose it, and it's amazing. If I could borrow a Christian expression, they're the salt of the earth.
Well, what happened to Sophie Scholl and Christoph Probst?
I think at this point I can't contribute anything. It's also bedtime for me. But can I thank everyone that's been in the chat? I think it's been really interesting. So I hope to probably catch up with you at some stage over the weekend. But for now, I'm off to bed. But thank you all.
Have a good night.
Take care, everyone. Bye.
Good night.
Have a good night, DPR.
Thanks
for being on.
I wasn't specifically talking about this historical event. I was just kind of using it as a case study, which is that this kind of craziness leads to horrible things that happened and the breakdown of the country and violence and whatever. And I don't believe it'll get to that level, but we are heading in that direction, and it's really scary.
In what direction?
Like having radical nationalists. I guess in our country we'd call them ultra patriots, or ultra patriots. Take over the government and do terrible things.
Well,
you act as as though that's not already run its course.
It's happening.
Look at how patriotic people were during World War II as in comparison today.
That's true. That did happen in the past against the Japanese and the Germans.
Oh, I'm just saying that patriotism is not exactly at an all-time high right now.
So there's patriotism, and then there's I don't have a term for this, but I call it toxic patriotism, or actually I call it toxic nationalism. But America doesn't have a national identity, so for America, it's kind of like our patriotism. It's the toxic patriotism, which is where like you're more patriotic than the government, you know, like, and you're anti whoever, that kind of stuff.
I would, in terms of the people who protest against the terrible regime that they're technically a part of, Hans and Sophie Scholl, brother and sister, and Christoph Probst were in Germany. And was it 1943? Yes. In 1943, the three of them were beheaded by guillotine by the Third Reich.
There were other people. Are you talking about in maybe I'm not familiar with what you're talking about. Are you talking about in the Balkans?
No, I'm talking
Hans,
about
German Hans. Okay.
Germany. Yeah. Hans is
German.
the first name of the brother.
Yeah. There were people who stood up against the Nazi rise, and they were like, "We are true Germans and we love our country, but this is craziness." There were many people like that, but they got taken out. It's scary and it's sad.
No, it's not just good people standing idly by. I said it's not just good people standing idly by.
No.
The good is defeated on many occasions. Yeah. Oh, so I should really be getting electrolysis, but still. Yeah. What is the was it rain on the just and when the sun shines on the wicked or whatever? Yeah.
Hey Strat, can you explain to me what a Creole is?
Yeah, sure. I did in the chat, I think.
You kind of did, but I didn't fully understand it.
Well, essentially in the South, slave owners would fuck the slaves.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's essentially just the generations that have spawned from that. So it's just mixed people from that time, I guess. It's hard to, because I mean you could be mixed and not necessarily be Creole because you know it depends on the historical context also.
So it's people who are generally mixed, but who are also from a geographical area.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, and they're from like Louisiana-ish areas.
The South in general, especially Louisiana and New Orleans.
And they speak French.
Not really. No. I just happen to know it because I'm a nerd, I guess.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Creoles. I've heard that term a lot, but
Yeah, I didn't even know what it meant for a long time. I couldn't like. I used to be confused about the difference between Cajun and Creole, and I'm still not that clear on. I know Cajuns tend to be white and Creoles tend to be black predominantly, but.
So the wiki article says that like the people on the right, some of them look quite white, and some of them look like Beyonce is one of them.
Oh, really? Yeah, she's from from where's she from?
I'm assuming Louisiana because that's what the
yeah, that's what I thought.
I'm under Louisiana Creole people, but then other people look very white. I'm like, how is that possible?
Oh yeah, I have family members I can pass for white.
It's funny, people who are not people who are white can tell that I'm not white, and people who are Asian think I'm white. South
Where
Asian.
are you?
Let me see if you can tell. If you can tell where I'm from. Oh,
all right.
Camera's screwed up. All right, what would you think? This is kind of embarrassing.
I'd say the nose seems Middle Eastern to me.
Okay, close. Yeah, same general area.
Yeah, somewhere around there. I'm not too familiar about
I'm Pakistani.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you can say Afghan. I'll accept that. But by blood Afghan. I'm not really Afghan. I'm fake Gan.
Fake Gan. I have a friend. She's where is she from? If I saw on a map, I would know.
Nadia William. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Yeah, I love learning about ethnic groups and cultures and languages and all this kind of stuff. Not necessarily learning the language, but just learning about this stuff. It's just really fascinating to me.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, there's the only way you can respect people, I think, is by learning about who they are and their culture and their language, and because otherwise it's kind of like you're respecting people you never even heard about. You just kind of know who of them. You don't really know them, but if you read about them and you read about their stories and their history, and then you kind of come to respect people.
Yeah, I think it's a lot easier to humanize people when you know more about them. It's you don't end up with that us and them mentality.
Yeah,
What'd you say,
I
Nadia?
like important to read stuff. I could pretty much just sit around memorizing words and practicing by trying to read stuff forever.
Like what?
Like learning languages.
Yeah.
Stepped away.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to learn Russian.
Nice.
Which it's a lot more difficult than French was.
Cyrillic.
Yeah. And it's crazy,
Cyrillic, how do you pronounce that word? Is it Cyrillic or Acrylic or I don't know?
I'm not sure, honestly. If I saw it spelled out in Russian, I could figure it out, but
it's Kirill in Russian, but
how do you pronounce it?
It's Kirill in Russian.
Kirill, okay.
But yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure it's used the same way.
I know that there was a Latin versus, I guess it's pronounced Krill, like back and forth during the early, actually up until the 90s really even, but in certain parts of the world. But there was like different cultures wanted to claim a certain area. So like what's it called? Uzbekistan, their script is in Cyrillic, but Turkey their script is in Latin. Despite the fact that they're both Turkic peoples. So there was kind of a back and forth between the two, which I thought was really interesting.
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm noticing more and more like there's a lot of Latin roots in Russian, and also there's a lot of words that are similar to English words. I wish I had an example right now, but
Oh, you can just listen to it and you can tell.
yeah.
So how many languages do you speak? What's going on, Ludic?
English, and I can understand French. I can speak it pretty well, but probably not on the spot.
Where do you live, if you don't mind me asking?
Louisiana.
Okay, yeah. So are there really like French-speaking people like that's their native language there?
Yeah, I don't really run into them ever because I don't really.
Because like one of the things people said about America is that as this country gets older, we've lost our local native languages. Like for example, we used to have German spoken in parts of the country. I know that parts near like Maine, they used to speak a lot of French, and then as the country's gotten older, people have just kind of stopped speaking in local languages.
Yeah. I think English has really taken over.
Yeah, definitely. So like I would imagine in Louisiana, the French quarters have kind of just been gone.
Yeah, it's pretty much most people speak English, but there are a lot of things that are still named in French, like streets and stuff like that. So you still see a lot of the language around, even though everything is pronounced with an American accent.
I would,
like Decatur.
As opposed to?
I have to see it fucking spelled. God damn it.
It's Decatur.
Decatur, I suppose.
Oh, and welcome, Shay.
I got a new book that I ordered that came in today. I need to finish reading the previous one, but it's this right here. It's African Muslims in Antebellum America, and it literally has like pictures of people's diaries that they wrote because they were slaves, of course, but they could still kind of maintain these things. And I might see if I can read it in Arabic. It's I'm not an expert in Arabic, but I don't know, it's heartbreaking to read. And people actually didn't even know like what this said for like 150 years or whatever, and then someone like translated it like in the
70s,
1800s or in the 90s or something like that.
90s. It's late. Oh, it's not 70s, but still.
Something. I mean, I'm just making that up. I don't know when. I haven't gotten there yet. Like here, like this right here. Like this is their journal entry, and it says Abdul Rahman variation of the Fatiha presented as the Lord's Prayer. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
They were Muslim Black Americans?
They were slaves, actually. They were West African slaves.
Right.
So they wrote the Lord's Prayer. Oh yeah. I've heard about this. So I actually, this does not look like the Fatiha, but he wrote, he modified the Fatiha, the Lord's Prayer, but theologically was the same as Islam.
Must be pretty moving, some of the passages in there, I can imagine.
Yeah, there's one actually, and based on that verse, I actually wrote that verse in my office desk. There's one where this man, he says, the faith of our people, the faith of our family is the faith of Islam. I'm a Muslim. I don't know why this happened to me. I was in my village and I was walking one day, and someone hit me over the head, marauded me, and took me into this aboard this ship. And here I am, and at their hands I've known the bitterness of slavery. And then he says, I don't know why this happened to me, but as Allah says in the Quran, قُلْ لَن يُصِيبُنَا إِلَّا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ لَنَا هُوَ مَوْلَانَا وَعَلَى اللَّهِ فَلْيَتَوَكَّلِ الْمُؤْمِنِينَ, which is like saying, قُلْ لَن يُصِيبُنَا, every like negative thing that strikes you, إِلَّا مَا كَتَبَ اللَّهُ, it is except that God has decreed it. So it's happened to you, yes, but God has decreed that it happened to you. Huwa Mawlana, he's our master, and upon him do the trustworthy people put their trust. So like he's in this like horrible situation, but he's like, I can't lose my trust in this situation. I can't lose my faith.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's amazing. And he was writing this from memory, and he was writing it to a language that the people did not understand. So he's writing to himself. Like nobody's going to read this. He's going to die, and it's going to be preserved for whatever reason, which happened to be the case. but no one will read it. He's writing to himself, and he's reciting that verse from memory, because he didn't happen to like take a Quran with him as he's taken on the slave ship.
Yeah.
It's really amazing. So that's why the person who told me that story, he recommended this book, and I got it like last week. So it just came in the mail today.
What's it called again?
African Muslims in antebellum slavery, antebellum America. But there's a couple of other ones that he mentioned that I did not get. Maybe I'll get to them some. There's another one called Prince Among Slaves, who was a slave of West Africa, because West Africa was not a poor country. It was not. It was. There's this image we have of, and I'm sure you guys all know this, but of like, like West Africa in general. They're just. I use the expression naked black savages running around, up to no good. And that's just not the case. They were like extremely wealthy people, extremely educated people, especially the Mansas. They were like very well known. They were so rich that they said they used to travel and depress the price of gold. And just a great kingdom with lots of these, to this day, vibrant tribes and cultural, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a lot of people in West Africa, Fulani, Hausa, Banbara. And so they were like very educated people who were taken as slaves. So it just, I just want to learn about these people and learn about their history and who they were and what they had to endure. And I don't know, all that stuff. I know that sounds kind of weird. Like just ramble on about it.
No.
I'm sure no one can relate to that.
It is interesting.
No, it's great. It reminds me of the Diary of Anne Frank or Go Ask Alice, or I've read a few books like that. They bring tears to your eyes and they shape you as a spiritual being.
I need to read her diary, Anne Frank. I've heard it's really moving.
How does anything shape you as a spiritual being? We are not spiritual beings.
Spiritual in the secular sense. Because you can take that word to be. Am I right, Ludic? I'm just putting words in your mouth.
No, that sounds about right.
Okay. I'm still deeply suspicious at best.
I really don't know how to even define my deism, I guess, is probably what it is. More, I'm coming to the realization.
I'm about as atheist as they come.
I am more atheistic than thou.
Well, I think according to G-Man, all atheists are Satanists now.
Come on, nobody thinks that.
G-Man.
So one thing I've learned about Satanism is that Satanism isn't actually worshiping Satan. Satanism is almost like saying like we don't want pain for us, so we reject God. Because God is the one who ultimately decrees like pain to happen to us.
Yeah, I think there's two versions.
Pardon?
William, I think you're right. I think there's two versions of fuck, what is it? Satanism.
Yeah, Satanism.
Yeah. I think there's one version that does worship Satan. I think, huh?
So like I've looked into it. There's like the Levantes or whatever the hell the guy's name is, Satanism, which is almost like hedonism, basically.
LeVay.
How do you pronounce it, Nadia?
LeVay.
LeVay Satanism.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's two different things.
I have no idea what that guy is saying.
William, your mic is really screwed up.
I'll go fix it.
So there's that, and that's almost like saying like become a hedonist, it lays down a couple of basic laws, and I think the essence of Hail Satan when they say that is kind of the same mentality of like do what you want to do in a sense. You don't need to follow somebody else, and then there's another kind which I've seen, and which is almost like a religious Satanism, like a spiritual Satanism, if you will, which is kind of like saying we recognize that God exists. However, we see Satan as actually it's almost like a parallel religion with Christianity. Like we recognize Satan as the more righteous being because he rebelled, but he did it because he was wronged. And so
That's funny because I was reading when they were talking about when they were having when they were talking about the Bible earlier. I was reading Genesis, and it's funny because like a lot of what like all of Satan or the serpent's lines in Genesis are all very logical.
Yeah.
While all of God's lines are like extremely like immature and I don't know, just outrageous.
Can you show me the comparison? I think I know what you're talking about as like the Ten Commandments or something like that.
I'm just talking about Genesis right now. I can pull it up. Actually, if you just look for Genesis 3, it's not a very long read.
Sure, let me go to it right now.
Well, I was saying there was two different sides of the Satan. What was she?
I still can't really understand you, William.
I was saying there's two sides of it. Actually, there is a website. There is a website on it, but I don't go to it. But it talks about joy or Satan or something.
Hey man, I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding you.
Oh, hold on. Let me see.
There it goes. There it goes. It's good now.
Okay. Yeah, I changed down my.
Oh, go ahead.
I had changed down my thing actually. My internet's not that good. But I was saying there's a website called the Joy of Satan, and they were talking about a lot of things on there. But
we still can't hear shit.
Now it's messing up again.
Oh, fuck me.
I would briefly point out like the these ideas of like spiritual, immaterial, teleology, and who knows what are just and of course faith are all kinds of just preposterous on their faces. But proposing a devil is like an alternative deity that's somehow better is like now the problem is with the constitutive deity altogether, or spirit being, or teleology or faith or whatever. Yeah, it's not that it's something you don't like. It's that the thing is like not oxymoronic, then at the very least not descriptive of reality. So
yeah, I agree.
I mean, yeah, for whatever quote unquote virtues the Satanists might have. I mean, come on. The only reason that they're not the target of effectively identical critiques is that they're not the same kind of political force.
So you think they have the same problems as Christianity?
Well, pretty much. I mean, it's largely a political opposition to what the people who follow it are doing and all that, and well, their quote-unquote faith is, frankly, something of a soft underbelly to their political ideology. So, there you go.
Can I take the conversation in a totally different direction?
Okay, one more grandstand and then take it away. Grandstand being, people's religions basically tell them to be anti-LGBT bigots, and therefore, fuck them, fuck their religion, and the whole of their political ideology, which is wrong, immoral, all that. And in the process of whatever it takes to sway them out of it. Yeah, I'll prove their religion false. Go ahead.
So, the totally different direction was talking about like African American spirituality. I've been kind of following some of these people who have like almost like alternative groups, and there's groups like the Five Percenters, the Hebrew Israelites, the Nation of Islam. What else is there? There's a couple other ones that I'm forgetting right now, but I don't know. Like I'm kind of weirded out by all of them because I don't really get them because they kind of just talk about race all the time, and I'm wondering like what's their whole appeal? If anyone here knows about them? Is it really? And it kind of seems like it's less about the theology and more about like upliftment, kind of like upliftment in a way of actually talking down to other people.
Which can you list those examples again?
Probably the main two are going to be the Five Percenters and the Hebrew Israelites.
Yeah.
So the Hebrew Israelites, they're interesting. They're probably the most like vocal. They basically claim that like the black people of America are the true Hebrews, and they stand like on street corners and they really like bark is probably the best way to say it. Like passages of the Bible and like insult people walking by and like make really rude comments and stuff like that. Yeah, they're interesting though, but they're just weird. And they're really disrespectful, like to the max.
It's like the true black man fallacy.
What's that?
I just made it up.
Yeah,
It doesn't
no true
exist.
Scotsman. Yeah. Variation of true Scotsman. Yeah.
What was the other one? I don't know too much about
The
most.
Five Percenters.
Yeah, what's that?
Five Percenters are basically an offshoot of the Nation of Islam. But basically, I don't see how they're in any way actually related to them, like actually. But my understanding is that they're this guy. He wanted to go to like because the Nation was kind of like uplifting people who were choosing to get uplifted, but this guy was taking the truths of the faith and he was going to like really messed up people and teaching them like almost like teaching them the dogma and not really caring about anything else, and to me they seem basically like atheists, and they're heavily into like they call themselves gods. I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like I'm not sure if they actually believe in God or not. I mean, I get the impression they don't. But yeah, very much into race, very much into like upliftment, and they have this idea that I think it's like 80% of the world is like foolish or something like that, and like 3% are like the oppressive leadership and something like that, and then there's like the poor righteous teachers of the world, and they're those people, and they're the 5%, so they call themselves the 5%ers, and they believe in like the supreme law of mathematics. But it's not like math like you would think. Like it's like math of like rule number 1 is this, rule number 2, and there's 7 rules, and like so that's 7 is a magical number or
Oh no, yeah, like numerology and shit.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. So they're really interesting. I really, really want to meet one of these people from any of these groups, and just sit down and talk to them. But every time I watch videos of them, it's like they're just barking and they're yelling and they're screaming, and it's really disrespectful. And I can't, I don't even know what their message is other than just quote unquote put people in their place and win these little scuffles on the side of the streets.
They speak Arabic?
No, they speak English.
Oh, okay.
No, they're not Muslim in any way.
Oh, okay.
They're basically all of these groups. They're like pure African American.
Black Hebrew Israelites, I think. Aren't they making more of like a false claim to be Jewish or something? Or?
Yeah, that's right. So they claim to be the true Hebrews, and they claim that the Jews nowadays are false white people, and they'll justify it from the Bible. So they'll say like, clearly every verse that talks about the Hebrews they're dark skinned and we're dark skinned, and they were taken as slaves in ships and we were taken as slaves in ships, and so on and so forth.
It's so ironic how every religion states that they're the true, like chosen ones.
Ezra chapter 9 verse 15.
Say that again.
Ezra
Okay.
chapter 9 verse 15.
All right.
Lord, the God of Israel, you are righteous. We are left this day as a remnant. Here we are before you in our guilt, though because of it not one of us can stand in your presence.
Hey, wait a minute. I have to have the wrong verse.
They, I think it's called divine replacement or something like that. I forgot exactly. Something. There's a term for this.
I got light bulbs.
Light went out? Oh, you got light bulbs. Thank you. Appreciate it.
No worries. I'll say it again.
It's called like divine replacement or something like that.
Somewhere in Ezra chapter 9, it'll refer to the holy race, or say that they are the holy race.
Oh yeah, I see it. Yeah, verse 2. They have taken some of their daughters as wives. Wait, okay, for themselves and their sons. And okay, wait, no, that's not it. Let's see. No, I'm not seeing it.
See, tunics and cloaks, so they wear tunics and cloaks.
Okay. Now Google.
Oh wait, so after these leaders, I think I see it's talking shit about other races. The people of Israel, including the priests and the Levites, have not kept themselves separate from the neighboring peoples with their detestable practices, like those of the Canaanites, Hittites, Perizzites, Jebusites, Ammonites. I'm not sure. If I can see, they have taken some of their daughters as wives for themselves and their sons, and have mingled the holy race with the peoples around them.
Yeah, basically an anti-miscegenation affair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, one of the most liberating.
Go ahead.
No, you first.
Oh, I can't just really invest in tools or something. So can't really stand down the door or whatever.
One of the most liberating aspects for me was to recognize that, like, I don't always have to stick up for my people, quote unquote. That I can be against certain things. I really like the name Aurangzeb and Jahangir, which are Persian names, but or Turkic or Persian names, but they're widely used in the subcontinent. And I looked into the history of these people, and they were kind of bad to the indigenous Indian population, specifically the Sikhs and Hindus. These were leaders of the Mughal Empire, and I was like, oh man, like I wanted them to be good because, I like those names, and you kind of think of your own people's historic leaders as like you gotta stick up for them and blah blah blah, and like I wanted them to be like I wanted to make history, have them come out on top. And the more I read about it, I couldn't really think that, and a liberating thought came to one of the teachers kind of said something very liberating. He once said that stand for justice, even if it's amongst stand for justice. This is our prophet saying this, even if it's against your tribe, your family, and something else, and then even if it's against your own selves. So I kind of internalized that, and it was very liberating to hear that, because I didn't have to be in this cognitive dissonance. I don't have to justify things that I couldn't agree with if other people had done it, and kind of to stick up for and to say, yeah, these people were kind of screwed up in some ways. This comes into mind because this whole like master race type, my people over other people, is tribalism, and it's really screwed up.
Yeah. Were you raised in any particular religion?
Yeah, my family's Muslim.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I think. Well, I don't really have. I don't really think I have that kind of bond to. I don't really think I have a bond to Instigating's class.
I think not all people do.
Ideological principles, just mean, but not like things of ethnicity, national origin, or other almost what you call accidents of birth.
Nadia, I think you do too. I think all people do, including myself.
Okay.
I still have it too. You know, like I might agree with a certain viewpoint, and I'll want it to be right every time.
Oh, I didn't disclaim things like ideology or whatever.
Hey, Farhan.
Yo.
Hey, what's your current like spiritual belief?
I'm Muslim.
Okay, so here's well, I mean, first of all, am I interrupting a conversation? I've been halfway listening for the past like 20 minutes.
No.
Well, we're just kind of talking, just kind of floating around ideas, talking about this, that, the other.
Yeah, nobody ever listens. Just go anyway.
Well, the main beef that I have with the Abrahamic religions, which I think are what is it, Islam, Christianity, Catholicism, and what's it called, Judaism, is that I think that God is like someone who, in my opinion, is like mean, and so I can't worship that character.
Mean in what sense?
Well, the example that I tend to go to now is the flood story, and which I think is in the Islamic faith.
It's in all three.
It's in all three.
Yeah.
So
and more actually, because you only mentioned three, but there's other Abrahamic faiths also. There's more than just the three Abrahamic faiths.
Oh, what else is there?
Mormonism, Baha'i,
Mandanism.
Mandanism.
What are the other ones called? The Samaritanism. I forget. What's the one that they believe in John the Baptist but not Jesus? I forgot.
Oh fuck! I have no idea.
Yeah, I think that might be Mandanism. But
that's Mandanism.
Mandanism is a very obscure religion in Iraq. That basically. Oh, and then also, if you can count it, the Yazidis as well. But Mandanism is a very obscure religion in Iraq. They believe that they believe in Abraham, or rather Adam. I don't know if they believe in Abraham, but they believe in probably they do. But they believe in John the Baptist as a prophet, and then I don't think they believe in. Actually, I'm almost certain they don't believe in Jesus.
Oh no, I was saying that's Mandaeanism.
Oh, you're just...
I was agreeing with you, not. I didn't say what's Mandaeanism. Sorry.
I don't understand how you think that's kind of even relevant or important objection. It's like, well, I mean, okay, in principle, Darth Vader was not a good guy because he blew up Aldebaran, but yeah, none of that stuff ever happened, and Darth Vader obviously doesn't exist.
Okay,
well, so you couldn't worship. You're saying you couldn't worship a god who was cruel and did these types of things.
Yeah, because I'll give you. It's kind of twofold. The first is looking at it in a more basic way, which is, okay, so he made a flood, right? And this flood killed people, but if you wanna, in my opinion, is a bit of a problem itself when you punish the people by drowning them. But to take it even further, he drowned animals, and animals didn't even sin.
Mhm.
So that's my first objection. And my second objection is if you take it all the way back to the beginning, before he even created anything, he already knew the future. So he knew that people were going to be bad. He knew that he was going to make this flood. He knew that there would be people that end up in hell forever. And this is all before he created anything.
Mhm.
So the fact that he did this, basically planned it, and then still made it happen. I mean, it's just way too in depth.
I would say it's more of a negative causation because God gave us free will in order to make those mistakes, right? I mean, I'm not trying to support it, but that's the idea, right?
What's negative causation?
The lack of taking an action leading to a cause. So in other words, God could take action and do all these things he's complaining about, but it seems to me that in doing so he would take away our free will.
Well, here's my response.
Allowing rather than doing, and
yeah,
I guess what Catholics would call a sin of omission.
Here's my response to
exactly.
that. Okay, so my response to that is like, first of all, okay, so it basically seems to me like you're talking about free will, right? So if he didn't give us it comes back to this. Like, I'm not even saying, I'm accepting that he gave people free will. All I'm saying is he knew that people would use their free will to break his commands and whatever. So since he knew that, it was cruel for him. Like, for example, he knew that there would be people who would follow him, and he knew that there would be people who wouldn't follow him.
But in order to prevent us, he would have to take away our free will, no?
No, what I'm saying is he didn't, for the people that he knew wouldn't follow him, he shouldn't have created them in the first place. The fact that he created them means that he put them in the position to fail, knowing that they would already fail. So I'm not saying he didn't give us free will. All I'm saying is that why would he create people that he already knew would use their free will to do wrong and then have a punishment for it? It just seems better to me. It just seems, you get what I'm saying?
It's because he loves us. You just have to understand. You have to read in between the lines.
It sounds like you're
it doesn't seem
raising an objection of the kind of the evidential problem of evil, and stronger lines of argument in those lines. Also, welcome, Phil.
Yeah, I'm back.
Are things like heterotrophy, like competition for scarce resources. Things are pitted against each other that way, right? In ways beyond their control.
Well, in my opinion, he's ultimately responsible for the way things are because he foresaw this all in his mind because he knows everything, right? Which means he knows everything, including the future.
Have you ever seen parents let little kids make mistakes?
Okay, but
bear with it. It is posited as a prime mover. That it is the ultimate cause of all things.
Okay, but look,
it is the cause of all things.
The cause of all things, right?
Is pretty much yielded up front by all this. Now the trouble that comes about is moral responsibility, right?
Okay.
So
yeah, people.
It's a different question from that ultimate causal being the ultimate cause, right?
Yeah, people are responsible for what they do, I guess, unless maybe they're possessed. Which how can they be responsible if they're possessed? But that's a whole nother issue. If the person.
Let me try this one. All right, so somebody snaps their fingers.
Uh-huh.
It shakes up the air, and sure enough, you got a little bit of chaos, and well, those little air disturbances translate to a hurricane that hits China and kills millions of people. Now, okay, generally, that person's not going to be deemed morally responsible
Right.
for that hurricane in China, even though that snapping their fingers.
Well, did they know that?
Butterfly effect, right? Caused a hurricane, right?
Did they know for sure they would cause the hurricane, though?
Well, in some respects, the matter of mere knowledge isn't necessarily the question, or it's part of the question.
Well, I have
right?
a snapping of fingers. Yeah, but
push the moral responsibility back. You have to also show that the knowledge would necessarily make it moral responsible. Sorry, go ahead, Phil.
Right.
Snaps of the fingers is not an action that would cause a hurricane, but let's say you were to do if you were a multi-billionaire and you hated Japanese people or whatever, and you seeded the Pacific with iodine crystals in the clouds, and then you heated the troposphere.
Well, that's a direct act, though.
That's a direct act of the billionaire who hates the Japanese.
Yeah.
You would be very much responsible for
seems,
that act.
It seems to me the underpinning theme here is that intent is a very large consideration.
Yeah.
We as a Jew, we have 613 commandments. We can't obviously keep them all, so we do the best we can. We take a look. We can't sacrifice animals, and but we do what's called mitzvot through charity, through volunteerism, through helping fellow people. To running an ambulance, to donating money, to whatever, to medical causes, to whatever, and the Rambam said to save one life is to save the world. So that's a part of Jewish philosophy, is that we have to do what's called healing the world one person at a time, so we can get to the world of Olam Haba.
Yeah, what I think would be healing.
Well,
go ahead.
Well,
I'm sorry.
the notion that Ludic had there, that intent is a big part of that, is actually, part of what's there to be proved. But at least sometimes along the lines of argument that are actually made. Go ahead.
Oh, well, someone was talking about a parent, and this is like a reply that I often hear is, like if a parent has a kid, doesn't the parent know that the kid will get hurt and do that and whatnot? But you can't. It doesn't seem equal footing to compare a parent with God, because a parent doesn't know everything, but God, not only did he know everything, he actually arranged it. So that metaphor of a parent and a kid, I don't that doesn't compel me to let God off the hook.
I was going to say one thing. I can't speak to the second point you brought up. You brought up 2 points. You said, doesn't God destroy the world and these types of things? But I don't really. I think you have to take that into totality, because if we say that God is evil for punishing these people, doesn't the same God that punishes these people, isn't he the same one that on a daily basis gives food, water, housing, clothes, education, all these things to millions, billions of people around the world?
Correct.
We tend to kind of look at only one part, and we're not having a holistic view.
Okay, I agree with you, and I do believe that if this God is real, that he also does do good things. But the reason why I brought up animals in particular is because animals did not do anything wrong, but they still had to drown. They still had to die with death by drowning, which is torture, when this God is powerful enough to have just snapped his fingers and spoke their painless death into actuality, yet he actually tortured them with drowning. And these are animals who didn't even sin.
The God would have been the architect of the system of rules of nature that make living beings not immortal, right? In which case, it would be the cause of all their deaths, regardless.
Well, this.
So,
If,
I mean, nothing actually changed in that these things, died by some kind of miraculous action. Go ahead.
Like, if people want to say that this God does good things, I won't argue with that because I believe he does, but I don't think that it's crazy of me to say he also does bad things.
He allows evil to occur, basically, I mean, the Great Flood, for instance, he caused because he wanted to start all over again. And Noah was a righteous man.
But he could have basically snapped his fingers and made all these animals die painlessly, but he actually chose to give them conscious torment, and these are animals that didn't even sin. And
but also you have to understand, during the times of the temple, I mean, we would slaughter all kinds of animals, as a sacrifice, like a lamb or a sheep or a goat or a dove or a chicken, whatever, and we were told to make it the least painful cut we can, but the animal will suffer. Death is not something that comes easily. Death can be painful.
Yeah. Almost all animals, when they grow sick or old enough, are basically taken down by predators and are torn apart
slowly,
basically dying, screaming.
I mean, my old service dog Jumper gets tramadol and every now and then for his arthritis pain.
Okay, well, let me put it like this: there's animals today, within the last 24 hours, that were tortured to death by other animals in the wild. So we don't even have to talk about the flood. We could go on YouTube and type in "animal getting eaten alive," and you could see an elephant. It takes a long time to kill an elephant because they're so big. So there's a bunch of it, or a buffalo. So there's a bunch of extreme torture going on when there's a bunch of lions eating an elephant or a buffalo alive. And God, before he set up this whole universe,
it was a part of his plan.
It was a part of his plan. And these animals did not even sin, but they feel, not only do they feel pain, but it's extreme torturous pain that lasts a long time.
But and you know what? Our rabbis address that many a times, that God elevates animals to certain levels, not to the level of human, but each and every animal that suffered, the billions that lived, will be with, in the Olam Haba. They will be there. That's their reward. And the dogs of today that we've domesticated throughout the centuries, who actually do a job to help humanity, are going to be elevated to the level that they're going to be right next to us. They're going to be with us.
And this is part of what I was, pointing out when I.
Because everything has a nefesh. Everything has a soul. Every animal.
When I mentioned that, the system of heterotrophy earlier was a better kind of objection to raise in Noah's flood, right? This is, part of the consideration, right? We pretty much brought you around to it, right? You got off the flood and started talking about animals all getting eaten by predators, right?
Right.
Well, guess what? That's what heterotrophy means, animal life feeding off of other animal life, right?
Okay.
Or other life. So.
Not unlike the global elite of today that feed off of very much like the globalist elite that you view humanity as a resource.
Well, the very fact things are set in competition against each other for finite resources is a system, nature of reality, etc. That this God, as posited, would have architected, right?
Right.
So that is another kind of critique one can bring about that's got a bit more strength to it than pointing at Noah's flooders and such, right?
Right. And the answer that maybe these animals get to go to heaven in the future, or even people, it's like, I never was given the option to come here to Earth. It was God who basically forced me here because I didn't give my consent. And so not only did this God force me here, I imagine forced animals here and everyone else in this chat room. I don't believe any of you signed up to be here, right? And so, but we have to go through these pains against our will, and it just I'm just trying to paint the picture of that.
You okay?
You okay? Cough it out.
Go to the toilet and spit it out. But if you think about it, though, this gentleman is right. I could take another perspective, a Jewish perspective. Every Jewish soul on this earth today was at Sinai thousands of years ago. And, and there's a case, in Judaism for reincarnation.
Well,
a big case for it that is made by the rabbis, by scriptural doctrine, by views of the Torah, the Talmud. It's all there,
Yeah, but
what? There is no buts. Every Jewish soul born to a Jewish home, raised as a Jew, was here at Sinai and was a witness to the great miracle of the Exodus. And and I'm not going to name a name because he asked me not to name a name. But there was a specific Jew that was not born a Jew, but converted through Orthodox Judaism, through Chabad. And many rabbis, and his father was a pastor, but a Nazi-type pastor who believed in Christian identity. But yet he had dreams of the Shoah. He talked about how in Poland there was a security facility that they were carted off to, and talked about the stairwell, and then what has meant from his dreams. He talked about wheelbarrows, and and what he'd done, and in cleaning out places. And it turns out, the stairwell was at the SS security directorate in Poland that they set up to process Jewish deportees to the camps. The wheelbarrows were of not firewood, but bodies. And it turns out an old Chabad rabbi told him basically that he was a Sandow commando from his dreams.
All right, hey, Philip, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Well, if I can chime in,
go ahead.
A separate point. These kinds of considerations are stacking up to a case of why the problem of evil is such, in my mind, a weak argument. Even though I don't think.
But many Jews
even though I don't think most traditional defenses are actually the ones that are actually immunizing. And part of it is the notion of these eternal afterlives and all that. I mean, a full century of the most horrific torture imaginable, beside eternity, is nothing. Is zero. Right? Take any fight, afterlife, beside your century of the most horrific suffering, and pick any, I guess, ratio you want it to be smaller than, and guess what? The ratio, shrinks below that at some point. This makes the kinds of things about the question of a deity, most properly grounded in other considerations, like are there afterlives? Is there free will? Is there
Yeah, there is free will. You
something
have a
like
choice to do right
the
and wrong.
possibility of this prime mover, and so on and so forth. More quote unquote metaphysical questions as opposed to these
So now
moral ones. Again, and of course the moral ones with the potential for theistic grounding of morality, etc. Well, guess what? The morality is basically just says whatever the God wants to do is
right.
literally defines what is right.
What is right? Yeah.
At which point, well, where'd your moral critique go?
Yeah, you can't critique him at that point, but like you just said, I mean, when it gets to that point, there really is no arguing because whatever God does is right, and He gets to make the rules. But
no. There's no arguing.
The
basis of your argument has to be something other than the eventual problem people.
Well, what I will say is the Jewish people throughout history have always been hunted and persecuted because of the Abrahamic blessing we were set aside to carry the word of God to the world.
Okay. Well,
and morality, more importantly, morality. We teach. Everything that every religion has is based upon almost the universal rights and universal wrongs.
Well, Philip and Farhan, I want to kind of bring Farhan back in this too, because I kind of started speaking with him, but I'm not mad at anyone else chiming in. But my point is, if you want to say, basically my position is that, okay, let's take Lucifer for example.
Actually, if you want Lucifer, in Hebrew is called Hasatan.
Okay, so let's take him. Let's take him.
It's a blessing in disguise. Most people don't realize that.
Well,
that's why in Judaism he's actually a righteous person, but he's acting to
he's
make.
Right. His job is to tempt you, and it's your job. It's your choice to follow.
He's gonna go.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12. In the Latin Vulgate had Hillel translated as Lucifer.
Okay, let me put it like
Hillel
this.
is more properly translated into English as Shining One.
Let me put it like this.
Refers to King Nebuchadnezzar.
Let me put it like this.
Hasatan. Go ahead.
Okay, Lucifer, Satan, that's not important to my argument. I could change it with this other example. Do you guys agree that according to these Abrahamic religions that there will be someone going to hell forever, even if it's one person? Do you guys agree? No?
I don't even picture Adolf Hitler going to hell, which would be I would love to see it, but at the same time, God's mercy, justice is that He would just poof you into non-existence.
Okay, but Farhan, though, I guess would believe that there are some people going to hell forever.
Right.
Okay, so what I have to say
in Judaism, we don't believe that.
Yeah, that's true. I've heard that that's the case for Judaism, though. But for the people who believe,
we have a place of learning called Gehenna.
Okay, well, but my particular point is for people that are going to hell forever, it just seems to me that if this God creates someone already knowing that this person's going to hell forever, that doesn't seem like a good thing.
But that's not the case, because
no, it is the case.
You have free will. You have free will to rise above that.
But listen. What I'm saying is, you don't have free will to rise above it, because what I'm saying is, for the people that have free will to rise above it, that's fine. They didn't end up going to hell. But there are people who are going to hell.
But hell is not the same thing that you envisioned. Hell is just if you think of it, it's Gehenna.
You're talking from a Jewish perspective. You're talking from a Jewish. I'm not
a
talking.
Jew.
Right,
That's
but okay. So I'm not talking to the Jewish perspective now. I'm talking to the perspective of people who believe that there will be people in hell forever, which is eternal torture. So to the people who believe that, all I'm saying is, even if people have free will, it doesn't matter, because God already knew before that person was born what the outcome would be. Regardless of free will or not, He knew for sure what the end result would be. And for all the people that he knew would end up in hell, I find it very cruel that he actually created them because he knew what the end result would be. And so my point is, if I don't think he's a good guy for that reason, I think that it would be, I mean, isn't that a very reasonable thing that I just said? I mean, am I crazy for saying that?
No,
Isn't
you're
it
not.
reasonable?
No,
It's
you're not.
reasonable, isn't it?
And Farhan, you can't add, from a Muslim perspective, you can't add to that.
I don't really have a response to that. I don't know what to say to that, to be honest.
You know,
Well, I'm going to speak.
What I will say is, you know, it's an incorrect, you know, perspective. I
According
understand
to
where you're
Judaism,
coming from, but you have the free will to accept whatever God you see fit, to worship whatever God you see fit, if or not at all, and you have that free will within you. You have the free,
would
you know,
like
you have the
to.
free will to be good. You have the free will to do bad. It's up to you. You know, if you want to, in Hebrew, what we call teshuvah, which is repentance.
I would like to scream bloody murder.
Murder is wrong. Murder is wrong.
Well, that's not what screaming bloody murder means. But the important thing here is not that you know Darth Vader blowing up Alderaan in the movie Star Wars or whatever it was something that showed that Darth Vader was really bad. And it doesn't matter really how bad Darth Vader, you know, given the evidence of the movie, would have been. The important thing is actually Star Wars is a work of fiction. And that's why kind of evidential prone of evil doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'm definitely with Nadia on this one because this conversation goes absolutely nowhere.
I think I'm with both of you, Nadia and I'm sorry, who just spoke, Strat Fanatic or something?
Most people just say Strat.
I'm with both of you because if this God is real, then everything I'm saying is just me complaining because he ultimately gets to define what is good and evil. So I agree with you guys. All I'm trying to, you know, so really I have nothing to say after that point because who
that
am
is
I?
kind of the perspective I take, by the way. That's exactly what I take.
Yeah, but
yeah.
okay.
It's
So
kind of
here's
like
my
arguing. It's kind of like punching a brick wall to me. Like,
But here's my point, though. Here's my point: is if we basically say that whatever God does is good, then we have to say that it was good that he drowns innocent animals, as opposed to just snapping his fingers and making them die painlessly. We actually have to say it was good that he caused torture to them because you've heard of water.
Maybe evil is just an absence of good, kind of like lack of light.
I actually do believe evil is an actual thing.
Which actually is a sort of ontological kind of assertion called privatio boni. There's actually an inverted one, right? What do they call it? Dukkha in the Durbank face, where they take the reverse. You know, the quote-unquote good is the absence of the evil or dukkha or whatever, right?
Well, the way I see
so that kind of assertion has various kinds of counters too.
Yeah.
But again, it yeah, that's what they do about what morality is, and being spoken into existence by Mother God as the prime moving creator of all things, including what morality is gives it basically arbitrary choice over, you know, whether morality is defined by dukkha and dharma or privatio boni and, you know, divine command and hamartia and all that, right?
Well,
so,
here's my thing. Oh, sorry. Here's my thing that it's just so tempting. Here's my thing about evil being the absence of good is that seems to make sense, right? But when I think about it more, this God is characterized with the attribute that he can do anything. So if he can do anything, that means he can do anything, which means he can create a universe or a reality or a world in which we don't, in which he could have dissolved that concept that evil is the absence of good, because that's a concept that evil is, or it's a property. And if God is all powerful, which he's claimed to be, and he could do anything, he could actually do away with that property. There's nothing that he is not in control of. So he could, you get what I'm saying? He's even in control of concepts and properties and principles.
Right.
So it's totally in his power to get rid of that evil is the absence of good. He could do away with that, but he allows that in any way. He allows evil to exist, and no matter how it came to be, he allows it to exist, and so like that still doesn't let him off the hook, in my opinion. And yeah, that's what I have to say about like.
I've been trying to get in for a little while.
Go ahead.
The way I look at it, if you look at people who are like in extreme situations of like pain, misery, and things like that, you'll actually see one of the things that's amazing about them is that they're actually filled with faith. Like people who are the most oppressed in the world, a lot of times are actually filled with like faith and trust in God, despite the circumstances they're going into. So one of the first things I would say is refocus. Don't look at the pain of others. Look at what's in front of you, because you can look at the pain of others in terms of helping them out, but look what's directly in front of you. So your own struggles, right? Now you're going to say, well, like I have struggles in my life, and I think the same thing. I could apply that logic also. Why doesn't God just make these things go away, or why doesn't he make it not this situation not occur? And the way that I see that is you have two options here. You can either you're told, okay, there's a good God, but you might have difficulty. Well, how can God be good if he's doing these things? I think you can either do one of two things. You can either reject it completely and say like, okay, maybe there is a God, but I think he's wrong, or I don't believe in God because of these things. Or you can say, look, I put my trust in God. I accept that I don't understand why these things are happening, but there's some wisdom in it, or some truth in it that I'll someday see. And you can pick whichever way you want to pick, and I don't think one is either more logical than the other. I think you can say that. I don't think it's an invalid position to say I don't see why this is a good thing, but because I believe in God, not that I because I believe in God, and I have been told, or I believe, or what have you, that he was essentially good, that there's a wisdom in this that I yet don't see.
I agree with you.
That's the perspective I see it. So to me, it's kind of like, if there's a brick wall here and I'm punching the brick wall, I can argue, well, the brick wall shouldn't be here and continue to punch it. Or I can say the brick wall is there, let me deal with it as it is.
Usual redemptive suffering, carry your across so you can be nailed to it, and so on and so forth. And of course, that kind of moral question ends up coming back to metaphysics too, right?
Well, let me.
The fundamental issue is, the metaphysical. Like, is there supernatural? Is there that God? Is there something like a soul, an eternal afterlife, and so on? And those fundamental questions are.
Yeah.
Well, they're tied up with it all, but you don't get your answers on them to the problem of evil.
Right.
Not the one you raised about eternal conscious torment, burning hell for eternity, and all that. That's just the problem of evil over again. Right. It's called the soteriological problem of evil.
Okay. For me, it seems like less of a stretch it would seem like more of a stretch to me to say there's all this bad stuff happening, but I believe God is good and I'll trust him anyway. It seems more reasonable, in my opinion, to just say he's not good, considering everything I know about his character and his attributes, that he's in complete control. Nothing can, no one has the final say. He's the one that has the final say. And so the fact that this is the way it is, it seems like less of a stretch to me to just conclude, okay, if he's real, he's not good, and I'm just gonna live my life, it seems like more of a stretch to me to look at all the problems and say, well, I'm just going to trust that he's good.
So I would say two
If
things.
that thing is dictating what good and evil is, you're going to have probably more of the form that what is good doesn't actually isn't actually relevant to you. Not that it will quote unquote in fact be evil, right?
Right. So I don't have to use the word. Yeah, go ahead.
I have two thoughts on that. The first one is like if you say, for example, well, look at all the suffering in the world, right? Look at all the terrible things that's happening. I mean, you know, this turns around, and this can be easily turned around. Look at all the good things that happen. So, for example, if for example there's a person who one day he's walking down the street and he gets hit by a car and he dies this really slow, horrible, painful death, and someone says, well, how could God allow that to happen? Well, if the person died at the age of 40, that means that for 39 years, or I guess 40 years, this person was not experiencing this pain. He was well fed, he had air to breathe, he had his body, his faculties, all these things. And it's a very one-sided thing to look at just the bad and say, well, God is only look at the bad and then completely ignore the good. But I would really not take it to the intellectual level. I would say that almost like if you look at most world religions, God is essentially good in every world religion. I think that speaks something to deep inside of us, that even people who are angry at God or even people who reject God, they will still ultimately do believe that God is good. They just don't like it. They don't really get it. Or maybe I shouldn't say they don't get it. That's kind of condescending. But like they don't like what happened.
Well, I would say that a lot of these people are mistaking other forces, like especially forces of nature, as acts of God. Like, well, not now necessarily, but well, I guess now too, but especially in ancient times, before we could prove that, for example, that lightning was caused by whatever the fuck it's caused by, electricity and volcanoes, or there weren't logical explanations for a lot of these things, so they made up stories.
And
that narrative.
Well, in the Abrahamic monotheistic quasi-God of the philosopher's context, all right, the God floating out there is tied up with what good is, and so in other, like say polytheistic or whatever context, the question of what good is maybe not so tied up with the existence and whatever it is of all their gods, right? And other monotheistic religions may not even regard it as a relevant question. Which ones I have no idea, but anyway.
Well, I could not use the word good and bad, and I could just say I don't like it.
Yeah, it is subjective. I mean, whatever will benefit you whatever will benefit you and whoever else you want to be benefited will be good in your eyes. Like in the example of the Noah's Ark story, if you're anybody but Noah, well, God is evil because he's causing, he's drowning you. But if you're Noah, well, he's saving you from the flood, so he must be good.
Right. And like I said, I could get around this whole thing without, like, if I say God is bad, then someone could say to me, well, you don't get to define God. God is the one who makes definitions. I could just get around that whole game and just say, okay, I won't call him bad. I'll just say I don't like what he's doing. And, that's how I could get around it without making any inaccurate claims. Because if I said he's bad, I would actually be wrong, because if he exists. So I'll just...
Well, what that is. Yeah, whether you like it or not, the thing either exists or not.
Sorry, what?
Right. Darth Vader doesn't exist, and maybe you don't like it. And obviously Adolf Hitler existed, and you don't like him. Who doesn't exist? I guess Harry Potter doesn't exist. You like him, and I don't know. Some
really
do-gooder like Albert Einstein clearly did exist, and You like him. Right, so there you go.
I just think it's hard to prove whether any God exists or not, which is why I take it to the level of just, do I like him or not?
I think one of the things in I would imagine most, at least monotheistic religions, is that there's going to be certain things that you don't like that occur, and at some point you have to submit to those things. Like if you believe in that God,
Yeah.
whether you can sit and argue about these things, but at some point you have to kind of submit to the fact that this was the will of God, and I submit to it even if I don't like it.
I see. I don't like that whole submission thing because
right.
It seems like it's like a slave submitting to his master. I mean,
yeah,
exactly.
That is what it is.
Yeah, well, slavery, etc.
Do you know what?
It's supposed to be slave to Christ or slave to Allah or something. Abdallah is literally a common Muslim name.
Yeah. That literally means slave. It doesn't mean servant of God; it's slave of God.
Yeah, the freaking how do you submit to it? Whether you like it? Yeah, these things aren't even really pertinent to atheism.
There was
the question with atheism is there a God or is there no God?
Well, right. Nadia, listen, take your pick because your life is going like shit. So take your pick.
No, that's you can't say that.
Are you fucking kidding me? Seriously.
I mean,
seriously.
Same problem, Rev. Same problem, right? Whether I like it or not.
Wow.
There's one there or not.
Nadia.
And
that's your
had no bearing in the end. Whether
How
I
long
like it
have you guys been around here?
Okay, Rev, what is God gonna do if we don't worship him? Send us to hell?
How long have you been here, M?
In where?
In Nadia's hangouts.
I don't know. Maybe since maybe for 6 hours. I don't know. Okay, all I'm saying is if we don't worship this God, what is our punishment? He's gonna send us to hell or something. And what I'm saying is, before we were even born, and in fact, these religions say that we weren't just born, he actually made us. He formed us in the womb with his own hands. So while he was forming us with his hands, he already knew we would not worship him and thus go to hell forever. So
Psalm
why
139:13.
So
no,
why
No, it doesn't mean you're going to go to hell. No.
Well, that's the popular interpretation of at least Christianity, and I think Islam as well.
Yeah.
So
that is the normative tradition.
You're in the minority position to say that that's not true.
It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go to hell.
Well,
which
I mean,
is why,
that totally depends on how you read it, does it not?
Yeah, it depends. It depends how you read it. But the popular view is if you don't believe in him and if you don't worship him, then you're gonna suffer the punishment. And all I'm saying is, if we're gonna get punished, it seems mean to me that while he was making me, he knew that I would turn against him and thus go to hell forever one day. It's like, why couldn't he just cut to the chase and be a good guy and just not make me in the first place? Just to save me the eternal torment. But no, he actually chose to create me so I could go to hell forever. Sorry?
So what?
So what I'm
supposing it's some kind of bad thing that all that went on. Well, guess what? It either did or not, right? I mean, you have a different kind of question to answer in terms of atheism and all that.
Right. Yeah, like you're saying now, Nadia, it's two different questions. For me, it's too hard to prove whether this God is real or not, which is why I talk more about whether I like him or not. Because everyone can have an opinion, but how can you actually prove whether,
That has answers. I mean, for instance, causality demands temporal precedence. But I mean, if there was no beginning of time, well, there was no beginning to act as quote some cause. And if there was a beginning of time, there was no before at that beginning of time for the temporal precedence for cause and effect to be there. And therefore, these things couldn't have acted as to cause the universe. Right? So, in that kind of argument against the prime mover, be extended to other necessary aspects of causation as well, and elaborated upon, whatever. You have, there are quite a number of additional arguments to go against, various religions, concepts of gods, so on and so forth. You can go back to the historicity of Jesus Christ. And
Nadia, I love you with all my heart, Nadia. Please try and believe at some point,
Jesus
please.
Christ is no better than that for Hercules or Romulus, right? And in fact, has in some ways demonstrably worse. For instance, Romulus is described in dispassionate terms, rather demonstrably non-allegorical terms, as engaging in various battles and so on and so forth, where, what are the gods?
How about
a bunch of allusions to Psalm 22.
Nadia, what about Muhammad?
Allusions to Psalm 22.
Nadia, what about
parables,
Muhammad?
A bunch of what's called chiasms, literary devices.
I'm gonna pull a Rob Beasley now. Nadia. Okay. How about Muhammad?
What about Muhammad?
Well, Muhammad was probably there. Now, the Allah, on the other hand, falls prey to many of the same kinds of considerations regarding, Moses and Jesus Christ, the metaphysical, philosophical considerations.
Nadia, forget about Moses and Jesus Christ. Forget about that.
Like being
How about
mover,
any God? Any God, Nadia.
Morality.
Nadia. Any God. Would you accept any God? None? No?
By the time you get it past what would actually grant existence, it would not be much of anything people would actually deem a god. Go ahead.
If I could say something a little, Emma, I got a question for you. What do you think the reason of, and I'm not sure if you believe in God or not, but let's suppose you did. What do you think is the reason for creation? Like, what is your purpose in existence if you were created?
I think he said he'll be right back.
Oh, did he? Oh, damn. Oh, he did say that. Yeah, I missed it. Yeah.
Well, if you want my opinion, I think our purpose is, I think we make our own purpose. I don't think there's any inherent purpose, except to reproduce, I suppose, but,
I meant, like, if you believe that God created us,
okay.
Yeah, with that premise in mind, because that's kind of the core premise there. Like,
sorry, go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, this is a question I was actually asking Em initially, but I guess anybody. If you let's take, given the premise that God created us, what would be our purpose of existence?
You want me to answer?
Yeah, sure.
Well, the purpose would be whatever he says it is.
Right.
So then I guess it depends on the religion.
Yeah, but I would imagine it's similar enough. Rev, do you have a reason why God created us? Is there anything in Christian scripture that speaks of why God created us?
Rev said he'll be right back.
Did he? Okay. Well, I'd like to get his insight on it, but we have a verse that says, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسُ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ, which means that we, meaning God, did not create the jinn, which is like a spiritual being, and the humans, except to worship him. And some people say from that that through that worship you come to know God, you come to love God, ultimately. But ultimately, just sticking to the text, it says that you were created for that purpose of worshiping God.
That's frightening.
Why is that frightening?
Well, I mean, for instance, I think I was talking a little bit about this earlier, but like the Roman Empire, any sort of emperor would say the same thing to the people in his empire.
What do you mean?
I guess what I'm saying is it seems like a way to trick people into worshiping you, and I don't know.
Sorry, I don't follow you.
Well, I guess so. Imagine if it were a man and not God who wished to be who wished to be worshipped in the same way.
Right.
I feel like that would change things a lot. You know, I don't know.
It would.
It just
Wait,
seems
what?
like it seems like a sick idea to me.
Wait, why though? I really didn't understand the thing you just said. What's I'm saying like if God, I'm not talking about like this could be used by politicians or something like that. I'm saying strictly like if we're given the circumstance that God really did create us,
right?
What would be like? I'm saying that's our idea.
Why would he have created us, right?
Yeah, like I guess I was trying to see like what would you say is your reason, if you have any. But I mean, you can't.
Okay,
if you're an atheist, I mean, you kind of can't. But I'm saying like,
I guess I just think any reason that it would just be, I don't know. It'd be something I would be strongly opposed to.
Yeah,
Any
because
reason at all? Any reason at all? Or that particular reason?
Somebody else was gonna say something.
Yeah, let me just interject here, not to step on your toes, Strat. But the thing is, what you just said, it got me thinking. It's like, if God does it and says that I want you to be my slave, it's suddenly okay. But if another person says it, it's not okay. And what's the only difference? The only difference is that there's this God who is claiming that he's the all-powerful, all-good. And first of all, these are just claims he's making. Where's the actual proof that he's good? What if he's lying and he's actually bad? So this whole thing is just based on people believing everything he's saying, and it's automatically okay because he's God. And like I said, you don't even know if he's lying. He could actually be a bad guy saying he's good. He could actually be promising you heaven, and then when you worship him your whole life, he could actually send you to hell if he wants. You're just believing a bunch of things that he's saying.
Right.
And that's one thing. And the other thing is, just because, sorry for that, my dog's barking, but and that's the one thing. And the other thing is, even if he is telling the truth, what's the big deal? Just because he's God, he can do anything he wants. It's like, that doesn't...
You're kind of really going off topic.
Well, no, that's much more eloquently put than what I was trying to. Well, that is what I was trying to say, though.
That was really unrelated to what I was asking. You're right, that could be. There's people who have talked about this in the past, about like what would happen if God, what could lie and stuff like that. And there's actually a debate in the Indian subcontinent about this very topic. But I really almost don't care to get into that, because you're right, all of that could be the case. But we're operating under, like, I'm asking kind of with a certain set of premises. Like, if we do believe that God created us, what would be the reason for that thing, for that creation? Like, what would you see? I mean, you can't really answer that question, I guess, but
well, yeah, I'm basically, it sounds like
an idea of what it shouldn't be. Like, what if the idea was like either for no purpose? Well, then it seems kind of pointless to make us in the first place. And if it was something trivial, like, I don't know, pick up paper clips or whatever, that seems also kind of trivial. So what was that purpose? Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at. And it seems like you're saying that you don't accept the purpose of him creating us for the sake of worshiping him.
Yeah, well, yes, to put it simply, I don't think that purpose is something that is like good, not in my opinion. I mean, or without using the word good and bad, I'll just say that I don't like that purpose.
Why not?
Because.
And what would you like if you could answer that question?
Okay, if there was a God, first of all, I would have liked for him to consult me about many things before he look. This God basically forced people into many situations without asking them. So that would be the first thing I would like to get cleared up. Is before you make me a male, before you make me born in 1986, before you put me in a situation like this and that and this and that, like, let me approve of these things first of all. So that would be the first thing I would say.
Can I is it okay if I sidestep that first question, because I feel like that's like a tangential issue. Like, I mean, I can talk about that, but that's kind of like a tangential, I can't pronounce the word, issue. I was more talking about, like, about purposes of creation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're kind of bringing up other stuff, and I just want to get to the focus on the main issue.
So if the purpose is just for us to worship him.
Well, I have two questions. What's your objection to that, and what do you think is then? Because it's almost like if you know what's the bad purpose, what would then be a good purpose?
Okay, you know what? Like, I guess I actually don't have a problem with the purpose being to worship him. What I have a problem with is other stuff that's involved in his creation.
Okay.
Like what?
Pain.
Well, pain is one thing. Pain on beings that didn't even sin, like animals. I mean, that's like totally out there. That on so many levels.
I hear that. That's why I'm a vegetarian. So I hear that.
Yeah, I agree with you,
I'll
Red.
say, Em, that I actually like that reason, and I'll tell you why. Because I think when we think of, like, for example, praising a king or something like that, we think of or maybe giving money or being devoted to, like, a leader of some sort. That person is in theory limited, right? Not in theory, definitely. They're limited. They have a certain scope. They're actually even comparable to us. But the idea is that when we're talking about God, you know, if we don't see a lot of times when we talk about God, we're talking about, like, some man, like, not like a, what am I saying? Some limited entity. And kind of the idea is that one thing that I've noticed about all people who believe in God is that if you, for example, were to experience God, see God, it wouldn't be something you could just reject. It would be like it wouldn't be like, oh, hey, there's another cool thing, now let me go play video games. It would be something that would really affect you deeply and be this powerful, grandiose vision. So the thing is, like, as you're worshiping God and getting closer to him and coming to know God more, it won't seem trivial. Because, like, you're recognizing the grandioseness of this entity.
Yeah, but my response to that is that when I was a practicing Christian for 5 years, the reason that I stopped being a practicing Christian, no matter how close I got to this God, was that there were questions that I just had objections to that were never able to get answered to my satisfaction, which is why I ultimately left. So being closer to him didn't soften anything for me. It actually pushed me away, because the more I got to know his attributes, that he's all-knowing, which means he knows the future, which means, and then he planned this whole thing. Right. I mean, that actually made him more sick, in my opinion, more twisted.
Is it that you actually don't disbelieve in God, but you're actually just, you don't like the way things are in the world? Is that a better way of saying it?
Yeah,
that's
exactly it.
Well, hold on. I don't believe there's a God, but I'm not going to say that I don't think there is one for sure. All I can say is I don't believe there is.
But the reason you left Christianity wasn't because you felt that God didn't exist. Like the reason it seems like the reason you presented for why you came to reject Christianity was not because you felt like there had been some new reason or some new evidence against the belief in God. It was more of the actions of God that you didn't like.
Exactly, which is why I say that.
So then it could be that you actually do believe in God still, but you just don't like the way things worked out. I mean, that seems like the logical conclusion.
Well, I mean, I don't believe in God. Like when I was having faith, there were passages I came across in the Bible which led me to believe that even in my times of doubt, I should just have faith. So I sort of forced myself to have faith. But I don't actually believe there's a God, but I don't have any problem with there being a God. I'm not against that. I just happen to not believe there is one. But the bigger issue for me is like the other thing you said, which is things I don't like about him.
Now, I was also raised religious, and I'd say it wasn't just that I didn't like things about the religion, but it was also the apparent lack of proof. I mean, there's no obvious proof that a God does exist.
I'm hearing two different things. I mean, I'm hearing one is the lack of proof, and I'm also hearing.
Well, it was both.
It was both, yeah.
And even if there's enough proof to convince everyone in the world, if I am personally not convinced, then there's not enough proof for me. So God has to meet my standard of what would convince me. And to date, he has not yet, which is why I don't actually believe there is one.
God has to do something for you, really? Are
Well,
you are you that worth something? Like,
how am I going to believe in him if I don't have any reason to?
no, I hope he does, but like that's pretty arrogant for you to say that God has to do something for you.
Well, think about it. Think about it. If I don't believe in him, he's going to send me to hell forever. The least he could do is give me a good reason to believe in him.
Well, that's it. Hell doesn't necessarily exist.
Well, from what I read in the Bible, when I was a Christian, I thought there was good enough reason to believe that it did exist forever. But let's say that there's the annihilation thing where he just, deletes people.
Okay. You said when you were a Christian. What made you turn away, man?
What made me turn away is what Farhan and Strat, which I'm not putting words in their mouth. I'm just saying, kind of relating back to what they were saying, was more so that I didn't like the way that God did things. That's what turned me away from it.
In the Old Testament, are you talking about?
Well, the old and even in the present day of 2015, everything that goes on day to day.
Yeah, I hear that.
He's in ultimate control of all of it. So look, the point I was trying to make earlier was, if we are gonna just submit to everything this God says to submit to and believe he's good about everything, it is only logical that we have to say it's good that he drowned innocent animals. We have to say it's good, and I cannot say that that's good.
We have an expression in our tradition. We say that, isn't it amazing that everything that happens to the believer is a good thing? Because if something good happens to that person, then he praises God and he's rewarded for that. And if something that he sees as negative happens to him, or a difficulty, then he's patient and he is rewarded for that.
Yeah, but seriously, how can you praise God for drowning innocent animals?
Well, I mean, there's I don't know what to say about that.
Right, because it goes against all feelings that are come natural, unless I mean, I guess
so
there's
we
some.
Say that my sheikh taught me once. He said that praising God in difficulty is not saying things that would displease God. So like if your son dies or something like that, which actually happened to our prophet. If your son dies, it's you can actually praise God in times of difficulty, but that you just do not say things that are displeasing to God.
Well,
yeah, but Farhan, they'll hear that and just say it's foolishness. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I wasn't gonna say it like that. Well, I want to say, first off, I'm sorry about your prophet's son. Second, that concept, it seems very similar to, I don't know if you've heard of G-Man describe his prayer Bible, but basically what it is he writes down prayers and he gets a yes, a no, or maybe. And he says that 100% of his prayers are answered. Yes or no.
Okay, all right. So we're
regardless, he's going to get those answers.
Right, I've heard that.
So one of the things that happened is that when his son had died, his son was reaching an age where, like, like you're not a baby anymore and you can kind of run around and kind of that stuff. And so he had died and he cried a lot. And he, like, his beard would be like wet and stuff like that. And one of his companions came to him and said, like, enough, and said, didn't you tell us that you're supposed to be content with God's decree? And he said that the eyes crying is a sign of mercy. It's like a release of that pain, and there's nothing wrong with crying or being sad, but despite our sadness, we don't say anything that's displeasing to God. And we were happy that he came. His name was Abraham. We were happy that Abraham was here, and we're sad to see him go.
Well, Farhan, I want to say two things. The first thing I want to say is to Strat, because I think that took a lot of compassion to when he said, first of all, I want to say sorry for your prophet's son.
That was great. Thank you.
And the second thing I want to say is, it's feasible that people die because, according to these religions, they sin, so they deserve death. So it's not that far of a stretch. But the reason I keep bringing up animals is because they didn't even sin.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
Which is why I think it's a good example, which is why I keep bringing it up. Because it seems to be the argument that really leaves people either speechless or they have to say, yeah, it's good that God drowned innocent animals. And if they say that, they just sound crazy.
So I'll say this. Let me correlate this to something. Let's suppose, for example, I lost my legs, right? I'd hope that doesn't happen. God save my legs. But let's say I lost both of my legs, and in that situation, somebody said, "See, look, Farhan, he lost both of his legs, and he's so depressed about that, and he's so upset about that. You know, God is evil." But then if you go to me, for example, and you see that I'm saying, "No, I don't. I'm not happy about it, but I accept that it's from God, and then I'm going to be patient despite my difficulties." You know, I have the right to say that, right? Would you not say that? And my is that not a fair statement to say?
I think it's fair.
Yeah, it seems like the moral is to try and keep a positive outlook.
That's also part of it, yeah. One thing I was going to say was that we in our faith do believe that animals are sentient beings, of course, and that they are in every moment, in every second, actually, I don't know if it's every moment or second, literally, but they are constantly in a state of praising God, and so even if things happen to them that are very painful, they are still in their own way praising God constantly.
Well,
I don't think that's really a far stretch. I think that happens to even us. Like I said, if I lost my legs or if I was burned alive or something like that, or I don't know.
Well, not to sound selfish, but it really is all about me, and it really is all about you, because at the end of the day, we are the ones that either go to heaven or hell. So I'm happy that the animals praise him, but since I don't view it in a good way, that's gonna make God want to punish me and go to hell. So it's not selfish, because everyone in these religions admits that it's super important what your destiny is, heaven or hell. So it's not selfish for me to be concerned about that. So if this whole animal issue is my hang up and what ultimately sends me to hell, it's you know, what you brought up about these animals is good for them. So that's going to make them go to heaven because they're not hating God. But from my point of view, which matters, it's not a good thing, because while they're getting killed, I'm sure they're not praising God, because why are they screaming while they're getting killed? Wouldn't they just be laughing or something, or happy? But no, they're actually screaming, and they actually try to get away when animals are attacking them.
Mm-hmm.
So what that says to me is that it's a painful experience, and that's the reason why I don't worship this God. And
I have no doubt it's painful for them. I have no doubt at all.
So what I say is, God, why did you put all this pain on them? And for that reason, I'm not going to worship you.
But then you're not taking it in its totality then.
Well, but here's my answer to that. Is when you say that God does good things, I agree with you. I do think he does good things.
Right.
But here's my answer.
Oh, no, that wasn't what I was saying. I meant to say that it's almost like you're taking part of what I just said, not taking another part. You're saying it's really all about my perspective, and your perspective is that these animals really are being tortured, right? Which is fair. That is true from my perspective too. But you're also not taking, like, that animal, for example, is if it's true that they are praising God constantly. وَإِن مِّن شَيْءٍ إِلَّا يُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِهِ وَلَكِنْ لَا تَفْقَهُونَ تَسْبِيحَهُمْ. There isn't a single thing in the heavens and the earth except that it's constantly in a state of praising God.
Orhan, that's awesome.
The Arabic. That if it's true, then keep that into consideration as well. That they're okay with it. That they're not okay with it. Like, they're not happy about it, I'm sure, but they're able to look at their perspective as well.
Okay, well, to counter that point, I could just say that it brings me pain to see them in pain, because I know that they're trying to escape when they're getting killed. And so that I am not compelled, just by what the scripture says that you mentioned, that doesn't compel me to just instantly say, okay, I'm going to throw out my ideas because the Quran says that they're praising God. Well, when I actually look with my own eyes and listen with my own ears, they're screaming in pain and trying to run away. So I don't really care what the Quran says, because if the Quran was right, then why would they be screaming and trying to run away? And this leads to my other point, is that at the end of the day, Christians, Muslims, Jews, they're ultimately relying on Scripture. And who wrote Scripture? God himself wrote it through inspiration. So if God is lying in the Scripture, saying that animals are praising all the time or you're going to go to heaven, if he's a liar in the first place, then you're believing lies that he's passing down through Scripture. And
that's kind of an unrelated point, though. Like, that's kind of a point, is if God is a liar or not, as opposed to is pain in the world. You know, we're talking about like pain.
Well, look.
I really don't want to talk about like.
Well, look. Here's my point. Here's my point. We know that animals feel pain. We know that animals try to run away from other animals when they're getting eaten and killed. The fact that we know that contradicts the scripture that you just cited that seems to allude to that they're okay with it.
Not necessarily. Think of it this way. Let's suppose I mean I can kind of relate this to even my own experiences. Like let's suppose, for example, I'm walking, right, and then suddenly I stub my toe, and I don't really curse or nothing like that. So I'll say like subhanallah, like I hurt my toe, like, which is like saying praise to the highest God. Literally, that's what it means. Or like I know that, for example, my own mom and my dad were once in a plane, and the plane was Turkish Airlines, was almost gonna, like, it had really violent turbulence, and so they're experiencing something very negative. But in that moment, my mom started to say like the core testification of the faith, which is like, there's no God but God. And she was saying that. So she's experiencing something negative. Now, if an outsider just heard what was being said, they would see her as screaming.
Okay.
But they don't understand what's being said. So that's the same way I would look at it. Like, we could perceive it that way, but...
Okay, because at the end of the day, even if they're in pain, what you're saying is they're worshiping God. Well, that's good for them. But me, at the end of the day, I don't ultimately worship God. So so what I'm saying is, you're citing scripture that's saying that even if bad things happen, animals worship God and people worship God. But what I'm telling you is I don't fit in that category. When bad things happen to me, I don't ultimately worship God. So I am evidence that goes against that scripture. So what I'm saying to you is, since there's people...
That's your own fault, though.
Right, but what I'm saying to you, though, is even if it's my own fault, what I'm saying is, like, it's not a stretch to me to imagine that this God is actually a bad guy, because these bad things are happening, right? Like animals getting tortured. And so the scripture says that these animals ultimately worship God. That's what the scripture claims. You can't actually ask an animal to find out. You just have to believe scripture. So what I'm trying to say to you is, if the animals were happy, then it would lean in favor of the scripture. But since the animals are running away and screaming and crying, it actually leans in contradiction to the scripture. And ultimately, you just have to believe the scripture that at the end of the day, these animals are worshiping God. You just have to believe the scripture, because when you look with your own eyes, it won't paint that picture. So you just have to believe the scripture. So what I'm saying is, why would you make such a leap to believe that these animals are worshiping God? Why not just make the simple conclusion that they're in pain, and if this God is real, that he's the one that's actually lying in scripture, and that these animals don't worship him, and they do feel like it's taking such a huge leap to say that.
But yeah. I think the fundamental problem there, I think, is evading pain doesn't mean they aren't worshiping God. I mean, there's people who were literally burned alive, and as they were being burned alive, they were praising God. I mean, this happened to a lot of early Christians, and they say that the early Christians would be eaten by lions, and they would be in absolute stoicism. They would be praising God as they're being eaten by a lion. Now, if I didn't understand their language, I would think they're screaming and they're trying to get away from the lion, which is true.
So right? It's a stretch. It's a stretch. You want me to believe that their screams are actually praises to God? That's a stretch.
Why is that a stretch to you? I mean, you can't understand their language. If you heard a Christian being eaten in the lions of Rome, if I could just finish, if you heard a Christian being screaming in pain as he's being eaten by a lion in the Colosseum of Rome, you would certainly say, I don't know what the hell he's saying, but he's clearly in pain, and he is, and he's trying to get away from the lion, which is true. Both things are true, but you don't understand their language. But they are saying things. I mean, I'm sure they did, and that's testified to by the people who were there.
Okay, look, like Jesus.
Evading pain doesn't mean you're not worshiping, or even trying to get away from it. Doesn't mean you're not. It has no bearing on what's being said.
Okay, I understand what you're saying from the point of view of people, because there have been people that were being tortured or whatever, and they were praising God and they weren't trying to run away, or maybe they were trying to run away. So if we're talking about people, that's a valid argument. But we have not one single example of an animal that has ever praised God? Do you have one single example? You can't, because you said you don't understand their language. So
Of course not, yeah.
with people, you do have an example, so it's reasonable to assume in a person's case that that could be the case. But we don't have such one example for an animal. That's why it's taking a stretch.
So here's what I'll say to that. I'll say that the verse that I recited was وَإِن مِّن شَيْءٍ, indeed in it, meaning everything, إِلَّا يُسَبِّحُ بِحَمْدِهِ, like everything is in a state of praising God. وَلَكِنْ لَا تَفْقَهُونَ تَسْبِيحَهُم, but you don't understand their tasbih, their praise.
Well, the thing is
So they are praising, but you don't understand it. So your lack of understanding doesn't mean anything one way or the other.
But you're quoting scripture, and my point is that
I'm not a biologist, but from what I understand, I don't think animals, other than humans, if you consider humans animals, even understand the concept of a god.
That we know of, but we don't understand. Like we actually, by the way, say even lightning, even which is not a being, it's like just electricity. Its sound is the sound of its praising God.
Yeah,
we say that the wind praises God, the rocks praise God, like everything.
Well,
okay, but
there's physical explanations for those things.
Oh no, there are. I'm not denying the fact that, for example, like sound travel or lightning traveling disrupts like sound waves, which cause the boom, right? I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that that mechanical action we just heard and that sound that it produces is itself a praise of God. Now we don't necessarily understand what it is or what but it is still a praise of God. That's who.
Well, if we don't understand, I don't see how we can make that claim.
Well, because you're right, we can't from our own intellect.
You just have to believe the scripture.
Exactly.
And my point is, why are you believing the scripture so much? Like, don't you think that it could be possible that maybe God is lying in the scripture sometimes? Not even all the time. Maybe he tells the truth a lot, but how can you say that he never lies? It seems like such a great stretch that believers make, in my opinion.
So I haven't like the discussions on God lying. There is like I said, in the subcontinent, there was a whole like century-long debate on this question, and I just never really looked into it. So I don't know, but I just don't accept that. I don't know what to tell you other than I just don't.
Yeah, all I'm saying is like it kind of seems like it just comes down to opinion, and in my opinion, it seems like a greater stretch to accept scripture as 100% true, and in the face of what I think is reasonable to assume that there's contradictions, such as animals screaming, and then you say, well, maybe they're worshiping God, and all I'm saying is, in my opinion, it's a big stretch. So at the end of the day, if I end up going to hell for things that I couldn't believe because they were too big of a stretch for me to believe, it just seems very unfair to me that, like I'm living a pretty decent life, I believe, and just because I couldn't believe something that was hard for me to believe, that I'm going to go to hell forever, that just seems crazy to me. And my point is, like, even if it doesn't seem crazy to you, then that's good, but I am the one that matters, because my life is on the line. So it does matter, like, what I believe. And so what I'm saying is, if someone doesn't believe and they have good reasons that make sense to them, even if they don't make sense to anyone else, if their reasons make sense to them, that's all that the justification is needed. So what God needs to do is convince me. He doesn't need to convince you. He needs to convince me. And so far he hasn't done it yet. And that's not my fault. That's his fault, because I study. I'm genuinely, if it could make sense to me, why wouldn't I worship it? I'm not like some wicked person that's against God. If it makes sense to me, then I'll do it. I mean, believe me or don't believe me, I don't have a conspiracy against God to like.
I believe you.
You're still living. You're still living. Just wait.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I would actually agree with that, Rev. You're still living, and there's plenty of time in your life. I don't know how old you are, but I think you're 2 years younger than me. So you said 86.
6, yeah.
Yeah. So I was gonna say, no. You said two things there. If I could just paraphrase, the first one was that you see it as a stretch. What I said. Like whatever animals are saying or doing, you see it as a stretch. The second thing you said was that you don't know God, and you want him to prove himself to you in a way that makes sense to you.
Right.
So like to be honest, I don't see it as a stretch. I'll tell you why. I see it as if we want to think of it, for example, like looking at the scripture and ignoring the idea of God, we can say that it's a claim without proof. I'll give you that much, but I wouldn't say that it's a or at least in a physical sense proof. But I won't say that it's a stretch, because I don't think we can say what is or isn't a stretch about what animals are saying at any given moment with very limited.
You know, Farhan, I wish we had a learned scholar of the Kalam in here.
The Kalam cosmological argument?
Absolutely. That's a great argument for God. Yeah.
Perhaps, yeah. I've heard a little bit about it, but I don't really.
Well, what about
the thing I was going to say was that I'm trying not to speak specifically about Islam because there are other people of different faiths. Philip was just here, Rev. But I know one thing in Islamic thought is that, and I'm sure I can't imagine this isn't shared in other faiths, is that all people actually do believe in God or do know God. It's probably a better way of saying it. And when we actually don't learn God, we kind of just remember Him. So we don't. It's called vikr, which is like awareness. Let me broadcast Darwin. So like you're remembering. You're coming to remember God. And I think if you want to believe in that, then I would say you have to submit to Him first. And we have three stages of coming to God. Their first one is the submission aspect, where you just do the things you do even if you don't necessarily yet believe in God. And then as you continue to submit, then you'll reach another state, which is where you'll come to actually believe in these things, and then but almost like an intellectual belief. And then as you continue to submit deeper and deeper, then at some point you'll actually come to an awareness of God, and then it'll be real to you.
Well, I believe that I went through all that with Christianity, but furthermore, like just looking at it from an outsider perspective, I mean, that doesn't really seem much different to me than just the brainwashing occurring. It takes time, but eventually you just condition you know what I'm saying? It's like...
Yeah, I agree.
But you can apply that to anything, though.
Which is why I don't think it is...
No, but like you could apply that to, like, for example, even like social constructs. You can apply that to anything. I mean, I don't see that as a really... That's almost like dismissing someone's own independent thought.
Well, I mean, I agree with you that you can apply it to anything, which is why I'm saying that, like...
Because that almost sounded like you're saying, like, you're not allowed to think this. I don't accept it, and I'm just gonna dismiss someone's independent thought. Like, for example, if I believed, like, I don't know, like there were aliens that were chasing me or something, you know, really bizarre. I might be mistaken. I might have a mental illness or something like that. Or maybe it's really happening. And to say, like, well, you're just delusional, is I think just a way of just dismissing someone offhanded. I have a problem with that.
Well, it's not to say someone is delusional, but the answers that these holy books give, for example, they say, like, whatever you're seeing in reality or whatever, you know, this and that, the explanation is this. And all I'm saying is, like, what if that's not the explanation? To believe that that's the explanation, you're just kind of just buying into it. But, like, it could be a different explanation. But the book is saying, don't think of another explanation. This is the explanation.
Like, what example are we talking about?
If there's an answered prayer, like if someone's sick in the family and they pray, and then they get healed, the Bible or the Quran wants you to think that Allah or Jesus healed them. And that's exactly how they trap people. They basically say, even if the prayer's not answered, Jesus is responsible for it, or Allah is responsible. So whether it's answered or not.
Whoa. You're saying they trap people. How do you know that's trapping people?
Because it puts people in a position where no matter what happens, the book tells them to attribute it to God.
Yeah, but you don't know that's true or not. So why are you saying it's trapping people?
Because it's okay, if it's not true, but there's a book that's telling you that it is true, and it's like this, right? It's like
he's saying it's not falsifiable. In a nutshell, that's what you're saying. It's not falsifiable. Because no matter what, you've gamed it in such a way. If it happens, you're going to say it's the will of God. If it doesn't happen, you're going to say that God didn't choose to happen. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
So how can you escape that?
You can't. You can't escape that.
You can't beat that.
Yeah, you're right.
But the same thing is true. So all I'm saying is, like, since it's so hard to beat, the book has set up a system that is so hard to beat that it's so easy to fall for it because it's hard to beat. But for someone like me, who is like thinking about it, like, not to say that other people don't think, but for me it's like since that's the way I see it, I did beat it.
That kind of has no bearing on whether it's true or false.
You're right, but
exactly.
But which is why I need other things to show me that it might be true. I can't just say, "Look at me, I'm alive. Look at the trees." It's that means God is real.
God is asking an awful lot without any evidence.
But then, I mean, this kind of gets back to the whole thing of evidence, because I really don't think it is fair to say, for example, like, maybe that person is just brainwashed. Well, maybe you're brainwashed. I'm not saying you specifically, but people who say that about into disbelieving, for example. I mean, it's no mistake that most atheists are pretty much almost all of them are free atheists or in the West. We have to think also, are we brainwashed? And to which I would say, like, yeah, then certainly do go on that path of worshiping God and seeing where it takes you. And if you find that convincing, then maybe you're the only one that's actually clear-headed, and other people are brainwashed.
Well, so we shouldn't disregard crazy people then. That's what you're saying. Like what society can agree that we all can come together and say that somebody that says they're a Napoleon, right, we can just disregard that person, because from what you're saying, it's like, how do you determine when somebody's saying something that's over the top, or it meets what we all can agree is reality?
How do you determine who's crazy?
Right.
That's kind of the part of it. Yeah. How do you determine who's crazy? You're kind of assuming, like, I'm objective and that person's crazy. Well, maybe that person says you're crazy.
Well, I think the way to find out is to try and submerge yourself into the other person's way of thinking, and because the thing is, I do have I do see it from a religious person's point of view, because I was religious at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, I feel like once you've seen both sides, it's a lot easier to choose then which you think.
Do you go by Strat?
Yeah. Yes.
I think I'll just tell you, I've come pretty close to atheism several times.
Yeah.
Like, several times. Yeah, I mean, I like to think I think from both perspectives. I don't think I'm super open-minded, but I don't think I'm super closed-minded either.
Well, no, you are a lot more open-minded than a lot of other religious people I've spoken to.
Well, look, yeah, I agree, but Farhan, look at it like this for a second. So the religion that I was into was Christianity for the time that I was into religion. What that book teaches is that everything else is wrong and that book is right, and you need to have faith. So you're of a different faith, but your faith is saying the same exact thing. So if I follow Christianity and I'm a good Christian, that means I will reject everything else based on faith. And that makes me a good Christian. But you're coming at me from a different religion saying that yours is the true one, but your religion tells you to do exactly the same thing, reject everything else based on just having faith. And so they're opposed to each other. And so, like, you get what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, so there's a degree that there's an opposition there. But I would take it back to, and this is directly related, so let me go on a roundabout way. If, for example, there's one of the things that I've concluded is that when people have an experience, I don't say that, for example, their experience is wrong or it didn't occur. You're delusional, you didn't see it. What I would instead say is either A, you misinterpreted that as something else. Actually, that's probably, if I don't agree with their conclusions, I would say either you A, misinterpreted it as something else, or there's some other factor here, or what you thought was like a light from the heavens was actually just an airplane or something like that. But I wouldn't say that they didn't experience something. So, for example, if I see, like, a Hindu, for example, worship God for hours and hours, and then this awakening happens, right? I mean, as a Muslim, I don't believe in their faith, but I wouldn't say that, for example, they didn't experience something of the numinal realm. I would say that they did, perhaps they really did experience something, right, but their conclusion thereof either wasn't correct, or maybe they didn't interpret it correctly, or something like that.
Okay. So let me ask you a question. Real quick. Sorry, Darren. But let me just say this real quick. Because so here's my thing. Is from your perspective, they didn't interpret correctly. So they will either A, have to have faith in what you're telling them, or B, they will have to use reason to get to your...
I think, really. I mean, more of the above.
or see that the God that Jews, Christians, and Muslims worship are all the same God.
I would actually go further than that. I would say all religions that worship the one and only one God are worshiping the same God.
Amen.
Well, but if you worship Christianity, then Christianity clearly teaches that Islam is not correct.
They do. That's true. But
some do. Some do.
I would imagine to be all
no,
of it, but
Islam says Jesus wasn't a what? He didn't resurrect or something like that. He was just the prophet.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
But I think but that doesn't really address what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, if, for example, there's a Christian or a Jew worshiping, like I would go to a synagogue and listen to someone worshiping Yahweh, and like if they have the spiritual experience from it, I'm like, yeah, I would agree that you're having a spiritual experience. I can't even deny it.
Okay. But you're saying it's actually more accurate if they view it from a scope of Islam instead of Christianity.
I mean, ultimately, I would say that, yes, I would have to. And
Okay,
I'm sure
so-
the Christian or the Jew would say that, but I wouldn't deny. But what I'm saying is, I wouldn't say that they're not experiencing something.
Right, but okay, so what I'm saying though is to come to your way of seeing things, they're going to have to use faith, reason, or a combination of both. And so what I'm saying is they're not doing anything different than what I do as an atheist, because if you're talking a Christian out of Christianity into Islam, you're going to have to.
You don't believe in any God, dude.
Right. Okay, but what I'm saying is, for a Christian to come to Islam, or for a Muslim to go to Christianity, there's going to have to be faith involved and or reason. And as an atheist, that's what I use as well. I use reason. So if a religious person is using reason, why is it any more different than me using reason? We're both using reason. It's just we came to different conclusions. So why am I looked down upon? And because even within your own religion, to figure out, because I'm sure within Christianity people have different interpretations, so I'm sure the same is within Islam. People have different. Okay, so even within your own religion, there's reason involved to figure out what is God actually trying to say. You're still using reasoning. So what I'm saying is,
yeah, but we all have one thing in common, that we believe in God, man.
But you're
I'm really not understanding your objection. I don't get your objection.
Okay, my objection is that there's reason involved with how you came to your conclusion.
Yeah, there's some reason. Yeah, I would say so.
And so what I'm saying is there's reason involved with how I came to my conclusion.
Yeah, everyone thinks that they're reasonable. Everyone.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's like you just do whatever's most reasonable to you. So
all right, M. Let me ask you this: why don't you believe in God?
Because it's more reasonable for me, in my opinion, to believe that there is not one, for various reasons. But it comes down to reason, though.
No, well, give me your reasons. Why don't you believe?
Okay, well,
I have something to say about this.
Okay, when I was into Christianity, there were things like, there was scripture where it would say something like, if you have faith or whatever, then whatever you ask in God's name, if it's God's will, that He'll answer your prayer. And so, it's going to be hard for me to just give one thing, because, of course, anyone could come back with that and say, well, you didn't interpret that scripture exactly correctly, or you should have considered this as well. So at the end of the day, it's still going to come down to people arguing with each other. But my main reason why I don't believe that the Christian God is real is because I put
it's not even the Christian God, any God. What?
Well, I don't say that no God exists for sure. I don't claim that.
Cool.
All I say,
That's great.
Yeah, and all I say is I just don't believe it, though, for the same reason I don't believe in aliens. I've never seen one.
Fair enough. Okay.
And it's not like I'm a...
Well, one thing I would say is, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead. That was...
No,
I just totally cut you off.
I did a lot of cutting off, too, so go ahead.
I was going to say, one thing that someone said to me once that really hit me hard was, someone said, everyone thinks that they're the reasonable, like they have the monopoly on reason. The pre-Socratic Greek philosophers thought they had reason on their side. The post-Socratic, I guess, the Aristotelians, the Mu'tazilites, the Mutakallimin, Immanuel Kant, everyone thinks that they have, and the atheists of nowadays think that they have reason and logic on their side. So like, that's kind of like a not good way of analyzing. I think at some point, like, we have to recognize that yes, there's an element of reason. Like, we can't discard that. But like, I think in this culture in particular, we put emphasis on reason, and we when analyzing the topic, talking about the topic of God, but we don't talk about the idea of like just spirituality, and that's dismissed as like mysticism or something, or not mysticism, but like hocus pocus. And I think just the nature of the topic of God necessitates spirituality, which is worshiping God deeply and seeing what comes to you.
Which involves faith, though, right? Because you don't.
I don't know what that
God.
means really. Like, I'm not dodging a question. I'm not being a jerk when I say this. I don't know what that word means. Like in English, I'm like completely serious.
Well,
that means believing without evidence.
I don't think that's what it means though. Like that's not the way. When I use the term faith in Arabic, I don't mean it that way.
How do you use it?
Like, it's almost like conviction. Like, the idea of belief without faith, without evidence, is a very bizarre definition. Like, that would never come across my mind.
But in Christianity,
you do have evidence. You just probably not a physical evidence.
You have conviction based in just personal experience.
Everything. Well, I mean, I don't want to go down a philosophical rabbit hole, but I think everything is personal experience. Like, literally everything. The sky is blue because I personally experienced it.
Absolutely. That's right.
Really? But
I'm serious.
It's just that's
I'm not playing games with that. I really do think
that.
All right, bow down. Listen. Can you disprove hard solipsism? Can you disprove it?
What's that again? I can't remember.
It's like where you say that the only thing that exists is what's in your own mind, and you can only prove that. You can't.
Oh yeah, you can't prove that.
You can't get out of that. Yeah.
Exactly.
But that's kind of related. When someone says like, "Oh, that's your own experience," well, I say like, "Yeah, well, everything's your own experience." Like, and there's no such thing as like, I can't prove a shared experience.
Yeah, but that's just the personal experience that we all can agree on and argue from that.
No, we can't all agree on it.
Yes, but we do.
We don't.
No, we don't.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't. We really don't.
Who here?
Who
here disagrees with that?
Bow down. Bow down.
That's just a belief that we all have, and
bow down. Bow down.
We can all debate from that point on.
No, we really can't.
Bow down.
Yes, we can. That's what we're doing.
Bow down, please. Bow down, please. Talk to Nadia. Talk to Nadia about this.
Oh, Nadia thinks she doesn't exist.
She completely says that qualia doesn't exist. That she doesn't have a personal experience.
I once told Nadia that she doesn't exist. I was like, you know how she'll always come up and be like, Moses, Jesus, and Abraham did not exist, and there is no God or whatever. I'm like, Nadia, you don't exist. And I just kind of
and she doesn't believe she exists, which is crazy. But anyway,
you were saying something. You said that like we all can agree that, for example, certain things. I actually don't agree with that, because if, for example, you say that sight exists, I'll bring in a blind person, and the blind person, through every scientific means in his own experience, can truthfully say that there's no such thing as vision.
Well, we're all talking English now. We can agree on that.
I mean, what if someone's deaf?
Well, for everyone who's been talking right now, we can all agree we've all been talking English. We can all agree on that.
So, well, number one, then clearly it's not universally agreed upon. But then number two, if there's a church you go to and people are praising the Lord and they're all experiencing something, then we can all agree that that's objective, that they're objectively experiencing God.
But they can't prove that to other people outside of that church.
Well, I mean, let's take that analogy further. Then for example, if I'm blind and you guys talk about sight, you can't prove to me that sight exists. The experience of sight, you guys can't prove it to me. It's just your own subjective experience.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I mean,
so then why are we being subjective here? Why are we saying that the subjective experience of somebody who can see is valid, but the subjective experience of somebody who's experiencing God in a church is invalid?
I'm not saying it's invalid. I'm just saying it's not compelling to me enough for me to believe it.
Fair enough. And then to that, I would say that, look, if your goal is to say, you said you're not a wicked person, I believe you, then I would say that go chase God. Then do what. And all of these religions, by the way, have the idea of mystics, of people who really devote themselves to God and try to cut themselves off from some of the ridiculous pleasures of life. I mean, I'm not saying pleasures are bad, but and they go and they worship God and they really meditate and focus and sit quietly and disconnect from
But
just the vanity of life, and they find God.
Yeah, and from listening to M, I know he's not wicked.
Well, I don't have enough time and patience and energy to test every single religion or idea is to the extent that I tested Christianity.
You don't have to. No, you're looking at it the wrong way.
You think we can apply Occam's razor to what you're saying and basically just grab like, for example, you're not taking away the experience of a Christian person to determine that her belief is true or not. You're not judging because you have your personal experience that you sense a similar thing. So what about somebody that does LSD? That's a provable thing. That's a chemical substance that's altering their brain to have a psychedelic experience.
Wow.
That's very similar to a religious experience.
Yeah, that's true. People do that. I don't doubt that they. I'll tell you. I have my one weirdo wacko thoughts about this. I don't know if anyone's going to agree with me on this, but you know what? What if it's what they're experiencing in LSD really does happen, but they're only able to experience it for the first time? So, like for example, if somebody doesn't have an ear, right? They can't hear. But when they get, let's suppose they get an ear for a few minutes and they start to hear this magical thing called sound, and then suddenly their ear vanishes. Go ahead.
But they can experience that many times, not just one time.
Well, I mean, someone can do LSD multiple times.
Right. Yeah.
What I'm saying is, here's
that's
what I would say
a
about
chemical
that.
substance that's giving them that sensation of a divine existence of a spiritual experience, and that's a chemical substance that's altering their brain, and they can accept that that's what's happening.
I would
And you
interpret that
can
in two
look
ways.
into the person's brain with the you can visualize that, and that's what's making them believe that.
How do you know that that physical thing is not a manifestation of a divine thing?
But why are you making that assumption?
Because it only happens whenever he takes
I am not making an assumption. I'm saying, how do you know that isn't the case?
It only happens when you take acid.
Right. Yeah. There you go.
So I was gonna I didn't get to finish what I was gonna say. I was gonna say one of two things. I would either say that I'm not denying their experiences. I wouldn't say that this isn't happening to them. What I would instead say is either you're interpreting it incorrectly, or B, actually that's probably the main thing that I would probably say to them.
Yeah, but that
maybe
person
it really is happening. But then the second thing I would say is that it could be, and this isn't truly what I say, but it could be that, but I've kind of flirted with this idea that maybe what you're experiencing on LSD really is there, but you're only able to experience it because the faculties in your brain are only turning on for those few minutes while you have that chemical in your brain. So in other words, the chemical is allowing you to experience what actually is there, as opposed to the chemicals being the experience. Do you follow what I'm saying?
No.
Okay, the chemicals are the equivalent of another sense coming that you before that did not experience.
That you can measure with anything but the brain. That's a device that translates the world around us. So why
you
can
don't
just,
even know
why,
if the brain
why
is a
can't
device.
just the brain? Why can just the brain measure?
You don't know that.
These
You don't know that the brain
metaphysical-
is a device. You don't know what the brain
But
is.
it is. The brain is just the generator.
You don't know what the brain is.
For us to understand the world around us. But it is.
Well, look. If someone takes LSD and it gives them an experience, and someone wants to say that God is actually the cause of that experience through LSD, it's first of all, hold on. Okay, never mind. I saw Nadia's picture. Someone's talking, so I was
absolutely. Nadia, you have to unmute the person that wants to talk. Nadia
finally made the transition.
Well, let me get this in.
Okay, now I got the joke.
Let me get this in real quick. Let me get this in. So, if God uses LSD to communicate with people, it's another stretch, because basically God puts us in a position to believe that it wasn't the LSD, it was him, and that's just a big stretch to make, in my opinion.
But I mean, why aren't you consistent in that line of thinking though? You're being inconsistent. What I'm saying is, why do you, for example, not believe? Why do you believe that someone who, imagine a blind person who can't see, and he says that this light thing you're talking about doesn't really exist. Like, it's the same kind of thinking. Like he has every right, based on his scientific method and his personal experience, to deny that sight exists because he's never seen it.
I see what you're saying, I think, but the thing is, he's the only one that can't. Well, him and every other blind person are the only ones that can't see the light.
Well, that's a fallacy, though, isn't it? I mean, that's what the appeal to the masses. But even if I was to accept that fallacy, then I would.
Well, I'm saying that there are people that can see light, who do have vision, that can see light, but there is nobody that can physically see, God.
But isn't it not true that the majority of people on planet Earth do believe in God? So if we're going to say that, we're going to appeal to the masses, then I would say that most people do believe in God, and therefore we should believe in God, just based on that alone.
Well, I mean, it's not like an opinion thing. It's
absolutely Farhan.
But that's why it comes down to each person's opinion, though.
Yeah, I mean, but then I'm just saying, like, just be consistent in your reasoning. If you're going to say that there is an objective thing, then I think there's a lot of problems with that, and I think you're going to run into a ton of problems.
I don't know what you mean by I'm saying there's an objective thing.
There's an objective reality that we can all experience. I don't think it was you saying that. I think it was Bo. I just call you Darwin because it's your.
That's fine.
I'll call you Bo if you prefer.
No, it's not objective. I would say it's
commonly held.
Most likely real. So it's like
come on, man. You can't say that. Most likely, that's begging the question.
Because we can't objectively say that anything is real. What we can do is we can try to dedicate ourselves to what we can determine what is most likely real.
So you're a solipsist at the end of the day.
Yeah, basically that sounds like solipsism right there.
Yeah, well, I don't know exactly what that is. I haven't read about it, but
all right. I want to unmute Nadia's. I think this person wants to speak.
Let me get something in here, and if the person speaks, I'll just be quiet. The reason why I'm passionate about this subject is because I actually don't mind if people believe in God. What I actually care about is that the belief
is a form of a plot.
Yeah, you know how it's like got the the pattern where there's like 3 lines and there's 4 sets of 3 lines. And
hey, maybe I don't know if. Hey, Nadia.
He might just be talking to Nadia. I guess.
Yeah, they might. Hey, Nadia, we can hear you.
All that stuff where it's like 4 things, 3 lines, and 1.
I want to be the one that does it.
All right, here. Let me finish this thing though. Thanks. Let me just finish this real quick. What I was saying was, it doesn't really matter to me. I'm not angry or mad at people who believe what they believe. It's just that people's beliefs influence their actions. So if Christians believe that homosexuality is wrong, they're going to be looking at homosexuals, and inside of them, they're going to be thinking, I need to help these people. This is what they're doing that's sinful, and ultimately this is one reason that they're evil. And then they're going to try to get laws passed that you can't do this. So people's beliefs actually manifest in actions, and so that's why I'm passionate about this, because if the belief just stayed in the head and it didn't influence the actions, I wouldn't mind as much. But actions, we all have to live in a world of actions. Like, we're all touched by each other's actions, and so if someone's doing actions based on some belief that I don't even think is even reasonable in the first place, it's like, yeah, that's why I'm going to speak out against this belief, because it's influencing you to do this stuff that affects me.
I'm not as passionate, but I appreciate somebody that does that.
Well, I go ahead, Farhan. Sorry.
And I think every religion person should also, because I think even the Bible says that you should question your belief to determine what is the actual truth. And
well, Bao,
I can stuck in a.
Bao, I can tell you this. I can tell you this. Since coming to Nadia's chats, she's changed my mind on homosexual rights and transsexual rights. Absolutely, man.
Mine too, actually.
There you go, Farhan. Right?
Well,
that's why.
I don't want to be a buzzkill.
This is why.
But not everybody thinks like you guys.
I wish Nadia could see the value of her channel.
Right, it's valuable.
I agree.
Actually, for me, not really. More like not rights, because I don't think I ever changed in any way about that. I think it's more about like just my attitude.
Maybe attitude. Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're gonna go with your religion, which says that it's a sin.
Yeah, but my religious laws don't affect you though. Like I don't feel the need. I'm not governing society. Nor would I if I could. Like in my religious law, if you wanted to, you could drink alcohol.
But wait, yeah, but you probably can't get drunk. But you could. But okay, the popular.
No, you can't. You can't. I can't. You can. We're not allowed to drink.
I can't. Yeah. Okay, but okay, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm going to say something that I have no idea about. It's just what I heard. I heard in Islam that they are actually allowed to kill people who do not believe in their religion under certain circumstances. Maybe not.
That's not true.
So you're saying
not even as like a smear. I haven't heard that specifically. Like you can just go kill people.
Under certain circumstances, like if someone's a Muslim and they leave their religion, I heard that you're allowed to maybe kill that person.
I literally bought a book on that very topic today, and I forgot where I put it.
So wait,
oh, here it is. Actually, hold on 1 second. Just give me 30 seconds.
Yeah, there are countries that have that.
Okay, let me find it right here.
Well, if you eventually say to me that under no circumstance can someone justifiably kill someone based on Islamic teaching, then I could be wrong, but it seems to me like you would be in the minority view, because from what I've heard, it's like the mainstream Islam says under certain circumstances it's okay to kill non-believers. And so what I'm saying is, if that's true, look how it's affecting us.
That would be Wahhabism.
That is true. That was Wahhabism, yeah.
That's the problem with the interpretation.
I'll tell you something.
Something is open for interpretation and considered sacred. That's when all kinds of crazy belief can,
Yeah, so let's get rid of
I'll tell you what. I can't speak on that specific topic because I haven't read this book yet. I have my own thoughts on it, but I don't want to speak out of ignorance.
Okay, so if Wahhabism is saying that it's okay to kill non-Muslims, then
it doesn't say that though. Even they don't say that. Okay, I'll tell you what. There's no instance that I know of. Like, and I feel like since 9/11 I've been attacked pretty much constantly. There's no instance that I can think of that is unconditional. You can just go kill people. Like I literally I'm not trying to avoid something.
Well, that you know of.
Well, I feel like I would have heard it like in the last 14 years. Like I've
okay, we'll check this out.
Every instance is like in times of war or something like that.
Oh, okay, we'll check this out. Maybe this is a bit of a weaker argument because I'm not talking about the present day, so we won't be as connected to it as much. But back in the Old Testament, people could kill other people. The Israelites could go killing people because God told them to. So if you
can't speak to that.
What I'm saying.
Yeah. That's not too far on.
But it's the same. It's the same print. Yeah, right. But it's the same principle, though, that your God is making it okay for you to go affect the lives of other people.
Can I say one thing about that? I can't speak to the Old Testament, but I'll say this much: is that I think speaking about the past, for example, is kind of theoretical. Because I wouldn't be able to, but I will say this though: is that almost never, and this is a historical fact, or I shouldn't say fact, but it's pretty well established that almost never are wars over religion. Like almost never. They're almost always either economic or nationalistic factors, or political.
Politics.
Yeah, politics, economics, or nationalism.
But
almost never religion.
Fundamental Christians believe that the Old Testament is true 100%, and in the Old Testament it does make it clear that those wars were over religion, though.
So yes, that's true. But in the New Covenant, okay, all of the old laws are done away with.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is though, is in principle.
Still part of the Bible, though.
Yeah, what I'm saying is in principle.
That's true, and it's fucked up. Trust me. Yeah.
Okay, so since you can even say that it's messed up, then what I'm saying is, like, if you were alive, okay, if this God is real in the Old Testament is really true, then He really commanded the Israelites to go kill people because they didn't worship Him. We're not saying this is hypothetical. We're saying this actually happened. If you really believe it, then this actually happened. And what I'm saying is
that's right.
What I'm saying is, isn't
to
it
bring about the Messiah, M?
Yeah. And isn't it? And what I'm saying is, isn't it so messed up that God did not even reveal Himself to some people, or like me, for example, if I was around back then and I was the same type of person I am now, I would genuinely be seeking Him, and to no avail if He didn't reveal Himself to me. So I would.
You're not dead yet.
But what I'm saying is, back then, I would have been dead because he told people to go kill people who didn't believe in him. That's who he is by nature. By nature.
Yeah, but you didn't live back then, M. Okay, you're living now.
You're
living now.
He's saying it's not problematic no matter what. It doesn't make a difference. Like, it's problematic.
It's the principle, though. In this God's character.
No, that's true. I know.
So
I know.
That's my beef with the God of the Bible, and you know, I think it's a reasonable beef to have.
I understand that. Yeah, I have a problem with that too. As a Christian, I do. Go ahead, Bob.
I just think that religious people don't follow their religion 100%. They try to be part of society, and they just ignore some of the things that, you know, the majority of society disagree with.
Ignorance.
I think there's actually a lot of truth in what you just said.
There's a new covenant, Val. New covenant.
Yeah, but even on the New Testament, you could find things that even you disagree with, that you just said, that a man shouldn't lie with another man.
No. If you read the words of Christ, the red letters, there is absolutely nothing to disagree with Christ.
Right. I'm saying Paul.
Words.
That's in the New Testament. That's the new law, like you said.
Right. Even in the new law, you can't be homosexual. Even in the new covenant.
Right. And then a slave should obey their master.
Oh my God, I'm done.
And that was part of society then, and they were trying to justify those things because it was common back then. Nowadays, even though it's in the Bible, nobody's trying to defend it. It's just ignored. Religious people don't take these things in consideration. They don't try to defend it.
I'm not religious.
No, I mean religion in the sense of to describing what you believe in.
Okay. I recommend everybody do this. Read the red letters of Christ. Okay? Get a red letter Bible and just read those red letters.
I specifically chose the Bible that was red letter. But I have.
Farhan, just go through it, man. I'm telling you, bro. Just read the red letters.
Well, here's my thing as well that I wanted to bring up was if there are Muslim people who say that they have the best interpretation of Islam and that it is okay to kill people who don't believe in their belief system, even if it's not a time of war, who is another Muslim person that's Muslim to say no, you have the wrong interpretation? Because who am I supposed to believe? Like, whose interpretation is better?
I'll tell you this. If Farhan was the one to come to my door to cut my head off, I would bow down to him and I'd go, it's all good. So I know that. I know. It was just a total joke.
So what I was going to say was that in Islamic thought, there is actually what's called a normative, like, you know, there's a no true Scotsman fallacy. I'm sure you've heard that term.
Yeah.
That doesn't really apply, I don't think, because there is a true Scotsman in Islam. There is actually a very widely accepted normative scholastic tradition that you can find like pretty much in all places in all time. So like if you go, for example, to like Morocco, which I have been, it's the Islam they have in the masjids, and I've physically been to like some random village masjid and then some urban masjid, is the same as what I do in North America, and my family's from the Indian subcontinent, so like it's the same. Like there's no difference there. So there is a very consistent normative scholastic tradition. I think probably the most you're going to find that's sharply different is going to be Shia and Sunni, and I think even that the differences aren't actually that vast. Like if you're, you could navigate your way around and it not be that weird. There's going to be some particulars, but they actually share more in common than it might seem.
From what I heard, that there were sects of Islam that were killing each other based on their differences in interpretation.
They're killing each other for politics. So the civil war right now in the Muslim world is between Shia and Sunni is almost exclusively political. The masses might see it as a religious thing, but the governments don't. Because and the kind of there's a lot of proofs to that. Like there's too many proofs to that.
Well, why?
They justify their fights through religion.
They justify them to the masses, but amongst themselves, it's political, and it's
Yeah,
pretty
but
clear that it's
that's
political.
you're saying they're not saying that. You're the one that's saying that they're doing that behind.
Right.
I'll say this much:
the whole thing.
we wouldn't see certain things if it was a religious conflict. For example, you would see. You wouldn't see any, like, let's talk about the Syrian civil war, which is probably the biggest spot. You wouldn't see the Syrians, what's it called? There are Sunnis who support the Assad government, or for example, you wouldn't see Sunnis fighting against ISIS. You wouldn't see ISIS killing other Sunnis, which you do. There's so many things. I mean, they fight against the Kurds. The Kurds are pretty much mostly Sunni. There's a lot of things you wouldn't see like that.
Well, why are they killing?
I would say the same thing is true with probably the wars of Christianity. There's a lot of
Absolutely.
They weren't fighting over Protestant versus Christianity. That's not really even why a lot of them became one or the other. They became one or the other because they didn't like the government of a certain area, and opposing them pretty much meant that you just convert to Catholicism or Protestantism or whatever. The same thing is true with like the Irish wars. You wouldn't. There's so many instances like that where it's not actually.
Okay. So you say religion isn't the issue. So why don't you think the Jews in the Palestine, what do you call them? The Palestinians?
I think that's a nationalistic conflict.
Why can't they just live with each other since the religion is not really a problem? Why can't they just
national? I think that's another nationalistic instance. There's a heavy religious undertone to it because obviously being Jewish has a religious identity to it, but I think there's a huge nationalistic portion to that, which is like the Jewish national identity versus the Palestinian national identity. I don't think I think there's a religious aspect to it, don't get me wrong, but keep in mind that a lot of the groups that fought against Israel in the 60s and 70s and 80s were like committed atheists, and Israel was formed by atheists.
Yeah, they're a very secular country.
It's like, I think his name was Theodore Herschel. He's an atheist, so like if it was a religious thing, you wouldn't expect that.
So
I think it's a nationalistic conflict.
What I'm saying is, if there wasn't religion, that would give you one less reason to go and kill someone.
I can agree with you to a degree, but I would also say that and I've just been reading about the Balkans lately. It's kind of been my reading list. You have people who are the same religion who are fighting each other. You have people who everything is the same. The difference is that they just speak a different. One is a Croat and one's a Serb. That's what you find the difference between them. I think, look at American Civil War.
Yeah.
What religion was that fought over? They were both Protestant Christians.
It'll still happen. There will still be people doing bad stuff to each other. Yeah.
I would say it would not even be any different. I would say that people would still fight, and it'll be just over a different factor. But the rally around the flag issue will no longer be religion. It'll be some other factor.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Civil wars. The mere existence of a civil war kind of disproves the notion that it could be over religion.
Okay, well, if I don't know about everyone else in here, but if you want to make the point that wars do not primarily start over religion as being the factor, I'm okay with accepting that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's not really an area that I'm so passionate and researched a lot. But for me personally, I'm willing to accept that, but it still doesn't make me think any more cuddly about religion, though.
Fair enough. Yeah. I don't think it would make you feel one way or the other.
Because even in these because my personal beef about religion was not about how it starts wars. My personal thing was about how this God does various things that I just think that I don't like. That's my beef. So when it comes to the whole war topic, that's not really my thing that I can personally get into too much.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think you can kind of choose to look at it either way. I think, and Rev, I agree with you. They are brothers and sisters. Let me just show you something, Rev, really quickly on a side tangent. I gave a presentation at a security conference, I guess you can call it that. It was an industry meetup the other day, and this guy came up to me and he was like, "Hey, I'm so and so." I'm like, "Oh, hey, nice to meet you." And he started asking me where I'm from, and I was like, "My family's Pakistani." And he's like, "Oh, I'm from." I asked him where he's from. He's like, "I'm from Israel." And so we started communicating in each other's languages, and then he wrote my name down in Hebrew. So here it is.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I couldn't read this, but Anyways, what was I going to say? I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
That's amazing, man.
Yeah, because it's the same letters. It's just a different alphabet.
Was that a Jewish person that wrote that?
Yeah, I think he was Jewish. I'm
Oh.
not sure if he was a religious Jew, but he's from Israel. He's not an Arab. He's a Jew, but he is a Jew, but I don't know if he's religiously, he's ethnically at a minimum. And so he's into languages and he's into cultures, and so I think him and I are probably going to meet up the next time at the next security meetup and probably just chill.
Yeah, because you hear like there are couples out there that's like one is Palestinian, the other one is mainly probably in the United States, not.
No, even there it's common. It's
oh really?
Yeah, people get married all the time. It's not uncommon. Like I mean, if I could kind of be stereotypical here, like the Palestinians, it's kind of like if you have like like your mom tells you not to go date the biker guy, who wears a leather jacket, like the Palestinians, they're like those like rough kids, who grew up in the bad part of town, and so they have like a certain allure to them. And so there are a lot of marriages that happen. And I know one I've talked to on Twitter, and there's, there's actually a lot of people who get. Now, unfortunately, that's kind of being polarized, but theologically, it's basically the same religion. Culturally, they share almost everything in common. And it's an unfortunate nationalistic conflict, I think. But I think it'll go away within my generation. I hope so. I'm almost certain about it, actually.
Amen.
Yeah, I think so. I can't imagine otherwise. I mean, maybe I'm being naive, but.
Hey guys, I got to go for a little bit, but I'm gonna try to come back and sorry if I cut everyone off while I was talking, but I was just.
No,
but, yeah.
One thing.
Not at all. You're great in here. Welcome.
Let me say one thing before you leave. Unless you leave like right now.
I'm back. Yeah. What's that?
I was going to say that there's a scholar who, I mean, I'm sure this applies in the Christian perspective as well, but I kind of only primarily speak from the Islamic tradition. There was a scholar whose name was Imam Ghazali, and he was basically like the smartest scholar of his time. Like they said, he knew everything there was to know at that time, which was possible during the pre-modern era. Like he studied everything: math, physics, engineering, chemistry, biology, the religious sciences, every religion he studied. He said he tried to learn every single religion. He said every cult and creed he tried to learn. And he basically became the principal of Harvard at the time. And, like nowadays the Muslim world's in shambles, but historically it wasn't like that. It was doing very well. And he said one day he saw a Jewish child and said this child's going to become a Jew and be convinced his faith is the truth and be convinced that Islam is wrong. He saw a Christian child, he said the same thing. This child is going to grow up to be a Christian and be convinced. What if I'm only convinced that my faith is the truth because I grew up in it and I'm biased? And so he started to question everything and question literally everything, every premise, every idea. And he basically fell into what we would call solipsism and started to physically become ill. He said my own vision, I think it's the best sense, but we know that things. He said in the book that we look at the stars and the stars look like they're hundreds of miles away, or rather they're only a couple of 100 miles in the air. But now we know, and it's kind of funny. He wrote in the book. Now we know that they're perhaps thousands of miles away. It's kind of funny because we know that they're billions of miles away, but or light years away in some cases. And he said that he started to question everything. And he eventually got out of that state, but he examined every group there was. And he ultimately found problems in all of their reasoning, and he said that the only group that I couldn't deconstruct in using my logical skills was the spiritual people, the mystics. And he said he spent time with them, and he really went deep into them. And from that experience, he says, this isn't some mystical nonsense they're talking. This experience they're having is real, and I know it because I've experienced it. And if you want to go and experience what I've experienced, here's the roadmap. Do this stuff.
And take some LSD.
He didn't say that actually.
Oh, he didn't. Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I don't understand.
So if you want to experience God, I mean, I would say don't get involved in these debates, because it seems kind of like you're saying you don't like what God does, but that isn't necessarily a reason to disbelieve or believe. I would say that if you really want to believe, if that's your goal, then submit yourself completely and see where that takes you.
Yeah, but I did do that with Christianity.
But you did experience God though, didn't you?
I had experiences that the book told me to attribute to God.
And maybe that was God.
Maybe, but like,
I mean, I wouldn't deny that it was God. I'm saying this as a Muslim. Like, I would even say that, like, you probably really did experience God. I mean,
yeah,
I'm serious.
I know, but like, what I'm saying is like, yeah, that is possible, but I also see it from another point of view, which
because it seems
Hey
like what
everyone,
happened. Howdy.
Farhan, you've been mentioning something that is an argument I've been trying to roll around.
I'll be back, guys.
Sounds good.
Okay. Sorry for interrupting. I just realized.
No, you're
but,
good.
I don't know. It's an argument that have you heard of the divine hiddenness argument?
I've heard the name, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah. I recently, for the longest time, I thought that probably the most persuasive, or the one that I could probably give off as the most persuasive argument against theism, was the problem of evil. But now I'm working towards the divine hiddenness argument. But I've never actually articulated it before, and I was wondering if I could, like, I've been trying to write notes about it all day. I was wondering if I could run it by you guys. I know that Rev's heard it before.
I mean, I've heard the term. I don't know what it means though.
Okay, well, it's pretty much the argument from divine hiddenness is pretty much it's an argument against the big three, the Abrahamic monotheistic deity.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Ocean were here, he could sit high and mighty. It wouldn't really affect him. It's an argument against the concept of a deity who is a being who is a personal being and who is a perfectly loving God,
mm-hmm.
which is what I mean. Would that be a fair definition of your God?
Yeah, he's loving. Yes, absolutely, kind and loving.
Sure, and that, like, the argument is, I'll just go with it right now. This is the syllogism. There exists a personal and perfectly loving God. There are creatures capable of having a relationship with this God.
Mm-hmm.
A perfectly loving God would not act to hinder this relationship. Belief in God is a necessary condition for a creature to enter into this relationship with God. Creatures capable of this relationship that do not resist God will always have this belief. Okay. 6. Yet there exists reasonable non-belief. Therefore, God does not exist. Now that's pretty long, but the shorter version of the argument is that
I think I got it. Yeah.
Yeah, if God existed, he wants to have a personal relationship with everyone, and he's all powerful, all knowing, so he has the ability and knowledge to know how to get people into a personal relationship with them.
That's exactly right, Joe.
Yeah,
and it's a little word called faith.
I have to think about that. I see what you're saying. I don't want to just spout out like what I think of off the top of my head. Let me think about it. I mean, I think I already have thoughts on that, but I just want to think about it before I.
Yeah, the thing, and it's really kind of what I thought was the reason why I didn't really think the argument was that persuasive, because I thought that it was really susceptible to altar call. Especially from Christians, it's where they can say, well, if you just keep on searching, keep on looking for God, and you will find it. Seek and you will find Him. It's called. William Lane Craig did it a lot in his debates.
Altar call
always got a cheer.
Altar call doesn't work. Joe.
Like, I think one of the things I'll say is that when people talk about seeking God, they kind of just mean like they focus on arguments, like they just debate it, and like as if that's some type of. I mean, you think about this, like, if let's suppose God is real, right? Let's suppose like all this stuff is absolutely true. Do you think like it really requires like some philosophical master to believe in God? Like, do you think God would make it so that like I'm going to use the term like moron. I don't mean that like in an insulting way. I mean like people who are like literal morons, like they can't believe in God because they're not smart enough. No, like it has to be something that works for like some PhD in philosophy, and then also some like farmer. You know, it has to be both.
But why do you think that?
Because that's the thing. That's the beauty of it, is that like the argument it has the agreement between both of us that there are people out there who are more than capable, more than willing to develop a personal relationship with God, yet countless of these people have lived and died without developing such a relationship.
Then maybe they're doing something. Maybe they're. I mean, I would kind of question the argument that there's reasonable disbelief.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a that kind of gives away the position. Like I would have doubts about that argument, that statement.
I mean, there are people who, I mean, Buddhist monks, for example, they spend hours every day trying to develop like a relationship with the beyond, with the supernatural. These people, they seem, I wouldn't presume to say whether or not they officially are sincere, but they sure do seem like they're sincere. They're sincerely trying to develop a relationship with something spiritual, with something that's divine, if you will. And,
all right, Joe, let me ask you this, Joe.
I would say any human being is sincere trying to develop a relationship with God.
Maybe they're being sincere, but their approach clearly isn't working. I mean, isn't one of the definitions of sincerity or insanity like doing the same things again and again? Maybe they're not approaching this the right way.
So, like, you think it's the fault of the people who have, like, over, like, millennia have sincere... Well, oh, wait, Rev, you had a question.
Yes, I mean, what if there was a... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
Rev, you were about to say something, it sounded like. Maybe not.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Do you sincerely, Joe, believe that there is no God?
I mean, that's the other reason why I never really bother with this question, because I thought it would have to go on to my personal thing.
Good man.
But I think this... Oh, go ahead, Darwin.
I sincerely believe there is no God. Now you can answer the question.
Okay, no, bow. Okay. Answer that question. Okay, why do you sincerely believe that there is no God, Bow?
Because I have no reason to believe that there is a God.
And that's fair enough. And what would it take you to believe that there is a God?
Evidence.
Okay, and what exactly? What evidence?
That's a good question, because if it comes down to the type of evidence that the Bible provides for the people living at the time.
No, let's not talk about the Bible.
I'm just saying I would probably, with the knowledge that I have now, think he might be like a super intelligent alien coming from another planet. So it's even hard to say what kind of evidence would convince me.
Fair enough. All right.
I mean, that is like an interesting question, definitely. I actually am surprised at how credulous I am, because I don't know, like, you'll hear me talk about the Hindu milk miracles, and I'm thinking, look, if I put like milk in front of Ganesh and the statue of Ganesh was like, hey, thanks, man, and it started drinking the milk through its trunk, I would be like, how many other gods do I have to know to be a legit Hindu person? Like, I was surprised at how easy it would be for me to, but then again, if someone's like, okay, Joe, here's a video of you feeding the statue of Ganesh, and it's actually me just talking to a statue for 20 minutes, then I would change my mind. But, I think that it's not that much. And I think that God, for being an all-powerful, all-knowing being, he would know how, especially with all these sincere people who are more than capable of developing a relationship with the personal deity, you think that, it just has to be sufficient. And God is more than capable of actually developing a sufficient means of convincing these sincere unbelievers, right?
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well, yeah. I think I really hate the fact that I'm talking about one particular religion, but from an Islamic perspective, there's, like I mentioned earlier, there's something called submission, and then there's something called like like the actual belief, and then there's the experience of that. So like if somebody, for example, like they actually do believe in something, or like they kind of recognize it and they say, I believe in this, and they start to testify it and they verbalize it and they do all the just the actions, right? Even their heart isn't really in it, but no, their heart's in it, but they're not. I don't know how to phrase what I mean because it's kind of hard for me to express this in English. But they say, I'm going to follow this faith to the best of my ability. That is just as a submission, and that's considered valid, but that's like the weakest level. And then there's another level where you actually believe these things, but it could just be like an intellectual belief. And that's better, and I think that's what you're referring to. And then the last stage is that experiential belief. And one of the things that Ghazali says is that he said that he basically told everyone he was going to this one place, and he basically just secluded himself in Jerusalem for some time. Then he went to the Hajj and he traveled all around, and he said that he was trying to like just devote himself to God as much as he could in these irregular intervals, and he did this more and more. And then he said that at some point he started to have more like realizations, awakenings, and this is not like some ignorant, stupid person. Like this was a real intellectual giant, even in his time, even in his own lifetime. And he said that he came to realize that the mystics were like the most true to the God, and the realizations and the revelations that he had, the illuminations, he uses that term, were not fake, they were real. And that he says the intellect of the thinkers, the wisdom of the philosophers, the knowledge of what they have learned is all but vain efforts. So you're not going to come to this realization through a debate and argument. You have to go out and experience it, and the way to do that is to devote yourself to God, to eat less, to be good to people, to be helpful, to remember God's name often, to pray in the middle of the night, to meditate on Him, these types of things, and then it certainly will come to you.
Would you agree that? Oh, go ahead.
No, actually, go ahead. It's fine.
No, sorry, go ahead. I don't want to get off topic. Go ahead.
Did you get that point, though? It's really important. He says it's not just about arguing.
I get the point. Yeah. But like, it sounds like you've already mentioned this earlier.
I did.
That I mean, you certainly do think that there are ways you can actually develop such a relationship with God, but debating isn't one of them. You mentioned that earlier. The thing is that that's me and the other atheists in this room messing up. If there are other sincere non-believers out there who are like, I don't want to debate, I'm not good at debating, I don't like the stuff, I sincerely want to go and find out. I want this personal relationship with God. And to deny, that's what's interesting about the argument, is that it seems very presumptuous to deny that there are people out there who are actually doing what you're saying. They're not just going into Google Hangout and debating amongst each other. These people are sincere. Like, I don't know, have you guys ever seen Jesus Camp?
I have.
Jesus. Yeah. There's a scene in Jesus Camp where there's a little kid. He's like under 10 years old, who is just like tears streaming down because he just cannot believe in the God that they're talking about, and he doesn't know why. He doesn't understand why. And he wants to understand. He wants to believe in this God that they're all talking about.
I don't remember that scene.
It was like kind of heartbreaking because I'm sorry.
I've seen that movie like 3 times. I don't remember that scene.
Jesus Camp. This is a documentary.
No, I saw it. That was an awesome movie, but I don't remember. I'm sorry. I'm changing the topic. I just don't remember.
No. It's cool. No, it's just. I mean.
It was funny how they spoke in languages.
Tongues, yeah.
Tongues. That kids could just develop that ability, and the majority of I don't know if it's the majority, but a lot of Christians doesn't believe in that. And how can you be more sincere than a child?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that like what any group would use as a reference? Like, if you want to discover somebody's a psychopath, you don't question the person in their current state, but you just look back at their childhood, because they act more out of impulse than they're not able to think things out as much as like a grown up would.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, to me, that's a pretty good example of somebody that's being sincere, trying to find, the spiritual reality. And these kids are pretty much just being able to be taught anything, even to speak in tongues. That's considered something kind of insane.
But I think this kind of goes back to the topic I was mentioning earlier.
Yeah.
Let me unmute. By the way, I have to do something for work in just a minute, but I'll be here. But I've been talking for like 2 hours now. Yeah, I would just say be consistent in that thinking. Apply that to everything. I would say even apply that to things like this is going to sound ridiculous, but it really I don't think is. Like, for example, if someone says, well, we know that there's no such thing as vision, but there's certain people who have these mystical experiences called vision, and it's just socialization, and they've just been convinced of this. But in reality, we know it's not real. You could make that ridiculous claim. And we could even make really good arguments. We could even say clearly some of the claims of this mystical vision are false, and one of the reasons why
There's sincerity. False, okay, I see where you're going now.
Is because, and when I'm saying vision, I'm saying actually seeing, like with your eyes, is because it makes false claims and predictions. So, for example, something looks really close when it actually is really far away. So that's proof that this vision thing doesn't work out. That's a very strong. I think that's not an unreasonable argument to make.
But can't you use
the claims are falsifiable? Literally, we can falsify the claims of your own eyes.
I'm not sure what your argument is. Is that I agree with you that there's a false sense of belief in something, but then
he's talking about hard solipsism.
It's related to that, yeah. I'm saying that if we are consistent in our thinking, then we'll find that what you just said, that children can be convinced of these things, that you could apply that to things that you and I take as absolute truth.
All right, can't you just measure the vision problem that you keep bringing it up? Can't you just use instruments to determine if a blind person can believe in vision or not? You can measure all these things, but you can't measure spirituality. You keep bringing that up. You just can't measure spirituality. You can measure light waves. You can measure sound waves. You can measure everything that's related to your the senses. You can measure these things, but and then you're saying that spirituality is something that can be that's picked up by a sixth sense, but that's just not measurable.
I actually don't agree with that. I do think you are.
Is there an instrument out there that I don't know of?
Oh no! I'm saying that when you say you can measure things, again, you're making. You have to step outside the box, like because. I'm sorry. Let me take a step back. A lot of times, I think people have this subtly, even if they don't realize it, they're accepting a certain view, a certain philosophy, and they're completely unaware that they're accepting it. And they take it for granted. That's very common. I think when you say, for example, we can measure vision, you're right. I would actually agree with you that we can, but I would say that if we're consistent in our thinking, no, we can't, because that objective measurement is still someone's subjective experience. Like if, for example, if there's a single photon of light that goes into my eyes, I'm sure we can't see just a single photon, but if I could, right, I can say, okay, one has hit my eye, or if I throw an apple at somebody. And that one apple, well, I can measure this is one apple. Well, no, actually one person is measuring that it's one apple. That person who's seeing the apple is measuring that it's one apple, but it's still that person's subjective personal experience.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right, going back to
it's forever. Ferran, it sounded like you were trying to it sounded like you got kind of focused on trying to show how this particular kid's particular experience.
No, he was just showing hard solipsism. That's all.
I'm saying you could break it to solipsism if you really wanted to.
Okay, but doesn't that mean that no one can actually develop a relationship with God?
Well, okay, no. Let's talk about this. Okay, what does science do, Joe?
It tests hypotheses.
It explains.
Indeed. Okay, but can science give us 100% absolute truth?
No.
Exactly.
But it can close in more and more.
I'm not seeing
It
how
will
that
never.
has to do with divine endedness.
All facts in science are provisional. We've already established that.
That's right, Steve.
If I could relate to what Rev was saying, that if we question certain aspects of like what do we know to be true, you know, like is my religious experience really true, then I will say that let's be consistent in that form of thinking, and that will lead you to solipsism.
You're gonna have to explain it a bit more because I'm not understanding how going to solipsism. I mean, if anything, that just means that. I mean, I guess I'm not understanding what you're.
Sure. So let's say,
Would
for
you mind?
example, like I walk into a Pentecostal church, and there's people who are like feeling the Holy Spirit, right? And so they're like really excited and energized, right? There's clearly, let's look at this. They're having a shared experience. There are multiple people testifying to the same thing. They're both saying it's very strong. Now it's a rudimentary form of measurement, but it's a form of measurement nonetheless. And they're all experiencing God, right? So that's, I mean, that fits almost like we for whatever reason we say, well, no, I don't accept that. That's not objective. You know, I can't experience that, so it's not objective. What I'm saying is, then let's be consistent in this rejection because I don't experience something, therefore I reject it. Let's be consistent in that, and I would say that fine. Then okay, you're saying no, so maybe.
I don't understand what this. I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I'm not rejecting anything. I'm saying that there are people who do sincerely try and develop a relationship with God, and it sounds like you're the one who's saying that these people actually aren't developing a relationship with God ultimately for reasons that have to do with solipsism.
I think he's talking about.
No. That's
he's
not
talking about Mary's sin, right?
He completely didn't listen to what Farhan said.
I didn't say that.
What did I miss?
I wasn't. No, Joe. I'm sorry. I must have misexplained it. I wasn't saying that they're not developing a relationship with God. I'm saying that if we reject the fact that they are, because we're saying, well, they're delusional or whatever, then I'm saying that fine. You can say that, but if we're going to be consistent...
But I'm not saying that. I just said that I'm not saying that.
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding you. I think we're talking past each other, and it's... please explain. I'm sorry.
No, the thing is that, sure, I mean, obviously these people have figured out a way to develop a personal relationship with God. Mm-hmm. The argument is that there are people who are sincere, if not, I mean, it depends on what level of sincerity you want to talk about, but there are people who are capable of also developing this personal relationship with God, but they haven't. And this isn't to deny those people's relationships with God, however they develop a personal relationship. It's to deny it. I mean, it's to say that if, yeah, does that make sense now?
There's an open door.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. Are you saying that there's some people, for example, who've tried and they haven't received something? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, there's those types of people. There are people who have actually gone down the routes of other religions, and there are people who have sincerely sought after some sort of. There are people who end up being unbelievers, sure, but then there are people who just have sought for some sort of supernatural relationship with a personal being and have failed to do so through no fault of their own. I mean, that's the key thing. Through no fault of their own, these people are.
That's right. That's right, Joe. That's right. And none of you are dead yet.
So, here's what I would say. If, for example, somebody picked a faith other than my, excuse me, it's like 2 a.m. here. Oh my God, it's almost 3 a.m. Wow. That coffee really was strong. I thought it was like 1 actually. If somebody disbelieved in God, well, that totally broke my train of thought. If somebody, for example, picked religion A and I'm of religion B, and religion C is correct, right? So we're both wrong. That isn't a problem for me because they're still experiencing something. Either that doesn't mean that that doesn't reject the truth. That just means maybe they misinterpreted the evidence, or maybe they didn't apply the reasoning, or something like that. Or maybe I'm wrong, but there's still something. There's still some mystical reality. So that isn't a problem for me. But then the other thing that might be more of a problem is that, hey, these are people who are really sincere in their faith, and they're not experiencing something. There's two things I would say to that. Actually, only one thing I could say to that. If they've never experienced anything, then I don't know what to say about that. But if they, but I only thing I could say is
they've
that
never, you're cutting out for me. I don't know if you're cutting out. If they've never experienced what?
The first part, I hope that makes sense. Like if they quote unquote pick the wrong faith, that isn't a problem for me, because I still see that as like you've arrived at the evidence, you just took the evidence the wrong way, which is something we can even accept, even in our physical sciences, that you can conclude evidence, but you can interpret it incorrectly. But then there's the other issue of, okay, well, let's say they don't even get any evidence at all. I can only say two things to that. That number one, either A, that the evidence is like if you have a stone and you're dripping water on that stone, eventually that drip of water will put a hole through the stone. So in other words, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. That's the first thing that I would say. The second thing I would say is there's people like, for example, who's that one guy, Sam Harris, who even does receive guidance and rejects it and says, I was delusional and it happened. But if there's a third category of people who never receive anything, I don't know what to say about that. That I don't know. I couldn't answer that. Does that make sense? I think I broke it down kind of cleanly.
You mentioned a different type of people who can come to belief in God, and I understand what you're saying. Like this whole argument is for that last type of people who are reasonable unbelievers.
So in other words, people who pray and they do everything and they just don't come to the...
And there's those types of people too. This type of person could be any of the type of people we're thinking of. The person who's like the Jesus camp kid that I mentioned earlier, or people who like sincerely tried to find a personal relationship but ended up becoming Taoist or something, or people who sincerely tried but lived like hundreds of years, like thousands of years ago, and just never came into contact with monotheism. God has the ability to. He's all-knowing, all-powerful. He has the ability to make it to make this personal relationship go. It sounds like he's the one who's not picking up his end of the deal, and that conflicts with the idea of a perfectly loving God, especially if it's and this is where it becomes another issue, especially if not developing a personal relationship or not acknowledging or worshiping or acknowledging his existence in the fashion that he would like us to, potentially damning these people to hell. This is where it could sneak into the problem of evil, but we don't necessarily have to go there. The issue is that if there is a perfectly loving God who desires a personal relationship with each and every one of his creatures, then there wouldn't be reasonable unbelievers. But the fact is, there are reasonable unbelievers, so that means that there is not a perfectly loving God.
Yeah, to which I said that the idea of reasonable unbelievers is not. I don't know that I accept that.
What did you say the name of this argument was?
Divine hiddenness. I'll send you a link.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's it right there. Like the idea that there are not reasonable unbelievers.
To deny that there are people who they just simply haven't sincerely sought after God. I mean,
well, one of the things I've noticed is that a lot of people will say, for example, who are former Christians, they'll say things like, I'll ask them, did you ever believe in God? Well, I thought I did. To which I'm like, well, you did. Okay.
Yeah, that's my answer. I thought I did, but I know my senses was fooling me at the time.
I mean, how do you know your senses aren't fooling you now? How do you know that your thought hasn't eroded now, and previously you were actually more on
I guess my answer would be that I didn't value evidence as much as I do today. That's what made the difference in my.
But couldn't someone say that you actually at that time only valued a certain kind of evidence, whereas now you reject that kind of evidence?
No.
People, there's a problem trying to set up the new Hangout.
Sure.
I'll get it set up as fast as possible. Thank you.
Once we, Caterpillar, by the way, I've actually been trying to write this email for like an hour and a half now. I need to get back to this. I have to do my weekly status.
All right. See you later.
No. I'll be here. I'm just saying when we transfer over.
You got it.
Okay. Because I've been talking for like 3 hours now.
Dang. Hey, Bao, I just put the second.